Test one, two. Test one, two.
Friend Ian also.
Okay, looks like we got this going. Ooh. Okay, guys. This is almost a 5-hour long video, and a lot of it is skippable. However, I'm not watching this at 1x speed. So I think I'm going to go 1.5 times speed, and I would be more than happy to do it at 2x speed. But if that's too fast for people in chat, for viewers, let me know. We're going to start off with 1.5 times speed. Hey, how's it going, everyone? 5-hour log reaction. Hey, thanks, Zoe. Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm kind of dreading getting into this, but I think we're just going to get started. I was driving so much this weekend. I was in the car for 6 hours, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to bust out listening to this, to his reaction to the Content Cop. The Content Cop's only an hour. I'm in the car for 6 hours. I couldn't get through it all. I kept pausing. I kept yelling at my stereo at how stupid the shit that he was saying was. And it's just like, I needed to get in front of a camera for you guys because it's just so ridiculous. So anyway, I don't know. I can't promise you that we're going to get to the end of, I can't promise you that we're going to get to the end of this entire reaction, but I want to get a good chunk out of it. And we might not get to the end because he did a podcast today. They sent 2 human skulls to my house, hilarious. And then he also made a response video. So we're going to listen to his reaction. We're going to watch the response video and then see if there's anything relevant in the most recent episode. That's ambitious. I don't know
Hello, my friends, and
I don't know if that's, oh shit, this is
back to the H3 show.
This is like a jump scare when my computer just won't let me pause it. I don't know if we're going to get through all of it, but let's just get started. So, what's funny to me about this is that Ethan makes a lot of jokes and comments about iDubbbz's editing in the Content Cop. He says that, oh, he talks in a silly voice. Oh, look, he's doing silly dance moves. Oh, he put silly music, and then he's just making fun of it. He's like, that's not even funny. That's just silly. And yet, this is what Ethan comes in with to make fun of the Content Cop video. He's doing oh, it's a funeral, even though, is this music they play at funerals?
We approach this episode somberly. I've dressed up as I'm, unfortunately, will be attending.
Wait, really? He's already walked back the 2 skulls sent to my house to 1 skull sent to the studio? Okay, let's just get into this. So we're gonna skip the intro. XQC's reaction, we're gonna skip that. Hassan's insane tweet, we're just gonna skip that. Or actually, let's see what this is.
Also, I sure wasn't high. I just concentration zone on his good faith bent here.
Oh yeah, this is actually hilarious. Like Ethan in this video and in his reaction to iDubbbz will say this a lot. He'll say iDubbbz is so stupid. He's too politically uninformed to be able to make videos about this. Oh, I wish iDubbbz or I wish Anissa could jump in on the day of the boss. No. Oh no. I wish iDubbbz or I wish Anissa would call in and debate me on these issues. And then you get a tweet like this where Ethan will say there's no apartheid happening in Israel. There's no, he won't even really call it a genocide. Last week he said, I think I called it a genocide. I don't know. It might even be a genocide. So he personally doesn't even know if it's a genocide or not. And we know that he thinks of it more as a war because he said it's a war way more than he's called it a genocide. So, Ethan Glein is there's no apartheid, there's no genocide happening in Israel. And you know how I know? Because in Tel Aviv, which is the biggest city in Israel, I think it's the capital of Israel, there wasn't apartheid, and I had coffee with Palestinians there, and it's not like they were forced to live in a different part of the city, even though there's literally redlining happening in Israel for constricting where Palestinians can live. But according to Ethan, since he had a coffee with a Palestinian at a cafe once, not with, but beside a Palestinian, he wouldn't drink coffee with a Palestinian, but because he had a coffee one time next to a Palestinian at another table drinking a coffee. Don't ask me how he knew it was a Palestinian person, but that means there's no apartheid in Israel. And then Hassan like throws this clip up there where it's like, oh yeah, there's a genocide happening, but it's across the wall, so you can't actually see the genocide. And this triggers the hell out of Ethan.
I in this clip talk about how I'm talking about my lived experience in Israel proper. Everybody knows that the use of the word proper is the correct usage to refer to the borders, the established borders of Israel. And I explicitly am talking about my experience.
And I love how Ethan's defense to this point isn't saying, oh, a lot of people are criticizing me for this. Maybe I should double check my facts and make sure that I just wasn't seeing a part of Israel that treated Palestinians like second-class citizens. But, you know, I had personal lived experience in Israel, and my lived experience showed me that there was a brown Palestinian person drinking coffee beside me, and there's a Palestinian on the Supreme Court of Israel. So how can it possibly be apartheid? And let me not look into this anymore. Those two things are enough to say it's not apartheid. And so, in Ethan's mind, it's not apartheid. Anyone who's criticizing him for saying it's not apartheid within Israel, Ethan now just calls dumb, and he says, well, of course there's apartheid in the West Bank and in Gaza, but I'm talking about Israel proper. Israel proper is the correct usage for referring to Israel's borders, excluding Gaza and the West Bank. You're so dumb. You don't even know what I mean by Israel proper. It's like, instead of re-examining his priors and his assumption that because he interacted with Palestinians in Tel Aviv, that means there's no apartheid in Israel at all, he just thinks that people aren't understanding what he's saying when he says Israel proper.
Living in Tel Aviv, which I say explicitly in this clip. And Hassan says, bro, really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And once again, I want to emphasize that that is actually totally unproblematic and the correct way. Unless his point is that there's no such thing as Israel proper.
I do.
Like, he once again, it's kind of like boggling my mind where Hassan says my lived experience in Israel proper, and Ethan, instead of being like, oh well, he's saying my lived experience doesn't reflect reality, it's not an accurate representation of reality because it's through my biased experiences in Israel, and my experiences don't amount to data. He just says, oh, Hassan doesn't even know what Israel proper is. That's actually the correct phrasing to refer to Israel, to refer to the areas that Israel controls that isn't West Bank, Gaza, southern Lebanon, southern Syria, like none of those things. It's like, no, he knows what you mean when you say Israel proper. He's saying you're dumb by saying it.
I think that's his point.
So then we're talking about something completely else. You know what I mean? But anyway, this is a still from a movie called The Danger Zone.
Zone of Interest.
The Zone of Interest
Danger
about
Zone.
a Nazi family who's in charge of Auschwitz, living outside the concentration camp and raising their family casually.
Isn't that like an Archer meme? Danger Zone.
There, which, as you know, is what I did living in Tel Aviv. And by the way, Hassan, let's not forget that we were friends. Did you not? You didn't know that I was living in Tel Aviv, aka outside a concentration camp?
I just
Frogan.
realized.
This is something that Ethan and Hila will say multiple times. They'll be like, oh, well, you guys never had an issue with me. Like, I'm Israeli, and now you're criticizing me for being Israeli. But you never had an issue with me when we were doing a podcast together. You never had an issue with Hila serving in the IDF when we were doing a podcast together or when we were on friendly terms. But now that I'm attacking you, you're being a hypocrite and just attacking us because we're Israeli. Or he'll also say, you're attacking me because I'm Jewish. Isn't that hypocritical, Hassan? When we were on good terms, you had no issue with it, but now all of a sudden you do have an issue with it. And it just betrays that Ethan doesn't actually understand the criticisms that people have of him. People aren't criticizing Ethan because he and Hila are Israeli or lived in Israel for 5 years. I don't know if you can say you're Israeli if you just lived there for 5 years. Sure, let's just say you can. People aren't criticizing them because they're Israeli. People are criticizing them because they're doing Israeli propaganda during an active genocide being perpetrated by Israel. Not to mention they're also doing like pro-US propaganda when the United States is facilitating this genocide. But that's the reason why they're being criticized. And it's not hypocritical for Hassan to never have criticized you for being Israeli when you were doing a podcast together, because he's not doing that now. He's criticizing you for doing pro-Israeli propaganda now. And you weren't doing it you weren't doing it back then. In fact, Ethan said back then in like 2021, he put out a tweet that he touted last week. He replayed the tweet and he's like, oh yeah, I put out a tweet criticizing Netanyahu and the settlers and saying Israel has all the power to bring about peace. And now he's gotten so much worse that he says Hamas is the cause of this genocide. Hamas is the reason Israel is bombing hospitals. And actually, it's people like Hassan, Sean DeBlack, Bad Empanada, the guys on the fucking Deprogram podcast. It's all of those guys that are actually perpetuating this genocide because they're gatekeeping, they're making pro-Palestinian voices like have a bad name, like they're making them look bad, and that's just going to allow Netanyahu to consolidate power. Like, he literally has said this shit, and it's completely ridiculous. This just shows how far he's shifted and how far down the rabbit hole he's fallen in defending Israel.
All you guys, denims, who used to be huge fans of the show, you're going to call me a Nazi fucking concentration guard for living in Tel Aviv?
I hope you get PTSD.
I sure wasn't hiding it, but okay. I see you're being good faith here today, Hassan, and I love to see it. I also want to give a shout out to Mike from P.
Like, criticizing someone for living in Israel is the same as criticizing someone for living in the United States. Both of them are imperial powers. Both of them aren't particularly receptive to the more progressive voices in their citizenship or in their citizenry. And once again, the things people are criticizing you for is doing propaganda. The things people are criticizing you for is joking about moving to Israel while they're doing a genocide when you have no incentive to, like, specifically because Israel is getting criticized. And you're like, oh, let's move to Israel out of spite. I bet they'll hate that. Like, you're literally, like, it's one thing if you're living there and you really have no other options and you're like protesting against it, or you're at least not actively involving yourself in the IDF and putting propaganda out there. It's another thing if you're living in LA and you're like, let's move to Israel, the state that's doing genocide, to spite the people that are protesting Israel. Yeah, and this is why people are criticizing you. So we'll see. Like, I'm like Ethan Klein, where I just pause too much. Yeah, when did they make that comment? Was that last week? Like, that was actually ridiculous.
Who I've watched the video now, and his exclusion from the video is just so fucking delightful. This guy wants,
I mean, just once again, not like that comment aside, that was obviously a joke, but Ethan's dead serious about visiting Israel. Once again, they haven't visited Israel for like 5-6 years, and now all of a sudden they're going. And Ethan specifically says he wants to go to Israel so he can do pro-Israeli propaganda there, so he can show his audience how nice and multicultural and free Israel feels. While Amnesty International categorizes Israel as an apartheid state, and yes, within Israel proper, they say it's an apartheid state, and Israel's doing a fucking ethnic cleansing in both the West Bank and in Gaza, and annexing parts of Syria, annexing Lebanon, annexing parts of Lebanon. Like, what the fuck are you doing? He's lost the plot. But because it's actually crazy. Like, this is what Zionism looks like. Being so outraged by people criticizing your country that you want to fucking fly to Israel to do pro-Israeli propaganda.
to be part of the team so bad. He's not in the video. He goes, keeping quiet about this was so painful. Yeah, I'm sure it was, Maiko. Here's the thing that's even funnier after watching the video. Not everybody who participated in it was there physically. Several people sent in video clips, which means he was
Oh wow, Mike from PA didn't get in there. Frogan's response. Not really worth talking about that. Why iDubbbz brought back Content Cop. Watching and reviewing the video. Okay, let's just get into this. I don't really care about the preamble at all. Oh, they canceled the trip so the sirens don't scare the kids? Yeah, that's the other thing. You get so worked up about a CPS investigator talking to your kids in school, and you're going to bring them to a fucking active war zone? Like, once again, when people say that Israel is the only safe place for Jews, which is what Joe Biden, literally what the president of the United States said, it's provably false. It's not a safe place for Jews. It's not a safe place for anyone. And just because it's an ethno-state that gives preferential treatment to Jewish people, that doesn't mean it's a safe place for Jewish people. In fact, it's the opposite, because that ethno-state necessitates the never-ending expansion, colonization, and imperialization of the neighboring parts of of their neighbors. So yeah, not a safe place for people.
That whole doc of links with the video itself.
I can't find the video. I know I timestamped it last night, but I just can't find the damn thing. So anyway, here it is. Yeah, pretty funny business. So here we are.
Stay out of the drama as much as possible. We don't want to pile on and add to anything.
Sounds like a good idea.
That was just a couple of weeks ago, really. When was that? I don't know.
3 weeks ago? How long was it?
Yeah, it was really.
So correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't really care enough to watch this, but why, chat, just tell me, why did iDubbbz apologize for his content cop thing? Was it just that he's like being unnecessarily nasty? Because I do like, I haven't really watched previous content cops, but there is a pretty, there's a pretty consistent through line in his video to Ethan Klein about like wanting to repair the relationship or not completely attacking him as a person, and saying that like you can do better, you can fix things. And it seemed like it was almost a conciliatory tone with Ethan. And maybe he feels like that's a marked difference between this content cop and his previous content cops, where it's just like nasty and uncharitable and bad faith and stuff like that. But I have no idea. Nasty and bigoted. He apologized because they were racist, misogynistic, bigotry. Oh, wait, that's actually what he apologized for? So it's just like I was being like a racist, a misogynist, and I was being bigoted. And then Ethan Klein's like, yeah, but now you're mean to me, so it's the exact same thing. You're mean to me, a Jewish man, so you can add anti-Semitism to the list.
At any rate, here's where we left off. So without further ado, this is me reacting to every second of this man's takedown of me, fearlessly, heroically. Something that Hassan, in his wildest dreams, could never achieve because he's a coward.
Oh my God.
I know it. I know it. Prove me wrong, man. Prove me wrong.
Oh, that's right.
I know, man. Anyway, go on, Ian. Let's continue.
To me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet, unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole. By the way, truly remarkable act of cowardice. One thing that these snarkers and critiquers have consistently done is include the crew in like a totally unnecessary way with the explicit purpose of trying to drive a wedge in our team, because they will not be happy until I am alone and have no support in the entire world. And that's why he brings this up. And it's obvious.
Oh, man. Kind of a self-report there. Ethan Klein's like, without my crew, if my crew leaves me, I'm literally alone in the entire world. Holy shit, Ethan. Get some fucking friends. Touch grass. Touch some grass, bro.
Because it's such a poorly conceived point, it's kind of hard to even understand his point. He goes on to talk about Adam McIntyre in a really bizarre way. Here, take a look. So, for putting you in that position, Olivia, you're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that
position. Like, I'm sorry, this guy works Mondays, he works Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, like 5 hours a day. And he doesn't have time to work on like personal relationships outside of business. Without his crew, he's going to be alone. Also, just the whole idea where his, targeting his crew is a cowardly behavior and it's below the belt. Why are you targeting my crew? They have nothing to do with it. Bro, you use them as props on your show. They're public figures. They have public social medias and they do streams. They go off by themselves. They're just as big of a part of this as you. Sorry, if you're repeatedly appearing on camera, interjecting, giving your 2 cents worth, and you're like adding content to the podcast and you're an integral part of it, then yeah, you're opening yourself up to be criticized.
Position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is.
Dan was trying to sabotage me. He put a script on my computer to disable the pause button.
We all thought it was a great idea.
Not today. Not today.
I thought maybe I'd try and get out of here by like 4:30 or so, you know?
That's not happening.
Oh man.
Speaking of eating, we're gonna have to order food today because this boy's going for a long time. I'm gonna go back because we weren't paying attention. So his point is that because I said Adam McIntyre put Olivia in a weird position, that I shouldn't have criticized him for being friends with people who are calling CPS.
Yeah, we.
Okay, so once again, Ethan Klein said someone he knows. Ethan Klein said the CPS agent that went to my house told me it was someone that has been to my house and knows me personally that called CPS. Once again, holy shit, I'm sorry guys. Once again, CPS in California does not have anonymous calls. You need to give your name, you need to give your number, and you need to give any relevant information that would make CPS reasonably believe that there's probable cause to investigate your claim. So you need to give information about the claim and your name and your number. It's not anonymous. Ethan Klein himself said the fucking investigator that went to his house said it was someone that Ethan personally knows and that was in his house. So when he says that it's people propagating or compelling calls to be put into my house, that's not true. Like the CPS agents didn't say, oh, well, we got like 20 calls about your house, so we know it's a really big issue and we needed to investigate it. There's actually no evidence whatsoever that it was an online campaign to get Ethan Klein's family torn apart or get CPS called on his family. There's no evidence whatsoever. And then secondly, so like, I don't even think that guy Froggy Tonic talked about CPS going to Ethan's house, which was the whole genesis of this thing where they were criticizing Anissa and Ian for being like friends with Froggy Tonic and publicly speaking up about it. And then the last thing is it's like, okay, Adam McIntyre has been shitting on you guys nonstop. Olivia is apparently friends with Adam McIntyre. I don't really give a fuck. But they haven't been criticizing Olivia for not speaking up about what Adam McIntyre is doing. Remember, Gila Klein said Adam McIntyre needs to disappear from the internet, and maybe we can find that clip and find the context for why she said that. But she famously said that, and Adam McIntyre is like, oh, it's a death threat, it's a death threat. So if Adam McIntyre is saying shitty enough stuff about you guys where your wife wants him to disappear from the internet altogether, why aren't you criticizing Olivia for not speaking up about that, but you're going to criticize Anissa and Ian and call them spineless cowards for not speaking up about what the tweets Froggy Tonic, an editor that worked for them like 18 months ago, has been putting out there. So just saying, it's definitely hypocritical, but Ethan Klein wants to say that it's, oh, well, you guys are friends with people that were encouraging the CPS scandal. And once again, he has no evidence of that. His evidence of it is that there were people in Denham's chat saying, oh, like, we should call CPS on his kids because they're eating dog shit, which is a fucking joke Ethan Klein made on his channel. And he made it in like a serious way too. He's like, oh, this is the disease Giardia. The only way you can get that is by eating my shit, so you don't have to worry about it because you're not going to eat my shit. By the way, my dog had it and now my kids had it. So you can do like a 1-to-1 and just be like, oh yeah, Ethan saying his kids ate his dog's shit. And then Denhams was watching that fucking clip and her chat was like saying, oh, you should call CPS or like they're bad parents or stuff like that. That's the only evidence that Ethan has of an online campaign against him to get CPS called at his house. It's microscopically flimsy.
We strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. No, I think the fundamental premise that's completely inappropriate here is that somehow Adam McIntyre just being a dickhead is equivalent to your friends, your associates, and your now collaborators supporting, encouraging people to literally call CPS to come take my children away.
So just once again, whenever Ethan makes a claim, you can pretty much assume that he's lying. They're saying that it's they're encouraging people to call CPS on Ethan Klein. Like, I would love to find a single fucking clip of that. where Denims is like, yes, everyone in chat, go call CPS. Or not even that, but just saying, yeah, CPS should be called on this guy's house. Like, I'd love to see a clip of that, and Ethan's going to play it. But once again, he doesn't actually have a clip of Denims. All he has is a list of chats that were edited out over like an hour-long stream and compiled into like a 5-second long clip. So let's see if Ethan Klein can back anything like that up. And just notice how he minimizes what Adam McIntyre is doing to defend Olivia, who he said, oh, Adam's just being a dickhead. But he's being enough of a dickhead where Hila said, I want him to disappear from online. And then he's like, but you are friends and collaborators with people that are orchestrating and encouraging CPS to be called on my house. Well, what is Adam McIntyre doing? He was accusing you guys of like supporting genocide. Once again, the whole fucking like cease and desist letter that Ethan sent to Noah Samson was based off of the idea that accusing someone of supporting genocide is the worst thing you can do about someone. So now he's saying, oh yeah, calling me a bad parent is worse than saying I'm a genocide supporter. And it's so much worse that I'm going to like call you a spineless coward and just ignore my employee who's friends with someone that called me a genocide supporter.
Which also, like, can we now say, because last night we did make sure we finished the video and watched everything, there was not even one mention of CPS in the whole video.
He didn't find that to be relevant. He skirted next to it. He kind of like skirted past it, but he never bothered to explain. And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So, like,
without
a lot
even explaining that at least that's the context. It's pretty cowardly.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
This whole video has left me utterly shocked, frankly.
It's a pretty big omission.
It's a very big omission.
Yeah, it's pretty glaring.
And like, listen, I'm not.
Okay. Let's just watch this. So this is Snark called Child Protective Services on it. So we'll just watch the beginning of this and see what they have to say.
Wow, what a drink!
This morning, listen, in our long career of being influencers in the public sphere, we've been.
And I put bombs around the house.
It's usually something like that, and then the helicopters come, fire trucks come, police come. I remember it happened where they went around the perimeter of our house and Shredder got out. It was so scary. That part was so scary. We weren't there at the time. We've also had the FBI come to our house actually at this point several times. One of them being to tell us not to open any packages until
further notice.
Until further notice. Yeah, those were all, I'm pretty sure, from more like on the right side of anti-Semitism, Nazi-adjacent types of shit. And we knew that because one of the guys who doxed us, I was getting letters from the Department of Justice for like an entire year updating me on this guy's case.
Yeah.
Who's a member of what's happening?
It's fixing my camera, I think.
Oh, okay. I forget what he was part of some neo-Nazi gang that was actually responsible for like assassinating people for real. Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the name, but it was like a real. Yeah, there's a name and a face.
So that's what we've been through. Although I'll say this morning, we after all these years, still getting new experiences. This morning we got a visit from Child Protective Services because I told this story on the show a few weeks ago about how when we adopted Olive, she had Giardia, and then the next day, Sonny started having diarrhea, so we suspected he might have Giardia. Seeing as that he's an infant, he's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, etc. Makes sense, right? It's obvious. So it turned into this whole snark narrative that our house is a mess, that there's dog shit everywhere, that Sonny is eating shit and getting Giardia, and that, et cetera, et cetera. And well, it culminated in somebody finally, an anonymous call went into them on the 3rd, saying that they were somebody that works at the house, and they wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses, and they were able. Yeah,
somebody that works at the house wanted to report us.
To provide enough details because of what I said on the show to make it appear that it was somebody. He said, like, when he first showed up, he's like, it's somebody that you know who made the report, and I'm like, no, okay. So I mean, they used. I mean, yeah, you could easily impersonate.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
So it's like you could easily impersonate someone that worked at the house. But once again, you actually have to give your name, your number, and the circumstances of how you got that information. And I don't know, if you give your name and number to CPS, it'd probably be pretty easy for CPS to make sure that you actually are who you say you are and that you actually did have contact with Ethan Klein and were in his house and have the ability to have that information. So I think they could verify it, but Ethan's like, no, it was one anonymous snarker, even though people have been doing mass campaigns against us to get CPS called on our house. But no, like, since there was one call, that's the culmination of the entire campaign. Like, dude, the only reason that campaigns that Destiny and you have been launching against Hassan is by mass emailing universities that Hassan speaks at, mass emailing people that are sponsoring Hassan or sponsoring Twitch, is because it's the number of people contacting them that makes the companies scared. It's like, oh, there's actually a lot of people that are mad at this guy, or there's a lot of people that think this guy is doing some bad stuff. But that's not the way that CPS works. They're not going to be like, oh, 1,000 people called saying this one person was bad, and all of their reports were kind of iffy, but fuck it, it's like 1,000 people. Let's just go check it out anyway. No, they said it was one fucking call that had credible information.
Go ahead.
What's truly like despicable to me is the fact that like you hear so often that CPS, like that they're not always
They're underfunded.
Yes, and also it always like seeps through the cracks for some reason.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they were so on it here, it's like that could have gone to a family that really needed it and a child that really needed to be saved. Like
I was pretty surprised. I mean, one anonymous call. I was like, that's all it takes. But I guess the thing is, he was like, it seemed we thought it was someone who.
I can't
who
imagine
you
how
know.
scary.
The guy was very nice. He was a very professional, a nice young guy, very nice. At first, he's not from our world. He doesn't understand. And I tried to explain like this is part of this harassment campaign.
One credible phone call about how my children are eating shit is part of a harassment campaign. Yeah, just once again, it's just a funny image seeing Ethan Klein, this chronically online guy who, I'm not going to say doesn't take care of his kids, but he definitely has a nanny who takes care of his kids a lot of the time, talking to the CPS investigator. It's like, no, you don't understand. This is just on. I have a lot of enemies online, and they're out to get me. Like, I thank you for doing your job, but your services are not necessary here. It's all a misunderstanding.
We've been visited by the FBI, we applauded this and that, and we talked for a while. He gets it, but there's certain things that I guess he has to do. So he looked all. I mean, you walked around with him. I was upset about the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I was very upset as well.
He
wanted to look at everything.
Well, the house is spotless.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
The house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
And also we literally installed this huge outdoor, I don't know how you call it. It's like a huge outdoor area connected
we
to
did
the
like
door.
Yeah, because we live in an area where there are coyotes, and we did fence our house like really well. They don't really get in the backyard, but for our own peace of mind, we wouldn't let the dogs out unsupervised.
Hell,
so
in the middle of the night, especially
in the middle of the night. So we set up a doggy door for them that once you exit it, you are in a totally enclosed like a huge cage. It's not like a small cage, it's like a room. I mean, everybody in our house is very privileged, including the dogs and the kids. So I showed him like, we take them out. They have a giant backyard, and then they even have this enclosure that we built just for them so they can go out safely at night. Then I showed him the kids' rooms, and he's like, oh yeah, lots of toys. And I'm like, yep, lots of toys. That's
my favorite line. Oh, lots of toys? Yep. Folds her arm. Lots of toys. I take care. You can tell I love my children a lot because they have lots of toys.
He wanted to see Sunny. I went to show him Sunny, and he fucking woke up. Sunny that was taking a nap.
He did on accident.
Not on purpose, but he wanted to take a look. And Sunny's like, they sense everything.
Yeah.
The babies can sense, and it's like, what the fuck is this stranger staring at me in my room? We looked at Sunny. Then they wanted to talk to our nanny and ask questions. Who feeds the kids? Who takes care of them? Who takes them to school? And like,
what do you do when you get angry at your kids?
Yeah, what do
you
you
do when a dog poops on the floor? And then the part that, in my opinion, crossed the line was like, so I'm gonna.
The hell is happening? All right,
Visit your kids at school and ask them questions. And I says, you're not fucking doing that.
No,
I mean, we both were like, that's not happening.
No.
Not going.
Terrifying.
You are not doing that. So he agreed to come visit our
come back
house
next week.
when the kids are at home.
I just want to fast forward this to
Interview
like where
our
they're
kids.
talking about regarding IDIBS
As a
and
matter of
Anissa.
procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to. I told him
This fucking
one anonymous
waste,
call.
This
One call.
massive waste of time. Just clarify, the guy was very nice and understanding.
The guy was nice. I have no problem
He's
with the
just
guy.
Doubling down on it being one
Not
call.
related.
it's kind of hard to believe that one anonymous tip can result in this.
One anonymous
waste,
call.
One
call.
massive waste of time.
I also love how the guy specifically saying like, oh no, it's someone that you know and has been in your house, but I can't give you the name, makes them think it was anonymous. oh, he's not telling us the name of the person so that we can like do personal retribution against them for worrying about our children. But it must be anonymous. Like, why do you think it's anonymous? Just the guy told you that it was someone in your house.
And resources from a vitally underfunded, understaffed, overworked department that does really important work. And
But then you hear about stories of people that actually need the help and they don't get it.
that's what Olivia was saying. Yeah.
So frequently.
I don't know. I don't hear about stories like that. Like every now and then there's like an urban legend of, oh, there's two parents that were sex trafficking their kids or abusing their kids. Is that what she's talking about?
Yeah. I mean, shit. I don't know.
Like how many stories is she hearing of people that are calling CPS on other people, and CPS is like, sorry, all of our agents are busy investigating the clients right now. We can't get anyone over there.
But I mean, at what point is it like, and this is something, if you go on Reddit and you go on the snarks, this is something, and the new snark that they all migrated to is completely unmoderated. This is something that this is a narrative that they've picked up and talked about all the time. And I just wonder at what point, I think Reddit is just waiting for me to kill myself. I genuinely, I don't know what it takes. And I think if
That is what it takes. Somebody eventually will do that, and then they'll be like, oh no, there's this phenomenon called snark pages.
We had no idea.
And then the journalists will write about it.
The
and they'll be
fucking
like,
journalists, by the way.
Can you believe this phenomenon of snark pages?
The same people who are like, Ethan
Yeah.
Klein is actually in a state of psychosis.
Yeah.
He says that nobody's ever been harassed like him in the history of the internet. And actually, I'm going to narrate the interview.
Well, yeah, there's stories of kids living in terrible conditions. That happens all over the place. But I'm saying, are there people actively calling CPS on those conditions, and then CPS is just ignoring it because they don't have enough agents to go over there? Like, I feel like it's just a looked over aspect of society in general. But I could be wrong.
The mods of these snark subreddits.
I just don't think that investigating Ethan Klein is really detracting from anyone all too much.
And also characterize them as heroes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do. Like, at a certain point, I just really don't understand. Again, Trisha's subreddit was ruining her life, or the snark one.
Yeah.
It was super toxic there, and she got it removed fairly easily.
You know what I would like to say too is that like if she actually cared about us and about
Like, didn't they put up like a compilation of Reddit talking about CPS at some point? Okay, let's man, I don't know how much I want to watch of this because it does detract a lot. But I want to watch it a little bit.
She would tell her friends to back off because to me, a lot of these people are her fans. It started as Frenemies 3 for the people that remember.
Okay.
There was
History of the
They
Snarks.
want-
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not cynical enough to lie about being suicidal.
the show.
The ironic part about it being Trisha fans is that
Shine
Oh
most
my God, who cares?
talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was
Well,
disgusted by
actually,
that statement too.
isn't he
But now
now?
he's back on.
So calling someone's kid the spawn of Satan, which is kind of funny, it's more of an insult to the mom than the kid. Calling someone's kid the spawn of Satan, I just want to see what the fuck innocent iDub said about the CPS call, which makes Ethan and Hila think that it's a unique evil to not call out their editor. Like, I want to see what their editor said about this shit, which makes Ethan and Hila get so worked up about it.
Trisha's
he's trying to
side.
buddy up. I think he's trying to get on
Yeah,
Jones'
now
side.
he's back on her side. But I remember
never
when
said
he
it.
called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything.
And I was
like that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's
Why do you
disgusting.
forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn
Never.
of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
a
I
piece
mean,
of shit of a human.
it's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
I honestly don't care anymore. I really don't care about anybody and anything. And
So one thing that I need to comment on here, it's so funny how these people react to certain things. So Adam McIntyre, like 2 years ago or however long ago Trisha had a kid, calls Trisha's kid the spawn of Satan, and that really stuck in Neela's craw. Not so much where she spoke out about it publicly. She's like, I didn't say anything, but I wasn't going to cheer it on, even though I hated it. Which is kind of funny because Ethan used the analogy and he's like, oh, I'm like the black kid and iDubbbz isn't going to stand with me when people are attacking me. He's going to be like, he's not like the white kids that walked the black kids to school during the Jim Crow era South, which is hilarious. Basically, they're saying, Ethan's saying, I'm a victim and it's popular to be hating on me right now. I need you to stand with me. Whereas Hila's like, oh yeah, it was popular to be hating on Trisha back then, and I didn't stand with Trisha. So they're literally, she's admitting like, oh yeah, I didn't stand with the person who it was popular to hate on back then, even though I didn't like what they were saying. So you're a fucking shitty person who didn't want to go against the crowd to defend your, what is it, your sister-in-law or your sister-in-law? I don't know, your family friend. You didn't want to go against the crowd and speak up publicly against this thing, which you did disagree with. Whatever, this is just me pointing out hypocrisy. But what I really wanted to talk about is how Hila says that Adam McIntyre is a shit human being because he made a comment a few years ago saying Trisha's kid was the spawn of Satan. And that's something that Hila really took umbrage with. And so now, like 2 years later, he's a shit human being. Whereas we'll see as we keep watching tonight, Hila and Ethan say atrocious things like time after time after time. They never apologize for these things. They never actually retract on those things, or they never say something that contradicts those things. But it was just a poor usage of words, or I said it once, can't you like get over it? And so you can see another point of hypocrisy between these two, where Frogan does a fucking, according to Ethan, like a Jewish tier list, or she says veterans have veterans should get PTSD. Even though immediately she backtracks on that and says only the veterans that are like true white supremacist imperialists should get PTSD. The ones that are good shouldn't get that. She's basically just saying, fuck white supremacy. And Ethan's like, no, actually, since you said that, you're a shitty person, and anyone who collaborates with you for the rest of your life should feel bad because they collaborated with a shitty person. Meanwhile, Hila Klein says Yoav Gallant was a good guy, or says, I mean, when Rudy Giuliani is saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to hate Israelis, and it was just a big misunderstanding, or Hila agrees with that, but it was a poor usage of words. So why are you guys getting all up in, like, why are you guys getting after her case for this? Like, you guys should just let it go and move on. When she still believes this fucking shit, she still believes it. She never apologized on it. She never retracted it. She never contradicted herself and said, oh, I don't believe those things anymore. She still believes it, and yet they can't take any criticism. I mean, we're going to see it later on in this stream, but it's just comical to me that they're so they're so fixated on criticizing people for like a single moment that they have in their heads, when people like Frogan or Denims with the CPS thing didn't even do the things that Ethan are accusing them of doing. And that's why those people are shitty people. But anytime someone brings up an example of Ethan lying or an example of Hila being genocidal, it's a misunderstanding, or just get over it already.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to be at mentally. But yeah, I'll talk shit about anybody. I'll talk shit about anybody. Everybody's so two-faced, so shallow in reality. They're so shallow, surface level. And yeah, that's why I really feel.
Yeah, just like you literally just admitted to being two-faced. Oh, Adam McIntyre said something bad about my sister-in-law, which I disagreed with, but because it was popular to be hating on her, I didn't speak up about it. She's like, oh, Adam McIntyre said something and everyone expected me to be cheering it on. No, fuck that, I didn't cheer it on. And I didn't say anything today, or I didn't say anything until today, but I really didn't like it. If you really didn't like it, why didn't you speak out against it back then? You didn't speak out against it back then because everyone was hating on Trisha and you didn't want to speak publicly in her favor. You're a fucking hypocrite. You are the fucking fair weather friend that you're criticizing iDubbbz and Anissa of being.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Oh, friends like these.
Yeah. Thanks, Anissa,
Friends like these. No wonder we got along so well together, because we did the exact same thing.
for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because like, why would I not? It was crazy. It's crazy. People were shitting on you and Ian because you did OnlyFans. Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me. So,
The problem.
okay, if you want to hang out with those people.
Okay, so she's saying you're hanging out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me. So you're a bad friend because you're not defending me. Well, maybe she agrees with those people. I mean, as we'll see, they come to that conclusion themselves.
And have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you. Enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know, yeah,
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims
Denim.
is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah,
Which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys.
friends
Okay, so yeah, she's and just once again. I'm just going to be repeating iDubbbz's line. Olivia is friends with Adam McIntyre, and you don't have any spice for her. But when it's Anissa and Ian, I don't know. The thing is, why do they have such a big deal about this? I don't know why they're actually so worked up and so targeted. Like, I don't know why their ire is so targeted towards Anissa and Ian.
With them, then you're saying what they're saying, right?
Oh, that child protective is even the worst thing. I mean, she said worse things about you.
Yeah, that's true too. Ghetto. Let's not pretend to equate OF and Zionism. Well, sometimes they overlap, right? You see those IDF girls on OnlyFans.
And me.
Yeah.
And I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. And I said, she's like, I don't.
Once again, they're not even talking about the CPS thing. They're talking about like, oh, they're being friends with Denims. The CPS thing apparently like happened that weekend. I don't know when this came out, but it happened like the previous night or something. How could Anissa and Ian even know about the CPS interaction at all? They're just saying, oh, you're friends with Denims.
Don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and blah blah blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Or I guess Froggy Tonic, who once again, like, I'm just waiting for the evidence that they show that Froggy Tonic and Denims was encouraging people to call CPS on them.
Conversation ended.
She never replied.
Never responded.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore. But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't.
Okay. Do you have anything else to say for your friends though?
Just say he doesn't.
Like,
at least say something like he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Ethan says this here or if he says it in his reaction to the Content Cop video. And I'm probably going to make this comment again later. But one thing that was interesting to me is Ethan says a line, something along the lines of, oh, no 90% friends anymore. I need you to ride or die. Because I think it's in response to Ian saying, oh yeah, well, our silence means something. Our silence means you need to figure shit out on your end before we like endorse you or are on friendly terms again with you. And Ethan's like, no 90% friends anymore. I need like ride or die friends. And it's really interesting to me because when it comes to things like CPS or saying that he's like a bad dad or whatever, Ethan's like, I need you to publicly speak up and be like, no, my kids don't eat my dog's shit. Even though Ethan literally said that on his podcast, which that aside, he's like, I need you. I can't have your silence. I need your activism, right? That's what Ethan is saying. Silence isn't good enough. You not attacking me isn't good enough. I need you to stand up and be an activist in my favor. And I just think this is so ironic because the entire criticism against Ethan and Hila has been to that effect in terms of them supporting genocide. People criticizing liberals or progressive pundits and saying, oh, you're not talking about genocide. You aren't talking about what Israel's doing. And when you're silent about this, then that reinforces the status quo. And right now, the status quo is facilitating Israel's genocide. We need you to speak up about this. That's what people are demanding of Ethan and Hila. And they're not understanding it until it's in the context of them demanding activism from their friends to say like, oh no, we're not genocide defenders, or no, we're not like shitty parents that have our kids eat shit. So it's like, and it's just funny. And Ethan will say, oh, well, I'm 90% of the way there on Hassan's and Sam Cedars and all of the other leftist positions on Israel and Palestine. It's just that 10%. So Ethan's willing to forgo a 10% difference in an issue as serious as genocide when it comes to Israel. And once again, that's not even true. It's not a 10% difference. But he's not willing to forgo a 10% difference when it comes to him getting harassed online. It's just so comical how they're in their own little bubble and they can't see how really they've been behaving this past year and a half since October 7th.
Go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Well, I've already burned these ones, actually.
I know, you already did most of the work. I'm just
You're
going
late,
to-
you're late to the game.
I'm just going to enjoy the party.
See the flames burn. I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. And it's going to have ramifications.
They're just not even being very specific. What's the line? One person, like they've literally said multiple times, it was one anonymous call. So who are they saying is the anonymous call? This is like religious like thinking where one thing happens in their life, like they discover a $5 bill underneath a rock, and now they think that there's this magical force surrounding them that guided them into into the dollar that's underneath the rock. They just have this like magical thinking about it. He says the fact only one person called them, and that call literally wasn't anonymous because you can't call CPS in California anonymously. They gave corroborating information that backed up their story of I was in his house, I do know him personally, and I worked for him. Ethan knows all of this. He said all of this. He said it was one call, and then he still insists that it was this magical conspiracy theory where all of these different content creators from across the internet came together and all conspired to have CPS come to his house. This is what delusion looks like. He's just being delusional. And just once again, like, you have to go into so many different like webs of conspiracy to get to the point where that CPS call is caused by Anissa and Ian not speaking up publicly against their editor, who is basically calling Ethan and Hila genocide supporters. Like, he is now at that point. It's just really, it's like honestly kind of concerning.
In terms of how I conduct myself.
In terms of how I see other people.
In terms of these fair weather friends who are, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. But as soon as it's like, it's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
But
and all
the minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny.
Just once again, this is in the context of Trump actively deporting people for thought crimes of criticizing Israel. And so Ethan says, criticizing us for not being anti-genocide enough isn't sticking your neck out there, when people have quite literally been deported from this country for criticizing Israel. Fucking crazy.
To actually sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like, if you want to speak against racism, if you want to be that good person, that activist or whatever, like, isn't the whole point that you're saying difficult things, that you're taking the difficult stance? It's not about going along with the crowd and being like, I hate racists, guys. Aren't we all the best? It's about actually fucking doing the right thing when it's difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids.
So once again, Ethan's saying, like, this is so funny. Ethan's simultaneously saying, I'm being a victim of racism, and the people that aren't defending me are standing up to racism and are enjoying the fact that they're able to stand up for to racism. He's just so jarbled. His mind is so jarbled. Is there anything about? Okay, let's skip to the denims part. Okay, let's watch this. Let's watch this bit.
You're up to the point. You know it's gonna be good.
These are the ones Love is talking about.
That's
Yeah, this place is awesome.
crazy right there,
It's
boy.
so fucking delicious.
I'm literally not standing up straight, actually.
Okay, hold on. I know we are no denims fans.
Forgot.
Okay, I don't care about the posture.
To be fair, that's a new one. We haven't seen that one yet.
That's true.
It's in your
I
brand.
mean, the style.
It's in your brand.
There's
Oh,
fake love
God. But
competition.
also, like, it's about I judge people who are rich way more harshly than I judge everyday people. Like, I'm sorry,
Because
if
I'm a
you're
communist.
Rich,
If you're rich, you have no excuse to have bad. You have no excuse to slouch. He doesn't know, by the way, if I have.
Wait, is she
Oh
talking
my
about
god, they're
the
talking about the fucking slouching? Goddamn, bro. This content is garbage. Are they gonna talk about the CPS thing? Wasn't their whole thesis that Denims and Froggy Tonic and Anissa and Ian were causing a conspiracy theory that got CPS called on their house?
it's not relevant to his arguments either. Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight. I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your...
Oh my god, are you seriously devoting of an entire fucking section to Denims shitting on your posture? Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm done. They literally had no evidence that Denims was encouraging CPS. Maybe they did in the next episode. but that might have been after the CPS call. I don't really give a fuck. Okay, let's just continue.
Not one to be like context. I mean, it is important, but that's like Hassan's thing. He just says it reactively about anything without actually knowing what was said or anything. But this is important context.
It's like the main big event that has caused our reaction to so many things, and then he just shows our reaction.
So once again, the CPS call and subsequent visit might have been a reason why Ethan and Hila were mad, but that's not why they were criticizing Ian. Wait, did I say Nissa and Ian? Why Ethan and Hila, their names are actually kind of similar, might have been mad, but that's not the reason why they were criticizing iDubbbz. They were criticizing him for the shit that his editor put up there. And I'm sure we'll see a screenshot of the stuff that his editor was posting. Let's see if I can find a spot really quick. I'll look for it.
Without saying what happened.
By the way, something else he conveniently leaves out is his friend Denims, who he co-signs, includes in this video, defends heroically. What he doesn't include actually is well, this clip, which is going to be very painful for him to watch. But then I played it for
Denims chat a week ago saying someone should call CPS on Ethan. Subscribed 1 month ago by Minority Center. Okay.
Posterity's sake only. This could be why I was upset at Denims and why I dared to utter the unforgivable B word towards her. Well, actually, no, that was because she was denying rape. This is right. It all kind of culminated. Let's be real. She
literally wasn't even denying rape. She was correcting Ethan, where Ethan put an interview of a woman talking about it, and he said that she was raped, and Denims is saying no, she was just a witness to rape. She was just correcting Ethan on his well-sourced content nuke video.
She's not a great person. Anyway, Ian, I hope you watch this part here. Denim host this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
Wings are too bird feathered.
This was
Now that brings us to February.
They called it before I even did this stream.
This was before. This was like basically 2 days before CPS came to our house. Here she is watching Bad Empanada. Once again, someone that Ian takes no acknowledgement of, despite him constantly being on the screen, constantly being like the source of a lot of information that these people are sharing. This man, he did a game role play where he kills Hila.
Yeah, and he's definitely a piece in the puzzle in a lot of these situations that is also left out for no reason.
Yeah, so I mean, like he shows Matt Lieb, for example, and he's just like, oh, he just hates Matt Lieb because he's anti-Zionist. It's like, no,
Yeah, actually, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, wasn't Bad Empanada the one that was maybe he was making jokes about calling CPS after Ethan came out about the CPS thing, but Bad Empanada made the video, and Ethan Klein was the one that started like talking about the whole kids eating my dog's shit stuff. So why aren't you criticizing Bad Empanada? Oh yeah, the reason you're not criticizing Bad Empanada is because you can't draw that back to iDubbbz and Anissa and blame them somehow for not being an activist in your favor, and that caused CPS to be called on your house. Just once again, guys, like it was literally someone that knew Ethan personally.
Was very. I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to keep the criticisms to the exact moments. I'm just going to play it, but yeah, his total omission of the existence of Bad Empanada, who's one of like the greatest internet provocateurs of all time, someone who's been decried by Hassan himself until he became his lapdog. Everybody knows this guy's a lunatic. Like it is not a secret. Go on.
Leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons.
Now pay attention to her chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit, and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know.
Now this is Denims reacting to this 2 days before CPS was called, and let's just take a look at the chat. It's called CPS.
Bro, not gonna lie, people have said I look Middle Eastern, but I'd be placed in the fucking love sabr category of the anti-Semitic tier list too, just because I'm so fucking white in terms of my culture. Anyway, so what's funny about this clip is this isn't her chat. This was like edited together, and you can see it's not her chat because her chat's up here in all of her videos. It's not here. Someone like took out individual chats and put this screenshot up there.
The housekeeper is suing him for a number of
like this is her chat up here. And it is kind of funny. Like, I think this is an accident, but Ethan does like cover up her real chat and says, this is her chat.
Different reasons.
Now pay attention to her chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit.
Yeah, he literally moves his camera from here to here and then sees that she has her real chat up here and moves his camera up there to block it. Like, this isn't even moving. This isn't a live chat. This is a screenshot of a bunch of different chats edited together to make it look like it was one section. Anyway, what does this say? Call CPS. Child endangerment much? A CPS. What is that? A canary? Social services. Bro, someone needs to unironically call CPS. This is child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have giardia, they actually need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever. Holy shit. So Ethan isn't only sexualizing underage girls, he is also neglecting children. Okay, well, he was kind of sexualizing an underage girl. Decliner needs to take care of his kids. What the fuck? So just remember, Ethan said that Denims is encouraging people to call CPS. Let's see if she does that in this clip.
And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know.
Now this is Denims reacting to this 2 days before CPS was called, and let's just take a look at the chat. It's called CPS, child endangerment, CPS, social service. Bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have giardia, they actually need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever. Wow. So Ethan isn't only sexualizing underage girls, he's also neglecting children. Okay. Decliner needs to take care of his kids. What the fuck?
He didn't even defend that one. He's just like, okay. Okay, that's kind of funny. He had the same reaction to that one that I did.
Means you're leaving your dog shit on the floor for a while and your kids are walking on it, probably eating it, etc., etc., etc. The chat goes on and on and on. So
does it? Does it go on and on?
I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia.
Giardia, by the way, extraordinarily common. That dogs and people actually even contracting that disease.
Especially puppy that we just got, that happens a lot.
Yeah, it happened with Ducky. He had it too when we got him. It's very common, and they're feigning like this is some exotic disease. Anyway, it doesn't even matter really, because nobody ended up even having Giardia except Olive.
The dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is
this true?
Like maybe once a week, I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have more.
Call CPS. He advocates for a fascist apartheid state, doxes random people, endangers his children. Dogs getting Giardia is not uncommon, but your kids getting it means you're not cleaning up your dog shit. Motherfucker. Okay, well, at least someone's halfway there. Motherfucker's family rooting around in dog shit. Call CPS. Ethan's fighting shadows in his basement. He was wearing diapers. Dogs are shitting all over the house. California Child Protective Services, where are you? Child Protective Services alert. Imagine being such a bad parent. You didn't notice your child ate shit. His child ate
I haven't watched his new upload yet. I think I'm going to end this stream with that.
Shit, ate dog shit and got an ancient disease from it. Child could die. Why don't they have so many dogs if they don't take care of them? Again, it goes. I encourage you to pause it and read these. But this is the context that was not mentioned. He says, wow, Ethan is such a bad dude, and he's so mean to Denims.
And then there's the one thing I forgot we do need to mention.
Once again, the context that iDubbbz didn't mention of what, like, let's just like trace the fucking threads on the dream board or the conspiracy theory board that Ethan has in his basement. So you have iDubbbz, right? Ethan called iDubbbz a coward. He called iDubbbz a coward because he didn't speak up for him when people were saying that he's bad, or when people were saying that he's promoting IDF propaganda. And he's calling him a coward because he's friends because he's married to Anissa. Anissa is friends with Denims. Denims had a few people in her chat saying CPS, 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 while watching a Bad Empanada video of Bad Empanada repeating what Ethan Klein said about his kids eating his dog's shit. So trace that back for me again, Ethan. You're mad at iDubbbz because he's married to Anissa, who's friends with Denims, who watched Bad Empanada reacting to a video you put out there. Okay, that makes sense now.
At the top right is the full chat, right?
And that is the context that iDubbbz left out of his Content Cop video. Actually, we were mad at you because you're married to a woman who's friends with Denims, who watched a video of Bad Empanada reacting to a video of me.
Yeah. So just to make a correction, this is the live chat. This is a highlight of all the CPS calls, which, by the way, is extraordinarily large amount. It's something like 50-something chats over the course of like 3 minutes. And that is basically your entire chat.
Okay, you don't... 50,000 chats? So did he just say 50,000 or 50?
It's something like 50-something chats over the course of like 3 minutes.
Over the course of 3 minutes? How do you... Once again, this is a 3-minute clip and the guy just like put it up there and slowly scrolled through. It's like, okay, so it's 50 chats. It could have been through the entire fucking like 2-hour VOD.
Minutes. And that is basically your entire chat putting forth this notion of calling CPS unmoderated, unchecked, uncorrected. This is the behavior that Ian is explicitly co-signing by having...
What behavior? Watching Bad Empanada? Like, honestly, what behavior? Is Ian explicitly co-signing people saying that you advocate for a fascist apartheid state, dox random people, and endanger your children? Like, endanger your children part is questionable, but the other two things are absolutely true. Like, what? It's insane. It's actually fucking crazy. So, a random chatter in Denim, like, are you gonna hold Ian responsible? Like, Ethan is now holding Ian responsible for what chatters are, like a random chatter saying something in Denim's chat. And once again, like, Ethan said that Denims encouraged people to call CPS on his house. If that's the case, then why doesn't he just play the clip? Why does he need to get this compilation of the CPS chats over like however long of a stream she was doing?
Her do an L Fortnite dance on me.
And like, just look at her actual live chat during this. Let's see, does he play it at all? Literally just a YouTuber, Gila terrorist client. Hey, look at the snake and you'll be sacked. Empanada. Like, when is this fucker getting sued? Like, where is the CPS stuff in her actual live chat? Ethan covered it up. Ethan is literally in death throes. He's gotten rich enough exploiting his workers. Bankrupt. Ethan's twitching and coughing and stuff reminds me of every single tweaker. Where's the CPS stuff in her actual chat?
Not to this underage dogs. He's of calling CPS co-signing by having her do an L Fortnite dance on me and not explaining why I'm
like, I'm sorry, bro. What behavior? Writing in chat?
Actually angry that it seems like she's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning and interviewing my children.
We want to stay out of the drama.
Now, do you not have a problem with that, Ian? Because it doesn't.
Hey, thanks. Happy to have you here. Your interview with Matt Lieb was so good. Yeah, Matt Lieb was awesome to interview. I was so unprepared for that interview too. But he was great. Like, I couldn't have asked for it to go better. He's super nice, super responsive. We got it done super quick. And it was a fun and an enjoyable interview to do too.
It seemed like you do. And if that's the case, I really got to say.
Wait, is that true, Rachel? She explicitly told people to not call CPS? Also, why are they playing the fucking Fortnite dance like it's ghosts haunting Ethan? Like, his producers are not doing him any favors
she's
here.
Directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning and interviewing my children.
We want to stay
Why are they doing that?
Now, do you not have a problem with that, Ian? Because it doesn't seem like you do. And if that's the case,
bro, once again, the fact that he's putting all of the onus of CPS coming to his house on Denims is shocking. Denims literally, like, look, we can cut out the middleman. We can cut out the Bad Empanada thing because Bad Empanada just played a clip of you in his video and then he like ranted about it or whatever. Like, bro, people in Denim's chat was reacting to you. Like, you're saying Denim's reacting to me saying my kids eat shit is what caused it's the fact that Denim's reacted to me saying it is what caused CPS to come to my house. It's not that I said it live on a podcast with millions of subscribers. It's not that. It's the fact that this one fucking streamer who doesn't even put her YouTube VODs up anymore and has what, like 50K subs on Twitch or something like that? I don't fucking know how big she is. She's not that big. Ethan always makes fun of her for her size and says she's just a waiting room for Hassan. But she's the reason CPS came to your house? Not you saying your kids ate your dog's shit on your fucking podcast? Just the lack of any kind of responsibility and the insistence on putting the locus of blame outside of himself is really shocking. It's shocking, man. I try to be responsible for what I say, and I have less than 7,000 subscribers. Ethan, you have 0.7 million subscribers, and granted, it's dropping every day, but that doesn't mean that a fucking like 50K subscriber person reacting to you gets rid of any kind of responsibility you have for your own words. Holy shit, like, I just want him to act like an adult at some point. He needs to act like a real adult.
I really got to say, I don't think you're the good guy in this situation, buddy. And I don't know who you are. Who killed Ian and brought in this fucking weird clone? You know, they say the clone is always dumber.
Just once again, he's saying that Ethan is dead because he's married to Anissa, who's friends with Denims, who watched Bad Empanada, reacting to Ethan Klein, who said that his kids ate his dog's shit. And that's why Ian is dead. Not like, bro, he's not even criticizing anything that Ian did. He's not criticizing anything Ian did. It would be one thing if he's like, oh no, I'm criticizing you for making this video about me because I'm getting a lot of hate and you're just like jumping on the bandwagon. He's not doing that. He's just saying that because he's friends with Denims, then that's why he's dead. It's not even anything Ethan did. That's the part that's killing me.
It's supposed to be like the 5th iteration. Like, what happened to the other 4 iDubbbz?
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or
I know,
hate.
man. I know.
We want to stay out of the drama.
You remember that movie Duplicity? He's like the 5th one. It's like drooling.
Old Mondays. Now we have shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other
Reading the
illnesses,
chat,
it's
co-signing
very,
it.
very, very dangerous when infants
Pretending to have some medical knowledge.
get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things you can get as an adult.
You're actually so stupid.
Not an ounce of pushback of saying, hold on, guys, maybe you're being over, you know, maybe you're being a little ridiculous.
She,
No.
she encourages it.
Again,
And
he's
she's
covering
saying that. Oh, wow.
Bro, once again, he's literally covering her chat, so we can't actually see what people are saying in real time to what Denims is saying. I mean, I guess we could if we looked up this clip, but I don't know. I don't really care. Because once again, Ethan said that Denims encouraged people to call CPS. I'm waiting to hear any evidence of that.
Oh, babies can't get the same diseases as adults. It's like, you are obviously childless. And as I said in the content, it will clearly remain that way because I don't think you'd be a good girlfriend or wife just because you're very mean. Okay? I wouldn't want to be with someone this mean, frankly. And so that's...
What the fuck is he saying?
Then it will clearly remain that way because I don't think you'd be a good girlfriend or wife just because you're very mean. Okay? I wouldn't want to be with someone this mean, frankly. And so that's the reason why I think she'll be childless. But that's just my opinion. Good luck out there.
Wait, what the fuck? Bro, Ethan has an issue with women. Actually, what the fuck? Maybe he just has an issue with Denims. I don't know. Do you think there might be a little bit of, he hates the fact that he is attracted to her? Is that, like, what the fuck is going on? He literally called her, like, a bitch in the fucking reaction to the reaction of his content nuke, and now he's, like, fantasizing about Denims being a childless woman forever? What? Like, he's commented on her outfits before, too. What the actual fuck is going on? Yeah, I agree with you, A. He thinks she's hot. That's where this is coming from. He's literally, like, going on a rant where he's fantasizing about her being childless. Crazy shit.
Not an ounce of pushback of saying, hold on, guys, maybe you're being over, you know, maybe you're being a little ridiculous. No.
She encourages it. And she's saying that, oh, wow, babies can't get the same diseases as adults. It's like, you are obviously childless. And as I said in the content, it will clearly remain that way because I don't think you'd be a good girlfriend or wife just because you're very mean. Okay? I wouldn't want to be with someone this mean.
I love how in his rant where he's fantasizing about Denims being childless forever, he's like, oh, I wouldn't want to be with a girl like you. Like, he's literally putting himself in like, he's creating a fantasy world where he's in a relationship with Denims, and he's like, no, she'd be too mean to me. She'd be too mean. I don't know, Ethan. I feel like you could grow to love the meanness from Denims. I feel like you'd be able to put up with it.
Frankly. And so that's the reason why I think she'll be childless. But that's just my opinion. Good luck out there.
You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
You literally just explained why infants catch everything. Should I go back? Are you too... She's actually so dumb. She doesn't even know the words are coming out of her mouth. And this isn't even the first time she's like... She's perpetually self-owning herself.
Well, to be fair, he talks about Hassan being a childless, but he also wants to fuck Hassan. So it's only people he's attracted to that he fantasizes about them being childless.
That has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
Baby who has no immune system. What is the immune system for? To stop.
Okay.
To include your...
Like, I would love to see Denims' chat. Like, her real chat.
On a level that I have maybe never seen on YouTube. He's this guy who's like, I'm doing content, Kev. I talk about everything. I take everything head on, and I debunk thoroughly. It's like, you threw this video together, clearly. It's just, bro, I don't know. It's so bad. It's just so bad.
This is something that Ethan does a lot. He says that, like, oh yeah, iDubbbz did something so bad, and well, I don't know. It's just awful. Like, it honestly kind of reminds me of my grandma, who was, when she was alive, she had dementia, and she would just like start on a rant and then just be like, I don't know, and then just stop. It's something that Joe Biden did too, where he'd start saying something and be like, well, whatever. or you know what I mean, and then he'd go on. Like Ethan sees something, gets worked up about it, and then starts down a road. Wow, iDubbbz is so cowardless because he says, well, whatever, you know what I mean. It's something that he does a lot in this reaction.
And
actually,
I have no criticism. In fact, I don't even think the context is important. Is cowardice on a level that I have maybe never seen on YouTube. He's this guy who's like, I'm doing content cap. I talk about everything. I take everything head on, and I debunk thoroughly. It's like you threw this video together clearly. It's just, bro, I don't know. It's so bad. It's just so bad. Oh, hold on one sec. I got it. One sec. I got this.
What is he doing? Oh, he's ordering.
I want to put forth that.
You know what would actually be great? Like, I don't know why they haven't done this, but they need to order empanadas and be like, no, these are good empanadas, and like eat it while reacting to bad empanada. That'd actually be a really good bit.
I really don't think if Adam McIntyre was doing a stream accusing me of neglecting and abusing my children to the point where CPS needs to be called, and she was chatting with him, I don't think she would ever do that. And if she did, I certainly would have a problem with that. Clearly, you can't see the difference because that's what.
Wait. What the fuck did he say?
I really don't think if Adam McIntyre was doing a stream accusing me of neglecting and abusing my children to the point where CPS needs to be called, and she was chatting with him, I don't think she would ever do that. And if she did.
Okay, so he's saying that Adam McIntyre didn't accuse me of neglecting my children. Denims didn't accuse you of neglecting your children either. She literally, like, bro, that was your perfect chance to play a clip of Denims saying people should call CPS or Ethan Klein's a bad father and he neglects his children. No, you didn't do that at all. The only thing you did was play a video where she was reacting to bad empanada, and then you didn't play any more context of that. And you're like, no, it's a uniquely bad relationship because Denims encouraged CPS to be called on my kid or on me for endangering my kids. No, first of all, she didn't do that. Second of all, even if she did do that, you can make the same argument about fucking Adam McIntyre. You can make the argument that Adam McIntyre has insinuated you're a bad parent or has insinuated that you're like a shitty person and supporting genocide. I don't know what Adam McIntyre said, but once again, Hila's like, oh no, he's a shit person. So why not have that same kind of level of standards for someone friends with Adam McIntyre who has called you a shit person, who has attacked you online before? But you don't have those same level of standards for someone like Olivia. But you do when it's iDubbbz and Anissa. And I think it's just that Ethan's biased and he like really is just a lonely person and is losing his friends left and right. And so he wants them to be an activist for him.
I certainly would have a problem with that. Clearly, you can't see the difference because that's what I'm mad about. Your friend Denims, who you are in her chat co-signing her, is doing this, which I just showed.
Yeah.
Olivia is friends with someone who's just talking shit. That's not something that, I'm not going to fucking judge her for something like that, okay? What your friends are doing is significantly, and it's so much worse that even comparing it, I can't believe that you actually are doing this in good faith, or if you're actually just so, got punched in the head too many times by now.
Also, the fact that he went out of his way to include the crew, and he says with his own mouth, why does Olivia get a pass? Like, so you are choosing to go after the crew when you certainly could just not do that and focus on Ethan.
She's not getting a pass. She didn't do what you.
Oh my god, bro, these people are actually so stupid. He's not targeting Denims. He's criticizing you and pointing out your hypocrisy. He's not like bringing he's not targeting Olivia. He's not bringing Olivia into it to be like, oh, and like fuck Olivia. Like I have smoke for her too. He's not doing that. He's pointing out an example of hypocrisy. Why is Hila being like, oh, I like how he said he wasn't going to bring in the crew because he didn't want to criticize them, and yet he criticizes us for how we react to the crew or how we interact with the crew. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, iDubbbz is the dumb one.
You did.
Also, you were taking me out of a scary public conversation, and obviously I felt a specific way about the things that he was saying, and you gave me the option to talk to you about it, not in front of everybody, which I was very grateful for.
Of course, I got you, always. And the thing is, like, it was a response to some people. There was some grumbling of people being like, why is Olivia friends with Adam? And I wanted to address that. So, like, this characterization that me trying to, help Olivia in a sticky situation with a friend who's now kind of like turned into an enemy of the show who's talking shit, versus you being friends with Denims doing what I just showed you is not the same thing. In fact, not even close. It's different worlds, man. And like, if you can't see that, then you're like you're a moral baby. You're so undeveloped, bro.
Different perspectives.
Yeah. Gary V's got better perspectives on this, you know. Anywho, okay. Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or
it's so pathetically dumb. And I said when you were in the bathroom, I just explained that, like, if Adam McIntyre was saying, like, doing what she did, being like, oh, let's call CPS, he's an abuser, he neglects his children, like, we need to call CPS, etc.
Denham's literally never said that. Like, I don't know where you're coming up with that. If she said it, fucking play the clip,
etc. I would be mad at you equally. That would be a big problem with me. And it's something, by the way, that you would never do. Obviously, right? Like, let's be real here, you fucking dumbass. A lot of this is just like, you're so dumb.
Yeah.
You're like dumb or bad faith. What happened, bro?
Like,
what happened?
Obvious points. Yeah.
What is happening? I'm like, it is surreal. It just, it's just surreal.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Anyway, here's Ian tearing up the Quran.
That was sent from an electronics place, and it's the full-blown Quran. Some of you guys...
Oh, this one, we didn't actually even want to show it. So here, you can just switch off.
Bad and I when I broke that Jesus VHS over my knee.
Here he tears it at the seam.
But I know there's going to be a lot of people in the audience just cringing when my money...
Yeah, so he just tore Quran in half, which I don't think is probably a good thing to do. You know, I'm saying.
Or is it
what are you talking about? What? He's trying to say he's Islamophobic or something? So because he tore up a Quran, what? He's not the ally that the anti-Semites that are criticizing Ethan thought he was?
Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits.
And also, I don't mind. Again, he does this. By the way, his video is literally like co-written by the Snark subreddit, which tells you everything you need to know if you know what that means. He's world building. He does this thing where they basically like dream of a scenario where I'm being nice to Olivia because I'm afraid she's going to sue me. It's like, how did you even leap? There's like 3 leaps in logic of assumptions. And the fact that that point made it into this video as some assertion of fact is truly remarkable stuff. Truly. Putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like...
And like the point was to also like, I felt like his criticism wasn't really necessary. He was just being mean for the sake of being mean and trying to get like clout with Snark. So obviously he did make a decision in that point to choose clout over Olivia, in my opinion, because he put her in a really bad situation. So anyway, I don't need to explain anymore. It's dumb. You're dumb. It's wrong. You're pathetic. Moving on.
Other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole...
What is hard? What's happening?
That's another Snark talking point. The crew is just suffering.
They're secretly grumbling.
Here, and they really don't want to be here.
My grumbling is not secret.
It's very public.
Very public.
That's true. People constantly forget.
Dan, you fuck.
What a pain in the ass you are. They always leave that out. Yeah, okay, so I'm ruining the life of everyone on my crew, who, by the way, is a slave and here against their will.
Oh my God, people are saying we...
Ethan's doing the libertarian argument. Well, if you don't like your employment situation, you can just leave. Why do we need to actually have workplace protections or anything like that? It's free contract. It's a free contractual agreement. They can do whatever they want.
Just made 1 minute in the video.
Oh God, this is why I'm turning the plug-in back on. I gotta turn it back on.
I can't. It's so bad.
You gotta just save it.
It's just drenched in oozing and pathetic hypocrisy and a
like the one thing of substance Ethan has said is that Ian iDubbbz is friends with Denims, and then after that he's just lied about Denims, saying to her chat, like he's lied, saying that Denims was encouraging people to call CPS on him. And that, actually, saying that I still have a good relationship with Olivia, and I'm not demanding her to basically like stand up and denounce Adam McIntyre, is because Adam McIntyre never said anything about CPS. Well, neither did Denims, neither did Anissa, neither did iDub. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he's just gone off the rails. The only thing that Denims did was watch a video of Bad Empanada playing a fucking clip of you saying that your kids ate shit.
Fucking assumptions.
It's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. I've only made it 1 minute, you guys. I don't know what to do.
And he left so much out. It's like we have to explain all the shit that he did.
Right. Let's just watch this really quick. This is a 14-minute long video. I don't think we'll have to watch all 14 minutes.
Be responding because I know that this is what they want. Like, the people that they're targeting, they
just want to watch
a lot of people that
Hila's clip.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha.
Imagine my surprise when I saw Hila saying Adam McIntyre should disappear, whatever that means to her, because he's not on their side anymore.
So, first of all, she says I should disappear. She doesn't say I should disappear from the internet. An entire year after that you really started platforming me.
Trying to buddy up. I think he's trying to get on.
Yeah, now he's back on her side, but I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything.
And
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do we forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do?
Would call CPS on Ethan Klein. I know you've promoted snark that calls CPS. Now, by the way, so many people were like, Adam, Ethan didn't say that you promoted CPS.
What the fuck is this? Shut your mouth. You're a terrible person, a complete phony. You called Trish's daughter the spawn of Satan. That's still funny to me. And now you've promoted snark that calls CPS. What the fuck? Wait. So, bro, wait. The entire fucking premise of Ethan saying that Olivia's different because Adam never promoted stuff that had CPS get called on me. That's a lie. He literally made an Instagram post saying that Adam McIntyre promotes CPS. What the, bro? Literally everything that Ethan says is complete falsehood. What? The whole premise of that fucking 20-minute long section was that, no, it's fine that Olivia's not denouncing her friendship with Adam McIntyre because he never promoted CPS being called on us. But iDubbbz and Anissa did promote CPS being called on us. So that's why they needed to like publicly denounce Denims and publicly denounce Froggy Tonic. But no, Ethan literally made an Instagram post saying that fucking Adam McIntyre promoted CPS being called on them. What, bro? What the fuck is going on? He's lost his mind. He's just so far gone. Like his grasp of reality is completely gone.
Ethan knows what he does with his platform. Do you want to talk about the fact that my entire fucking social media is flooded with can't believe that you would call CPS on Ethan Klein's children? Do you agree with Ethan Klein's children being taken off him? Because he sets the tone for these things. You have the convictions of a wet noodle.
We are CPS. Maybe that's what the new snark subreddit should be. Yeah, we all called CPS simultaneously, but it was a fucking like Ocean's 11 perfectly timed call, and so it just turned into one super powered anonymous phone call because it was the California CPS offices received 1 million phone calls at once, and it was enough to break through the anonymity firewall, and it actually triggered an investigation into Ethan and Hila because it was like one collective superpowered Kamehameha call. What is happening? Like he just doesn't know what he's saying anymore. He really doesn't know anything that he's saying.
You will do and say anything for clout. You're nothing more than a deranged snarker now, a pathetic little worm. Hila is a fucking goddess, and you are a
oh
giant
my god,
loser. Girl,
no one snitch. No one snitch.
Crazy. So I posted my video last night on H3 being like, can you guys just stop? Can you guys just stop?
Okay, anyway, I think we saw enough of this. I don't know what Adam McIntyre did to promote CPS being called. He said, such a crazy fucking woman. My God, I really don't know what Adam McIntyre did, but whatever. According to Ethan, both Denims and Adam McIntyre promoted CPS being called on them. I mean, who didn't promote CPS being called on them? The only one who didn't promote it was probably the one person that actually did call.
Didn't include.
Right.
Russia's stupid video.
Just look at his
Now we
face.
gotta do the work.
Well, the CPS omission is a big one because a lot of this centers around
A lot of it.
And so
Like-
maybe now that it's been established, you won't have to re-explain it over and over.
No.
No.
Good point. We're just laying some fundamentals.
Oh, you were agreeing with me. That no.
I agree.
Okay, the no. I was like, okay.
You know,
We've been watching this for 23 fucking minutes. This entire time, it's just been Ethan being like, no, Denims caused CPS. Adam McIntyre's a dickhead, but he didn't do that. And then it turns out he's like, no, Adam McIntyre did try to get CPS called on us. Oh my God. Like, dude, he's just fucking fighting shadows right now. Like, I'm iDubbbz is the boxer, but Ethan is, or iDubbbz is the boxer, but Ethan is fucking champion at boxing shadows.
On Wednesday, I accused Ian of getting his tattoos from a quarter Windy toy station.
Oh, get ready for a joke.
I apologize. Obviously, people make fun of my tattoos. I shouldn't have said that. What I should have said is he got his new personality from a 25% Windy toy thing, because it's very low quality.
You want to stay out of the drama?
Yeah, I know it.
Thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
How are they spinning me being nice to Olivia as a bad thing? It's
incredible.
It gets people angry at you. Like, oh, how can she be friends with? What a point. What a fucking slam dunk, man. What a slam dunk, man. His point is that I should have been mean to you, which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless.
Yes.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled for getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation.
Oh yeah, this is a good line. This is a good line that Ethan has. Calling iDubbbz dumb and then saying that his brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face.
That's a real complication. Right. Although I didn't choose to get in the ring and keep getting punched in the head like Homer Simpson against Mike Tyson, which is essentially what happened. I rooted for you 2 times, man. And it's like you just get punched in the head. And I told you even last time you were on the podcast, I said, you got to stop fighting and try to make some money from this. And he's like, I can get punched in the head more. And at a certain point, you get punched in the head so many times, you don't know when to stop getting punched in the head. And it just runs away. It's a runaway train.
My intention isn't to throw.
Oh my God. Nasty Pip, I just read your comment. He has literal scribbles for a tattoo. Yeah. That's the one good thing that could have came out of the CPS call. Get his kids into fucking art school or something.
Throw the employees under the bus. Like, you got.
Oh, so humanistic.
It's very clean. You should.
What do you
punched in the
say?
head so many times you don't know when to stop getting punched in the head. And it just runs away. It's a runaway train.
My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you got.
Oh, so humanistic.
It's very clean. You should have just not gone there in the video.
So nice. Also, it's really a bad point. Like, it's so unnecessary to his entire thesis, which, by the way, I don't really know what his thesis is.
Why are you mean to him and not to everybody else around you?
That's kind of, yeah. I mean, we could try. I'd like to try to formulate a thesis at the end of this, but I really have to play.
I serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that?
Again, we're world building, presuming to know the inner workings of what happens behind the scenes with the crew is just an insane point to make.
Once again, he's not talking about behind the scenes dynamics. He's talking about on the show, because your crew pushes back a lot on the dumb shit you say. Why can't Ethan just understand basic English and like internalize it and understand what the people are saying? Oh my God, it's so painful listening to this motherfucker.
In a video that's supposed to be like a reputable.
Like, I really think Hila is smarter than Ethan Klein, because Hila was actually able to accurately repeat back the thesis of iDubbbz, where iDubbbz is like, yeah, you guys are criticizing me for something that you're not criticizing other people for. That's what she said. And Ethan's like, oh, well, I don't know. I don't even know what his thesis is. Like, Ethan just seems like kind of a genuinely stupid person, at least in terms of his contextual analysis. He really doesn't seem to have that ability. Maybe it's not that he's stupid. Maybe it's just that he's so biased and he's so worked up that that's clouding his judgment. And maybe if he gets like a clear mind and he meditates and goes to like Tibet or something for a while, he could come back and be enlightened. And then we wouldn't see this kind of mind fog that he has. But as it stands now, he is just really not good at understanding what other people are saying.
To take down.
Have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like.
You know, I can tell your parents don't love you, Ian, and I think it's a shame that they didn't shower you with more love, because clearly, no, I'm just going to assume his relationship with his parents and include that as a talking point. It's that dumb.
Mom, I'm sorry.
That being said, I do believe his parents love him. He seems to have a good relationship with them, which makes this all the more perplexing.
Like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job.
It's not your job, and you don't know anything about their job. What are you doing right now?
To confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles
what are you doing?
On Twitch was not...
Dude, he says that you don't know anything about their job. They're literally like public figures on a podcast with millions of subscribers. Their jobs are stated publicly. Their jobs are on the podcast. It's not all behind the scenes. You're like, oh, AB is the guy that uses ChatGPT. Dan's the guy that, I don't know, uses the button so that we don't get canceled when I say something fucked up. Zach's the guy that does the sound and complains about anti-Semitism all the time. You say what their jobs are.
Like not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these. What are you doing? What are you talking about? He's cosplaying as an employee who's uncomfortable based on a clip of me defending Olivia. What is happening?
Oh yeah, and our other good friends, Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl.
Wait, so yeah, this clip isn't connected to that statement. I was really trying to unpack that. I don't know what his point was at all.
And that's part of
Hey, what's up, garlic fries?
He's supposedly a good video maker and a good point maker. This video is just so disjointed, totally like fragmented. The arguments are not well thought out, well executed. It's just a mess. And so like his point is that because I was nice to Olivia, therefore all my employees are secretly enslaved.
How is that connected to like pushing back, like talking about some Predators of Twitch segment and how we didn't like it?
Why that? Like why that? At least make the why is that the example? Bro, you are so off bit. You are so weird. You're so weird, bro.
Actually stood up for you so many times because like why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to.
Didn't plan to have to say that, by the way.
No.
It does become relevant though at a certain point when you're like, wow, these people are not really good friends of mine. Why is that happening?
This is the day, right? This is the day we
This
got
is
CPS
the
at our
day
house
that CPS visited us.
when I was so fired up.
Bro, once again, the fucking point. Ethan's like, you didn't have to say that at all. You didn't have to say that at all. The point iDubbbz was making is that you are saying you weren't being an activist for my cause. You're saying to iDubbbz and Anissa, you guys aren't speaking up actively for my cause. Your silence is not enough. And iDubbbz is saying, well, when people were shitting on your sister-in-law, Trisha Paytas, and one person in particular, Adam McIntyre, said something like that apparently really rubbed Hila the wrong way, saying that her kid was, I don't know why that's so funny to me. Every time I mention it, I laugh, saying that her kid was the spawn of Satan. Hila was silent. She demonstrated silence. She didn't speak up in defense of Trisha or condemn Adam McIntyre. She was silent the same way that Ian and Anissa were being when people were criticizing you. It's just like he's just drawing points of comparisons to show that they're being hypocritical in their behavior. You aren't criticizing Olivia. You demonstrated the same behavior that we demonstrated. But it's different in our case because we actually don't agree with what you're saying, and we do kind of agree with what people that are shitting on you are saying. But Hila's like, no, actually, I just like kept my mouth shut because it was like people were piling on, and it was the culture. It was popular at the time to hate on Trisha, so I just kept quiet. It's like you're actually like being worse than them. But anyway, they're just showing points of comparison to other things to demonstrate your hypocrisy.
And I was like,
yes.
yes. No, I didn't plan one day in my life to have CPS called on me, and you would be friends with people that like created that talking point, or at least like made it popular, and you wouldn't say anything about them, and then I would call you out like, no, I never planned that day to come, and I never thought that I would have to be like, I stood up for you and you didn't. No,
It's all part of your sneaky Jew plan.
Right.
Ew.
It's just a little joke. I'm inserting.
But how are you going to show me in this state one of our hard?
Oh, I'm just joking. Bro, why does he joke all the time about people being anti-Semitic? He did the exact same thing with Mika's rhetoric. Oh, you say that you stand up for Jews? Isn't that a little suspect? Why do you need to say right off the bat that you have been an advocate for Jews and you've spoken out against like Jewish conspiracy theories? You might be a little bit anti-Semitic. Why are you so fixated on those conspiracy theories? Oh, iDubbbz is saying that Hila was staying silent when people were criticizing her, even though she didn't agree with that criticism. It must be your sneaky Jew plan. It's not even relevant to what you're talking about. You just like pulled that up out of thin air. It has no relevancy to anything that was mentioned. He didn't say that you guys were underneath you were responsible for some conspiracy theory, which is your Jew plan. It's not a joke because it's not applicable to the context of the conversation. Like, this guy's supposed to be a fucking comedian, okay?
Days.
It's horrible.
And you're not going to say why. What happened?
Totally justifiable anger.
I can't get over that point. I'm going to keep saying it all day probably.
No,
I just can't get over that it's not in the video.
It's very disturbing. I just don't know who this guy is. I really don't.
I'm going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
Yep.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the
oh, wow.
part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is...
Bro, these guys are so disgusting. Every time someone mentions genocide that is kind of like Israel's responsible for, they're like, oh my God, wow, you're such a victim. Bro, what the fuck? Why do they insist on joking anytime genocide is mentioned? It's crazy.
Very well.
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Hila grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb
What the fuck? Okay. So Israel, that has fucking invaded Lebanon multiple times and basically was the cause of Hezbollah's creation because they're like, we have to resist against Israel. And then has like bombed southern Lebanon into oblivion in this past year. Ethan's like, oh, do you happen to know any violence that have come from Lebanon? He's like, you say your wife is Lebanese, and even though I agree with you, at least in a tweet that Ethan repeated last week, that Israel has the power to stop all of the violence that Israel is causing. Do you happen to care about any of the violence that Hezbollah has launched back at Israel's way? Once again, in between the rocket barrage of Hezbollah and Israel since October 7th, because Hezbollah started launching rockets at IDF military sites once the IDF was carpet bombing Gaza and genocide in Gaza, doing collective punishment. So they bombed IDF military sites because Israel was doing a war crime, so they should do that. Israel responds by just launching a ton of fucking bombs into southern Lebanon. And in the rocket barrages since then, it has been about 85% Israel, like 15% Hezbollah, or not Hezbollah. Yeah, Hezbollah, in terms of the amount of rockets fired back and forth. But no, let's focus on the violence that Lebanon has done to Israel. Hey, thanks for becoming a channel member, Molly. If you also want to become a channel member and get early access to videos and also channel member only content that I might be putting out there, please consider joining. It's only $1 a month. You'll help feed me, you'll help feed my editors, and it's also just fun to have your name in green.
Ignorant fuck. How dare you attempt to lecture me on this conflict? You just learned about this like 2 weeks ago, clearly, and you're just deferring to Hassan as an expert. It's mind-bendingly dumb. Bro.
Oh yeah, Ethan, Hezbollah killed 500,000 people in Syria, Klein. Nah. But you don't understand, NJ Ranger 201. His content nuke was so well sourced. It was immaculate. It was his magnum opus.
Please call in and debate me on Israel-Palestine. Let's see who knows more about the conflict, you dumb fuck. Holy shit, dude.
Familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting. Wow. He says, on the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, no, I'm not going to defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli. You're Israeli. That's literally what he said.
Did I say this already? Yeah, he's not, like, people aren't criticizing you and Hila because you're Israeli. People are criticizing you and Hila because you're doing pro-Israel propaganda. So shut the fuck up and stop doing this, oh, I'm a victim card. No. People aren't criticizing you because you're Israeli. People aren't criticizing you because you're Jewish. It's because you insist on defending a genocidal ethno-state.
Yeah.
Why won't I defend you? Because you're Israeli. That's exactly his argument. Do I have it wrong?
Include the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, that's what he was saying.
I feel like that's exactly what he's saying. And correct me if I'm wrong.
He put the Israel flag and he said, no, she's not going to defend you.
Yeah, I just don't want people to be like, that's not what he meant. I mean, I don't see it any other way.
Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
So once again, if you had a problem with Israel, dude, you could have had a problem with us when we were friends making videos and,
Yeah, you put the Israel flag. Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism. Oh my God. Criticizing Israel as being anti-Semitic, guys. Didn't you know? Not even criticizing Israel, but saying don't do genocidal propaganda. That's being anti-Semitic.
No. All of a sudden now, I'm not going to defend an Israeli.
Damn you, Jews!
I'm not going to defend an Israeli. Are you serious right now? It doesn't matter if they're right or if my friends are insanely harassing them.
Oh my God. Luke in the chat said, Eli's more Italian than Anissa's Lebanese.
That's a joke. I made that joke.
He said that this morning. That's so funny.
I'm not going to, listen, I'm not.
Bro, how's that funny? Oh my God. How's that funny? Oh yeah, I'm Lebanese. I don't know anything about Anissa. Did she grow up in Lebanon? Does she have a Lebanese culture? Is she culturally Muslim? Is she a practicing Muslim? I don't know anything about her. But why are you joking about like her fucking DNA tests and being like, oh, that's so funny. She's mad because she's mad because she knows Israel's doing a genocide. And you're defending Israel. Oh, but it turns out you're actually only 8% Lebanese. LOL. Look at you, fucking Elizabeth Warren saying she's Native American. Fucking lib. Got him. That's hilarious. Why? Why is it funny? Bro, these people are actually kind of fucked up.
I'm not going to,
I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, this was us as
Yeah, Bill Williamson, watch it, bro. Telling Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar, being a little anti-Semitic there.
friends. Apparently, you can't stand up to an Israeli. So that's exactly proving what our problem was with you.
Apparently, they secretly hated us.
Yes. So like, you're exactly proving what the point was that we were making. That you can't stand up for me because I'm an Israeli.
Israels are never worth defending. And Israel.
Yeah,
anyone who's born in Israel, anyone who's born in Israel, against their choice, people don't choose where they're born, right? We all know that. Anyone who's born in Israel is not worth defending on any condition.
Ethan literally wasn't even born in Israel. I don't even know if Hila was born in Israel. You know, her family like moved there, obviously, like everyone else did. But was Hila born? Either way, bro. Just once again, this is the last time I'm going to pause it and say they're not criticizing you because you're Israeli. They're not criticizing you because you were born in Israel. They are criticizing you because you're doing genocidal propaganda. And yes, when you say that there's no apartheid within Israel and it's actually a beautiful free place, that is genocidal propaganda.
I don't even know if he knows that's what he's saying because he's obviously lost like a lot of brain cells.
He took some denim lessons because he's already owned himself in his own video many times.
That's it.
You just let it run the course and he owns himself 5 minutes later.
There's actually a condition for this. I forget who coined this, but it's snark brained. You start using snark regularly and you get infected with these people's logic and like it actually scrambles your brain. And then when you come out to the real world and try to express those thoughts, it's so.
All right, guys, chat. What do you think? Should we watch all of their like dumb tangents that they get on, or should we just skip to when he's actually watching the video? I don't know, guys. Like, it's so much.
Obvious to be like, dude, what? You're like fucking nuts. That's it. That's what's happening. He's snark-brained, which I never thought Ian, my friend, would ever fall down that loop. And by the way, when I say he's snark-brained, I'm not kidding. He was already, in previously, what we've shown before, shown screenshots from Snark as a reputable source of information.
We want to stay out of the drama.
God, I could go on forever. I mean, same guy that says that it's not, like, the crew should be staying out of it is sourcing Snark, who has been bullying the crew for no reason.
Everybody. They make
everyone's
life hell. Don't ever let me fall.
Oh my god.
There, she was.
All right, we're just gonna skip
this
it.
This is the Gallant thing.
Snark's greatest hits.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
Lebanese, can't get together.
Thank you.
By the way, shout out to my great 2 employees that I love and cherish.
Right.
Who are Lebanese.
Yes.
Oh my god, did he actually say he'd debate Sam Cedar, bro? What? He's so lost in the sauce. What do you mean you're gonna? Okay, that's hearsay. He might not have said he's gonna debate Sam Cedar. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Emily. Ethan is snark personified. Like his Reddit is a snark Reddit. His show is a snark show.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that one?
Like just the other day, Baby fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed.
So this is the Gallant thing.
Snark's greatest.
All right, I'm gonna just let this play, and then I'll just like comment afterwards.
Hits.
Yeah,
this is Snark's greatest.
I think he may have even ripped this from the Snark subreddit. Like I think if you go there, you'll probably find this exact compilation that he ripped. Now this is fascinating to me. They claim that Hila, if you read online about her, the claim is that Hila says children are trained to hate Jews from birth. What is their evidence?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that one?
Like their evidence is Hila doing I mean.
And I don't even remember what, like, sometimes there's multiple conversations happening at once here. I don't even remember where this was going. Like, this was our post-election stream, right? Where we were all...
Yep.
Yeah.
There was lots of chatter back and forth.
This was a nightmare of a stream when we were like, okay, Trump won.
Oh. So at any rate...
I don't even remember what, like...
So once again, world building on this. Yeah. This is their fucking evidence for this insane claim, by the way. This extraordinary claim that Hila thinks kids are trained to hate Americans.
Dude, Ethan's making me want to play D&D with all this world building going on.
Which is what he said, by the age of 2. Pretty extreme claim. The evidence should be pretty extreme.
They're taught at 2 years old to kill Americans. Do we have that one?
Like, checkmate.
Yeah. Where does it go from there? Like, I don't say anything. I don't know what.
You know, part of the reason why people are like, he's going to do a content cup on you. And I was like, there's no way. Because when I think about like actually what's out there, when you get to the nitty gritty, people say a lot of shit, but you can't show or support any of it because all of it is just fucking lies and bullshit.
Dan
so
has
it's like
the clip. Dan has the actual clip.
Oh, okay. Great. Let's watch it on
The movement of not voting is so funny to me. Especially by people pro-Palestine, because if Trump gets elected...
He's the most pro-Israel president of all time.
It's not good.
The context is Hila's fucking defending Gaza because people like Hassan pathetically voted for Jill.
Okay, so Ethan's gonna make fun of iDubbbz for talking funny here, and this is Ethan talking funny. The context is not Hila defending Gaza. What the fuck are you talking about? The context is Hila criticizing people like Hassan for criticizing Kamala Harris for being against genocide. She's like, oh no, you shouldn't have criticized Kamala Harris because then you're making your fans not want to vote for her. So even though Kamala Harris was the vice president of someone who is responsible for genocide happening, just shut up and support her anyway, and don't try to criticize her. That's what the context was. The fuck are you talking about? She's defending Gaza. Oh my God.
Stein instead of Kamala Harris and say things as dumb as this.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's insane.
We were synced up there.
That I was so proud of that.
It's just crazy. Like when we're talking, like obviously Donald Trump is worse than Kamala Harris, but when we're talking about genocide in Gaza, we really don't have any fucking proof that Kamala Harris would have been better than this. She was bro, Israel violated a ceasefire. There was a ceasefire gotten underneath Donald Trump. Did Kamala Harris ever say we should stop funding Israel? We should stop selling weapons to Israel? She said, oh no, we should have a ceasefire. She said that. Donald Trump said that too. Like we have no evidence that shit would have been any different underneath Kamala Harris. Like, and granted, I think things are expedited underneath Donald Trump because he's literally bought and paid for by pro-Israeli activists. But I mean, do you think Biden would have stopped Israel from bombing Iran? Do you think Biden would have stopped Israel from going into Syria, bombing Lebanon, breaking the ceasefires over and over again? Or Kamala Harris, do you think she would have done any of those things? Like, no, bro. She was literally like business as usual with the same as Joe Biden. She had no indications that she would deviate from that game plan at all. And Joe Biden was letting Israel do whatever they wanted.
My guy, dude. My guy.
Alex, what's up?
Shout out, dude.
That's the kind of chemistry we do here.
Ethan and I both talked about how people should vote for Kamala, and especially if you care about the Palestinian cause, because Trump is going to be way worse.
By the way.
And it's well known. He's friends with Bibi. They both are made of the same.
Oh, I'm just doodling right now.
Behavior.
Yeah.
And that was also what I was trying to say about Gallant.
Of course. And so, again, he takes you nodding and removes it out of the context of you defending Gaza.
For the movement.
Like I think it is.
Fucking
becomes
insane.
Dude, at his rally, Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
She didn't even respond immediately.
I'm not, and I'm still probably thinking.
Yeah, she did, bro. She's like she literally did that immediately. What do you mean? She didn't do it immediately. She didn't say I mean immediately, but she's like, I mean, that's a response. That's fucking body language, dude. Oh my God.
You defending.
Like, I said I was going to just let this play out, but it's just so funny to me. These motherfucking people, and I said this earlier, and I said I was going to repeat myself, so don't be mad. When someone like Frogan says, oh, I don't even care if soldiers get PTSD, and immediately corrects herself and says, well, actually, I only want the ones that are like, that are white supremacists to get PTSD. I actually care about the other ones. She like apologizes immediately. I don't know, when Denims doesn't even like encourage people to call CPS, but Ethan thinks she does. These little moments stick in Ethan's mind, and it's enough to, or like the Anna McIntyre too. Oh, he called my sister-in-law's kid the spawn of Satan. So he's a piece of shit. These little moments from all of these people stick in Ethan's minds, and there's nothing they can do to change his opinion on them. Adam McIntyre's a piece of shit. Frogan is a pro-Hamas. Denims is encouraging people to call CPS on me. Nothing they can do to change his mind. But when Ela literally says, I mean, when someone says, oh yeah, Rudy Giuliani said that 2-year-old Palestinians are taught to hate Israelis, then it can't even stick to her at all, because she's not defending that statement. She's not retracting that statement. She's not saying, no, I actually like don't believe that anymore. Or she's not explaining why it's wrong. They're just like, no, that never happened. It's actually like the Trump administration's relationship to the truth. They have the same thing. No matter what the truth is, no matter what people see, hear, and can smell the bullshit coming off of this show, don't believe your lying eyes. Just believe what I tell you to believe. Even though my wife said, I mean, and then the context there is, yeah, Palestinians do learn to hate Israelis at 2 years old. That never happened. Don't worry about it. We're not going to apologize for it. We're not going to retract it. We're not going to correct the record or explain why it didn't happen. Just it didn't happen.
Gaza.
For the
I think,
movement.
like I think it is fucking becomes insane. Like
At his rally,
yeah,
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
that's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
She didn't even respond immediately.
I'm not, and I'm still probably
He
thinking
cut it
also, like,
together so it looks like you immediately responded.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Okay.
I mean,
like Kamala,
the other one.
I could add it.
As long as both of his
he
clips
says
are-
that. Listen, there's a lot of things being said. You listen.
yeah, that's what I'm.
Ethan's like, she didn't respond immediately. Clicks play. Immediately Hila says, I mean, and then Ethan stops. He's like, okay, listen, there's a lot of things being said here. Just notice how they can't let the entire clip play. They have to pause it, talk about it, rewind it, play it again, fast forward it, repeat it, the entire thing. It's like, just let the clip play, let the context speak for itself, and then talk about it.
I'm saying, okay, and keep playing.
In this rally? Oh, that's epic.
Yeah, we gotta watch the Rudy
I'm
part.
just saying, like, I really think
and
it's
then they're
important
saying,
people-
I haven't seen this. This is like news to me.
You said, I wanna
haven't
watch
seen
the
that
Rudy
clip.
part. I haven't
Yes.
seen it.
So show me what's so bad. I don't understand.
No, this is part of what is
What is so
maddening
bad
about this.
here?
This snark phenomenon is truly mind-blowing stuff. They have all
What?
And then they're
important
saying,
people-
I haven't seen this.
The other one.
I could add it.
As long as both of his clips are-
Listen, there's a lot of things being said. You listen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, and keep playing.
In this rally? Oh, that's epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta watch the Rudy
I'm
part.
just saying, like, I really think
And
it's
then they're
important
saying,
people-
I haven't seen.
And then Hila's like, yeah, I never saw Rudy Giuliani saying that. What? Okay, so your producer told you what he said, and you semi-agreed with it. What do you mean? Oh, you never actually watched the man himself say it, so that means that you somehow that we shouldn't believe our lying eyes? Dude, this fucking like post-truth bullshit coming out of this show is crazy.
This is like news to me.
You said, I wanna
haven't
watch
seen
the
that
Rudy
clip.
part. I haven't
Yes.
seen it. Yeah.
So show me what's so bad. I don't understand.
No, this is part of what is
What is so
maddening
bad
about this.
here?
This snark phenomenon is truly mind-blowing stuff. They're in like a collective psychosis where they world build, and that's what it becomes. All right, let's move on. We got to make some.
Bro, how is noticing things on your podcast world building? What are you talking about, dude? Like, people aren't just making up fantasies behind the scenes. Your wife, Hila, said that shit. She reacted the way she did, and people are commenting on it. What do you mean they're world building? Watching your show is world building now?
Ground here.
Okay. The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense.
I just want to explain that one.
I have the context.
Okay.
I have this whole one is so stupid. The Gallant thing is like it's like eye rolling at this point. It's like
I want to explain it because people bring it up nonstop. I apologize for it right away when Ethan made a video to address this on.
No, she didn't. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it. Okay. Ethan Wine channel. Let's look at this fat fuck's face getting squished into the camera. Okay. Why does nobody care? I won't let Hassan Piker, the Hassan double standard. Twitch has Zionist is slur. Twitch is a major problem. Did he delete the video? Hassan Piker laughs at dead Israeli children. Why does nobody care? Oh yeah, I think this is it. Hassan Piker or someone with Hila actually there.
Hello once again, my friend.
Okay, this isn't it. What the? I think it's not this one, is it? Or is it? Oh no, it is this one.
Hope stream, and the subject of Israel had came up, and here is what was said about it. Let's take a look.
Trump
is so pro-Israel. It's insane.
Not only is he pro-Israel,
him and
he hates
Bibi,
Arabs.
and Bibi like talk a lot, and Bibi's become a lot like Trump.
Yeah,
so.
Bibi's his guy. They're like homies. Bibi's celebrating last night.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy.
Here we're talking about Yoav Galat, who was a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, who just yesterday was fired by Netanyahu because he wanted to end the war. And Netanyahu wants to.
Okay, so first of all, it's not a fucking war, dude. It's a genocide. And he didn't want to end the genocide. Like, okay, There's so many things wrong with this video, and I've put out a video correcting this before. I've reacted to it before. We can pull shit up and react to it again. The point of me going over this again isn't to correct these motherfuckers. It's to show that they didn't apologize. And in fact, they doubled down on saying Yoav Gallant, a wanted war criminal, a genocidal murderer, is a good guy. And they doubled down on it. They didn't say, oh no, we're sorry, we shouldn't have said he's a good guy. We shouldn't have said he's a good guy. He actually he is responsible for genocide. And let's show you why he's responsible for genocide. And we actually apologize for saying that. They double down and they're like, well, maybe he's not a good guy, but he is doing good things. That's the purpose of this video.
Continue the war, and therefore he fired him. Once he was fired, people in Israel took to the streets and are protesting because, as far right as Netanyahu's, war cabinet is, he is literally a moderating voice in that cabinet and was the only one representing the people and pushing for the war to end. The problem with Yoav, which I don't even think Ela probably knew at the time because this war's been going on for so long, is that he's somewhat infamous for this quote here. He said on October 8th.
Just once again, Ethan says he is infamous for this quote here. My brother, he's infamous for directly presiding over a genocide. What was he? He was the Minister of Defense. He was the fucking Minister of Defense while Israel was doing a genocide. He's not infamous for a tweet he did on October 8th. He's infamous for doing a genocide in Gaza. What the fuck?
8th, there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly. When he's talking about entering Gaza in the first phases of the war. Now, a lot of people look at this language and think that it's dehumanizing and genocidal, and I'm one of those people. I agree that this is a horrible thing to say, and I don't defend him, and I never would defend him, a statement like this, which I assume people who watch this show know and understand. Now, a year plus later, for whatever reason, this is the same guy who's advocating for the war to end in Israel. And Ela, looking over the news, sees that people are...
Once again, he's not advocating for the war to end. He was advocating for a ceasefire so that Israel could use those soldiers elsewhere in southern Lebanon and in Syria. Because he said there are no more military targets. He wasn't advocating for an end to the genocide. He was advocating for a pause to the genocide while Israel uses its military in the West Bank, in southern Lebanon, and in Syria.
Rioting, people are upset, and the people who want the war to end are upset that he got fired, and that's basically all that happened. We're talking about the fact that he's the only person that wants to end the war, and I personally don't understand how that's not relevant. Here from The Guardian, a left-leaning newspaper you guys all probably know. Here's a headline: Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, triggering protests in Israel. Demonstration in Tel Aviv, widely seen by Israel's allies as a break on far-right elements of the Israeli government. Again, this isn't just my opinion. This is opinion that's held by internationally, that he is a moderating voice on the war cabinet, once again, advocating for the war to end, which is what I thought we all wanted. Here's another article from The Guardian. Yoav Gallant reportedly says Israeli army has nothing left to do in Gaza. The ousted defense minister also quoted as saying Netanyahu rejected...
So once again, where is the apology, right? I'm waiting for the apology. All they've done so far is defend the statement that Yoav Gallant is a good guy.
...deals against advice of his security officials. As you can see, I'm not saying any of this to defend him. What he said and what he's done should very well be investigated by the International Criminal Court, and if he's found, he should submit to an investigation. If he's found guilty, then charge him. But what I am saying is that I think that while Ela misspoke and said he's a good guy, her intention was that, this guy is trying to end the war. And I'm pretty sure we're all on the same page as that being a good thing.
I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of...
Right, so she's like, I shouldn't have used that word, but the intention is still there, saying that, I shouldn't have said he's a good guy, but, he's not a bad guy. Just apologize for saying that. Listen, this is what I was saying, too, when I'm like, these motherfuckers say, no 90% friends. I need my friends to ride or die for me. It's like, I don't need Ethan and Ela to ride and die for this genocide that's happening. But just an acknowledgement that it's happening. An acknowledgement that you are getting criticized because this guy is the Minister of Defense for Israel while it's doing a genocide. Just One acknowledgement, not the fucking tweet. Don't say it's a tweet that people are mad about. It's the actions behind the tweet. I just want them to be honest and forthcoming for once in their entire fucking career since October 7th. Say, it is a genocide. Yoav Gallant was facilitating it. He was presiding over it. And I'm sorry for saying he's a good guy. He's not a good guy. And then you can say, but he was a moderating voice on Israel's cabinet calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. But we don't get that. All we get is, he was calling for an end to the war, which is not true. He was calling for actually an expansion of the war into southern Lebanon, into Syria, into the West Bank. He wasn't calling for an end to the genocide. He was calling for a ceasefire so that he could get hostages back in a political move to gain power over Netanyahu. So it's not like he's a good guy. It's not like he genuinely wanted to end the genocide. No, he wanted to run the genocide on his terms, and he wanted to use an aspect of the hostages to gain political power. And these people are just once again running propaganda for Israel. No, there's actually a section of Netanyahu's war government that actually doesn't want to do genocide. But no, they want to do genocide. They just think it's more politically advantageous for them to do a ceasefire deal and slowly ethnically cleanse Gaza. Whereas Netanyahu's trying to just speed run it. So yeah, the rest of the second half of this video is just Ethan attacking Hassan for stupid shit. So let's just see if Ela actually apologizes for anything.
It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of we have Trump in office and Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So I'm stepping away for a little while from being on camera and being on the podcast. It's too much and it's not fair for everybody. And yep.
So that's where our head was at when we said that. But now people like Hassan are going on.
Anyway, so that was the apology. They didn't apologize. She said I shouldn't have used those words, but oh my God. Just once again, they literally doubled down and defended Ela's statement. Okay, back to the video.
His Ethan Klein channel. I made a quick appearance in that video just to say I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have called him a really good guy. I don't know why I said it like that. The point I was just trying to make is that Bibi fired him because they were disagreeing.
Here, you don't need to paraphrase it.
I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly
This is the next day.
to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of we have Trump in office and Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So
That sounds pretty sincere. I don't see any reason to hold.
Did she say I'm sorry? Did she actually say that?
Was that,
The reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of we have Trump in office and Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So I'm stepping away for a little while from...
Bro. Sorry, I'm just... this might be too much, but... Okay, sorry's not there. Apologize is not there. What else? What else could it possibly be? Nah. I mean, fuck these people. Also, I like how Israel is apparently fighting a 7-front war, according to Yoav Gallant, and he wants to have a ceasefire with Hamas, and that means he wants to end the war. I mean, Ethan's so fucking... I mean, he doesn't even know what's happening. Okay, whatever. Let's continue. She didn't apologize.
Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So
That sounds pretty sincere. I don't see any reason to hold that over your head forever as proof that you're genocidal IDF propagandist, which is what he's claiming.
Stepping away for a little...
Yeah, and then Hila stepping away because the reaction was so cruel and over the top. You stepped away for a while. But the main purpose of that comment was that, again, just fucking explain it for the 100th time. Gallant wanted to end the war. In the headlines at the time.
No, he didn't. What the fuck is he? Oh my God. You can say he wanted a ceasefire. You can say he wanted a ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza. But Israel was doing so many, Israel is still actively engaged in so many different military operations. Southern Lebanon, Syria, West Bank. They want to fucking bomb Iran now. They want to bomb Iran's nuclear sites. Yoav Gallant is in favor of all of that shit. So shut the fuck up that he wanted to end the war. You don't know what you're talking about.
He was in the headlines for opposing Netanyahu and wanting to end the war.
Also, this is a motherfucker that is like, no, I've condemned Israel's genocide in Gaza on multiple occasions prior to the nuke. That's why Noah Samson is defaming me. Then he has the audacity to sit there and say, Yoav Gallant wanted to end the war. Yoav Gallant wanted to end the war. See, I'm not an IDF propagandist. Yoav Gallant wanted to end the war.
That's what he was in the headlines for, and that's what we're referring to. We misspoke. It didn't sound good. We immediately corrected ourselves. That's how mature people do. That's how you're supposed to handle yourself, isn't it? Like, what more do you want me to do?
I have no problem apologizing and admitting.
You literally didn't correct yourself. You doubled down and explained why you said he was a good guy. That's not a correction of yourself. What the fuck?
And whatever is needed when things happen.
So, but his claim,
and the shit coming.
So he goes back and his claim is important.
Lisa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming.
I'd love to chat with her about Israel-Palestine. No, I wouldn't actually. That'd be a terrible experience.
That sounds like
that'd be a terrible experience. Yeah. Let's do that.
Like Ethan's just giving the game away when he says shit like this. It's not that they're bad friends to him. It's that they disagree with him on Israel. It's the same exact reason why he's gone after everyone in this past 7-month period. Because they don't agree with him on Israel.
Out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at
So he's saying I'm not defending you because of these two things.
2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that?
He cuts you nodding, which is totally, he cut out a good few seconds there in between you considering things.
I mean, just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
The Gallant thing, which is just so bad faith. It's such a low blow. Like, bro, you know.
A way to edit me into look at this Israeli bitch.
Yeah, and the insinuation is that you can never fucking
Look at this Israeli bitch. Bro, you said the fucking defense minister who was facilitating a genocide was a good guy. And when you get called out for it, all you have to say for yourself is, I apologized, which you didn't, and cry anti-Semitism. That's all you have to say. He's not attacking you because you're Israeli. He's attacking you because you're defending a genocide.
You can never correct yourself. You're never allowed to correct yourself. And Ian, that's kind of what your whole thing has become, right? You know?
He looked mean. I thought he was mean.
And then he shows a headline, Israel warns can send Lebanon back to Stone Age. Gallant says, yeah, I mean, like we said, we were excited that he wanted to end the war. Is that a problem?
Just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So this, by the way, is his idea of joke and editing. I don't know what's happening. The editing on this video is significantly worse than usual.
Okay, just gonna skip past this stupid shit. Gonna skip past it. Okay, here we go.
That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denim.
I know, yeah.
Which I'll show. Denim is actually participating in this whole.
Here he brings the employees again into it.
He says, I want to play this whole part because I have a response. Over half of their current and former employees follow Denims. It's almost like that's not the problem. Service lie.
Yeah, and if you're friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about
the girl who accused me of leaving shit on the floor and that CPS should be called, right? Just to remind you, Ian.
Bro, you said, Ethan, you said that. Denims didn't say that shit. Oh my God.
About my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat
Unlike, I guess you're looking out for me.
it, where we are friends with Denims, but I was...
Well, I find that reprehensible. Like, that's my problem. That's what I said.
Exactly what we were
that's
saying.
What you confirmed. Again, the self-owning in this video is catastrophic. Yes, you're friends with Denim. Are these people in the crew friends with Denim to that extent where, let's see, here's Anissa in Frogan's chat defending her tweet about... sorry, hold on. Here's Anissa in her chat, defending her take that October 7th was like a justified act of...
Anissa Jama, I think he will realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. It's fueled by pain. I really hope he talks about it calmly later. I think it will be better. Okay, well, we don't know what the fuck this is in reference to, but... Oh no, Anissa fucking chatted in Frogan's chat. Better lynch her.
resistance or whatever. It's just insane. I mean, we can show it for posterity. Maybe it's even here. But you guys know the tweet. It was something like, left or people want to phone. I don't remember. Yeah.
Who fucking who?
Did you send it? 5B, baby. We know what's up. We got numbers. We got letters. That's what it is. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So this is the tweet, by the way, that what's the saying? Set 1,000 ships to sail or something. Frogan, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Now, this is important to note that on October 7th at 2:30 a.m., me and Eva were in bed as the story was breaking, listening to Israeli families call into news stations begging for help and being burned alive in their safe rooms. This was as scenes of horror were unfolding as they were in kibbutz, civilian living quarters, and civilian concerts, slaughtering, raping, murdering, mayheming civilians. So at the exact moment that that's happening, and her take is this, is fucking insane. It's actually insane. And so to see Anissa in the chat saying, I think you will realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. It's fueled by pain. I really hope he talks about it calmly later. I think it will be better. Now, again, it sounds nice, but she's talking about Hamas killing civilians. I'm not changing my mind on that one. And but I'm glad. And so when I see something like this, I'm like, oh God, I didn't know that it was like that. I didn't know that she was like, remember Milhouse, the guy who's like.
Once again, Ethan said, if you tweet Free Palestine on October 7th or on October 8th or on the 10th, 12th, 11th, 13th, 14th, anywhere like even close to October 7th, if you tweet Free Palestine or I stand with Palestine, then you're supporting Hamas, according to Ethan. And we can find the clip where he said that. But yeah, that was, so he's like, the timing is the issue there. And just once again, like, bro, if you agree that Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and they're at least keeping them in an open air prison, there is no bad timing to say like Free Palestine or I stand with Palestine. So he's just like giving the game away there.
Laughing and giggling, all giddily about Israelis running for their life. We watched it on Wednesday. Here she is in his DMs. He accidentally leaked it. And guess who's there? Anissa. Yeah, this guy is probably, I mean, the most despicable of the bunch. Here is Anissa, something saying, if there's anything you're unsure, I don't know what they're talking about, but here's Denims in his convo. Here's someone just talking about me. It's like, you all are talking together. You're involved in this, and I know that. Like, let's not pretend like it's not fucking obvious. It's not because you're following them on Twitter. That's insanely stupid. It's like a baby brain take. What an idiot.
We want to stay out of the drama.
That's just not true. I just don't think that was a genuine statement. I think I closed it. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right here.
Would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of.
That's so fucking insultingly. Like, they're really rewriting their history of like, we barely knew him. This is like Trump talking about Epstein.
The only thing Ethan did.
Except I'm not Epstein.
Points out is that, I don't know if you want to read, I guess, yeah. That at least Milhouse did not endorse that you killed Shredder and the CPS stuff.
Which is all I wanted to hear from Ian,
right?
Ironically. Okay, I'm pausing too much.
Internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation.
Asterix Israeli. Don't defend them.
How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core?
Well, one's wrong. One did something wrong and despicable to the other one. It's not rocket science, dude.
People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know.
Unlike this video, which, reminder, fucking 3,000 views after 3 weeks, sir. Talk about snark-brained a loser. Why are you in Hassan's fucking office doing the Fortnite dance? Was that not for clout? Was that not straight like offering yourself up to like the altar of the most obvious bait of all these fucking people who are frothing at the mouth about me on Twitter to come in and support you? Please, bro.
I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS, remember that? Okay,
right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, so it's personal. Okay. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. Clearly stated, and he says he's friends with Denim. That was my problem.
Yeah. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend.
Do you? Who, like, are you fucking 8? Like, who has friendships like that? I even.
So funny. Like, Ethan has friendships with like that. Like, he's apparently friends with Steiny. He's apparently friends with Olivia. He's apparently friends with, I don't know. Who else? AB? Dude, you have shit like that. He's using you as an example.
Believe him. I don't know why he's claiming that. I got a whole bunch of friends. They hate each other, but I got a, what?
And But there is someone
Is he saying Andrew Tate is his friend?
middle
Oh,
who kind
Steiny.
of fucks with both of them,
Yeah.
but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking. You're either my best friend who's deep throating me to the base of my cock.
That was epic.
What?
That was epic joke. Remember iDubbbz? He's edgy and he says cool stuff, sexual stuff, edgy stuff. Oh, that's the old iDubbbz. He's so funny and edgy. We love that imagery.
He also burps sometimes.
He does burp in this video, which is like, oh, he did the thing, bro. Imagine me still doing Vape Nation. That's literally what he's doing. Like, holy shit, bro. Vape Nation, y'all. Holy shit.
Or you are Satan. You're the devil.
Oh, he said devil silly. He's back. He's so back. The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty.
It sounded totally reasonable, actually. I didn't think it sounded coercive and shitty at all. We had a frank conversation. I was like, what? Like, this is totally unacceptable. Like, I don't understand how you guys can, like, associate with this person.
We're all creators and we all are online. So for us to ask you to say something publicly is not that
Let me
weird.
pull up my text with
It's
her.
not me asking like a childhood friend that's not on the internet. Like, hey, can you go say something publicly for me or we can't be friends? Like, it's a little different.
Let's see what this conversation with Anissa was like here. In fact, let me give you, here, I'm going to give this to one of you guys and you can see if there's anything interesting in here that's worth pulling. I haven't reread it.
Like Ethan's made the comment multiple times throughout this that, oh, you're just demonstrating your own ignorance. Like you're doing the thing that we predicted you were going to do and you're just so dumb. And it's like, Ethan's doing that too. iDubbbz made the comment multiple times how how Ethan's involving the crew in his bullshit and having him do like basically making the crew participate in hate episodes or like weird toxic episodes where they're just attacking people and the crew isn't comfortable with that. And now Ethan's like, look, I've had DMs with Anissa. Here, I'm going to read it out. Actually, why doesn't someone in the crew read out my DMs? Why don't you guys leak my DMs that I had with someone that I had a falling out with?
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
God, look at Ducky. He's so cute.
All right.
Right now.
We want
exactly what I thought. I'm going to sit around and pretend like,
Right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
Thank you for the compliment. I also see myself that way. I appreciate that. Well, I mean, you guys were already a shitty friend, so it's kind of just saying what it was, you know.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore.
Yeah.
But that was it. That's all.
Not defending us, by the way. Not disagreeing with anything he said.
What she said.
But then say that you don't.
Okay. Do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick.
So thank you for pulling this, Ian. That's not Ian's editor. That's someone Ian hired before CC2 who did some editing, but isn't working for Ian anymore and hasn't for a long time. Now we read this and understood. It's like, okay, fine. But if you go to his website, it's all creator clash. And oh, see, I think Dan sees something interesting there.
To clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host.
Let's see this hard-hitting screenshot.
Well, you're just going like super deep in the comments.
No idea who this person is. I don't follow iDubbbz or have Twitter, but like, is it well known this person is their editor? How could they think nobody would notice? Yes, he's on a podcast. So this person is wrong, and this was not a popular opinion. I knew this was not true, and other people knew. There's someone on his podcast that is not the person they're talking about, and so that never really percolated to the point. And again, he's showing as evidence 2 likes, 0 likes.
0 likes. Clearly, people disagreed with the comments.
He has arrows pointing to these hard-hitting evidence here. 2 likes, 0 likes, bro. That's not hard hitting.
Also, the Reddit post says the name Froggy Tonic.
Yeah. So. Well, I mean, we're talking about the right person. So what does it matter what people said?
A few people were confused.
I mean, this one has 27 likes. No idea who this person is. I don't follow iDubbbz or have Twitter. But like, is it well known that this person is their editor? How could they think nobody would notice? I mean, once again, a 57 likes talking about, is this person the editor? How could they think that nobody would notice it's the editor? Hey, thanks for the super chat. I'm not the majority report, but left is best.
Oh my God.
Froggy!
But also, like, totally understandable. Okay, I'll continue.
That it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess.
Which you're doing right now, by the way.
Seriously.
Shout out
nobody
Uncle
was even
Dane.
talking about Dane.
I wonder what Dane's tweeted about me. Now let's look.
Oh God.
I'd love to know.
And you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like.
Oh, wow, thank you. Oh my God, do I do that or do I do a content cup? What is the decision? I don't know.
I'm so glad we got to the bottom of this, you guys. I thought we were going to do a long episode. I thought we were going to be here all night. It looks like he finally understands.
We will see you all on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
It's a rainy day out there in Los Angeles.
Mics are out.
All right, actually, well, let me see what he says afterwards. Then we'll end it.
Yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something.
No shit.
That was my point.
It's almost like we were exactly right in the way we interpreted your silence.
That's why we were upset. Your silence means something. That's what we felt. That's what we acknowledged. That's what we saw. And you just.
I think you're spending too much time with Dennis because like this self-owning.
Oh yeah,
I don't
this
think
is
I don't
scripted.
to do that before.
No, this
you self-own yourself already. Like
you know what I was
5
thinking when as I watched this video? But I was like, you know, as much as I hate Noah Samson and his video and his outrageously defamatory claims, that aside, his video was much better. Like I think of all the Ethan hate videos that have come out.
Oh my god, like dude, I'm just not gonna listen to him just attacking like the quality of the video. It's so fucking obnoxious. Oh, his video is so edited. It's edited so badly. His video is really not funny. Man, should we be taking this guy seriously? I mean, he's dressed up as a cop, but he's drinking a lot. What the fuck?
That's it. That's it.
Anyway, it means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where
don't hold your breath.
Things are a little bit easier to broach.
Do you think that do you think that your friendship is that much of a prize? That I'm like, I need to go to therapy and I need to think the right way. I need to fit in and I need to think the right way so that I can finally be friends with Ian and Anissa, who by the way judge me for being Israeli just for being born there, who secretly judge me and hate me and flirt with all these people that fucking do
Hey, Goat Core, thank you for becoming a channel member. After how fucking long was this of them complaining about them not being friends anymore and how this is such a betrayal that they made a video about you? He's like, do you think your friendship is a prize that I, the great Ethan Klein, would change my behavior to earn your friendship back?
Unforgivable, despicable acts. God, I wish I could be their friend again. It's just crushing me.
I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address.
Yeah, it was important to me, which it wasn't to you, and that's what happened.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not being a shitty friend. He's talking silly again. He's back.
Sorry. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast.
Was that a problem? You fucking spineless hack Howard loser? Well, I don't think you're gonna like this podcast very much then. Hit the laugh track. I don't think you're gonna like this podcast very much then, sir. You spineless, degenerate loser. You are not even a shadow of your former self. You're dead. That's the thing. You're not even there's no shadow because you don't exist anymore. Like a zombie came out of the earth and like
Gonna skip this part, gonna skip. Guys, we're gonna be here all night if we just listen to Ethan like riff and have his crew laugh for him awkwardly. Guys, if you don't laugh, I'm gonna press a button and we're gonna be here until 9 p.m.
Right.
Please stop it.
I'm sorry, but the guy knows comedy.
Podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast.
I didn't brigade your fucking comment section, you dumb loser bitch. Like if our fans end up over there. By the way, your fans are our fans. A lot of our fans liked your appearances on our show, and Nisa famously said, "I love going on your subreddit because there's the only place on the internet they're nice to me." These are the people that you courted to come watch your fucking podcast. And guess what? Now you pissed them off. Deal with it, dumb bitch. How's it my turn? How's it my fault? You should be thanking me for even putting your dumb ass on my fucking podcast when the whole world hated you, and I didn't mind sticking my neck out for you. Oh, is that transactional? No, I expect some fucking. Can you not have any expectations for your friends? Like, is that crazy? Okay.
It's 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Ah, that's why no one watches. Very good. Very good. Can they say?
Oh, button moment.
This aggressive.
I said the see you next Tuesday word.
Oh yeah, don't say that.
I had to bail. I said
you snuck that one in. I didn't even hear it.
Oh my god. Okay.
That you're putting out.
So let me go back because I buttoned out this part. She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
Like what the dude? What? He's like, oh, do you think your friendship to me is so important that I'm gonna change my behavior? But then when he's talking about Anissa and Ian, he's like, I need you guys to change your behavior to maintain your friendship with me. So which is it, Ethan? Should you just not have to do anything for your friends? Or should you have to do something for your friends? Should you have to be introspective and change your behavior to maintain friendships? Oh my god. Just once again, at the end of the day, it just boils down to they're criticizing Ethan for his Israel takes, and Ethan doesn't like that, and so he's going to just post hoc rationalize anything that he can think of to defend it, to defend those Israel takes, and to defend himself from being criticized for them.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is
What about your girl?
I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the
Unlike what? Yeah.
What are you doing?
You're the pacifist, right? You're the supposed pacifist. I'm glad I could bring this out of you, buddy. I mean, it's really something no one else could do, apparently.
fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit?
Probably would have been wiser than this. You know? Yes, you could have done that. I thought you were the fucking Buddhist. You were the pacifist. You were like the enlightened, bro. You ascended.
Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to
Why are you wearing a gold tooth? Like, is that like the little X factor about this video? Is like, I've got a gold tooth.
You want some fucking teeth?
How is he going to talk about me being nasty and not explain what happened that morning?
Pretty despicable.
I told you, I can't get over that point.
Yeah, just it's important to bear in mind that all these clips is the morning CPS was called. So pretty despicable business there to exclude that.
You guys were going through. We don't support harassment.
Like, listen, what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, it's important to remember that that was the morning CPS was called. Okay, so you're criticizing him because he promoted CPS being called, right? But then you can just say that. You don't have to be like, oh yeah, it's important to remember that this is the context in which it happened, because he's responding to what you said on the podcast, and you didn't say on that podcast, yeah, Ian and Anissa basically had CPS be called on me. You didn't say it on the podcast. You were criticizing him for being friends with Denims or whatever. Okay, so are they just trying to say that like they were emotional because CPS was called? If that's the case, then why do you stand by what you said? Just retract what you said. Just say, yeah, I was emotional during this day, so we actually don't stand by what we were saying. You're not a spineless coward just because you're friends with Denims.
It's a bad thing, but it happens.
That being said, I would like to jump on the top of a giant dog pile that's been going on for 2 years to end the hateful cycle.
You know what's a areas where it happens a lot? Content cops.
Thought he disavowed that.
I was morally grandstanding, acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on. It's also
Evil Dan for being Diddy the diddler because he, I don't know, some random association with Diddy. Bro, you've been to his party.
I just thought they were great reaction.
They are. They're very useful. Yeah. Sure. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite, completely defensible. You should see why I said that.
Yeah.
Instead of just showing me saying something with zero context about who I'm talking about or why I'm saying it. Fucking great. Good content, bro. Super good.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to.
Okay, we're talking about harassment, or are we talking about your friends propagating CPS coming to my house to take my kids away? Like, we're not going to play this game, okay? Where me being a dick and making fun of people.
How do you propagate CPS to come to someone's house? How the fuck, bro? Well, just once again, it was apparently someone that was in your house. You said the fucking thing that everyone was reacting to on your podcast that has millions of subscribers. It seems like you were the one that propagated it because you're the one that put it on the fucking internet. Oh my God, dude. What? Okay.
Same as your friend Denims supporting someone named Bad Empanada, showing him on stream when her whole chat is saying call CPS. Let's not play this fucking game. I mean, how pathetic does it get, dude?
How are you gonna talk about like not supporting harassment and start the video with like dancing and flipping us off with all of our current enemies?
That's a really good question.
It just doesn't make sense.
That's a really good question. I think, is this his thing of like, the Leafy thing, like, I'm gonna harass you back? I don't know. It's not very well explained. I think I'm giving him a lot of grace by even like trying to explain that there's any like thought put into this video.
Harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of okay. What does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay? You talking to me? Like a line?
Bro, the self-unawareness is comical. The guy's like, yeah, if you don't remove yourself from like a toxic spiral of negativity and you just keep interacting with people and just going like tit for tat with them in the comment section and you don't touch grass, then you're just gonna be arguing forever. It's just like, okay, how does that have anything to do with me? I'm not in comment sections. What are you talking about? I'm a highly successful show.
What happened today that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical. What am I talking about?
Do you care to explain what's the line that was crossed?
What line was crossed, Ian?
Do you care just for a second to explain?
What line was crossed? Please tell the audience so they can follow. Toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how how I conduct myself in terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan.
So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. But did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying like Ian was friends with me to get something out of it. I feel like he might be taking that out of context. I could be totally wrong, and I'd like to know one way or the other. If I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
It's all
when
part of the
CPS
same
was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
And that is a rich thing to say. Like you're the H3 podcast, okay?
That's right. Keep my name in your mouth because I know you fucking love it.
A lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not.
Oh my God, I've never heard a bigger pity laugh than that. Oh yeah, keep my name in your mouth because I know you fucking love it. Oh, nice one, bro. Nice one, boss.
Love it.
A lot of friends of the show. There's even more.
Oh wait, it was by his wife. That's even worse.
Oh yeah. I'd like to welcome you in the halls of grace such as Jimmy Lee. Welcome to the annals of history, my friend. You've now been converted from friend to enemy on h3lore.com. It's happening.
Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to
Yeah, by the way, I am insulting you because I think you are a disgusting human being and are worthy of being insulted.
suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it.
I don't think that's what I meant, because I don't think that's something I would ever say. I think I must have been talking more like generally just about how, I guess they actually, you know what? He did have a lot to get out of us. No, it wasn't out of context, because he was happy to come on and promote Creator Clash 1 and 2 when it was basically like an H3 fan meetup in those fucking arenas, and to come on and promote it and do all this. And then the second, yeah, no, I 100%. And by the way, I co-sign it. I'm going back. I remember now. I'm owning it. Yeah, that's what happened. You were happy to come on the podcast and get this tremendous promotion for your event. But when all I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, you know,
as much as possible.
This is not true, by the way.
And add to anything.
This is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. But remember what he said, our silence means something. Okay.
No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend.
Okay.
Okay.
The whole downplaying of the friendship. Okay.
Because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's called the H3 Podcast. It's always been my emotional dumping ground. What are you talking about? It's my show. I can dump. I take a dump on you. I'll take a dump on anyone. By the way, give the context of why we were angry. You just said burning more people.
Not what podcasts are. There was a way to.
Are you the arbiter of what a podcast is? Sorry, I'm pausing it too much, but this claim is insane.
Today, you're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
He is the fucking keeper of podcasts. I didn't know that.
Oh my god. All right. Performative outrage from Ethan Klein. Everyone clap your hands. This is peak comedy.
For a minute. Sorry.
There was a way to approach this to say like, oh yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something.
You said that in a text message to them privately.
Yeah, you've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back. But I feel very insulted, and I feel defensive, and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you.
What a hero.
Oh, wow.
It's not just about him.
The president of Snark, you guys. Introducing Bye Dubs.
Snark Dubs.
Snark Dubs.
Is this Snark Dubs? Is that a good one, maybe? Because I feel like Snark is like the biggest embarrassment. It's not that good. Yeah, we'll work on that. Yeah.
And a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
This is harassment. Do you actually care? If you're, isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan.
That's his example of us harassing people.
Yeah. This is us harassing them, apparently.
Okay. I mean, that was before when I thought he was sane and actually thought calling CPS was a bad thing to do. Now I understand that they don't. So I guess my perspective has changed.
Scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now.
I love how you trivialize that. It's a thought in their heads. I guess anti-Semitism might be something that they're imagining exists in their heads.
I mean, there's a lot of voices in your head, Ethan.
Certainly.
One of them might be that anti-Semitism.
You're paranoid, sir.
Bro, this guy's actually crashing out. Okay. Holy shit. Like, man, I've never seen him this unhinged.
Now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes.
Not completely.
You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very...
I've said this before, but imagine Ian saying this to another minority group who's complaining about racism targeting them.
You don't have to imagine it.
To another minority group?
Yeah.
That's his whole career.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. He's the N-word guy.
The N-word, F-word guy.
Oh, that's a good point. He's the N-word guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he told him to not be offended by it.
Yeah.
He's
literally doing the same shit.
He's doing the same thing. He's the same person. He hasn't changed at all.
Yeah.
He just switched from black people to Jewish people.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. Like loose poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me.
Like, bro, Ethan has become the meme of an IDF propagandist or an Israeli propagandist. Just every kind of criticism they get, they just scream anti-Semitism. Like, it's not even a joke anymore. He's just doing that. He's like, oh no, iDubbbz is just targeting me because I'm Jewish. He's just going after a Jewish person, a minority group. No, he's going after you, someone with 2.7 million subscribers that continuously insists on defending Israel and attacking pro-Palestinian content creators, and then you call this guy a fucking spineless coward because he's friends with another content creator that you've been targeting. And then he made a video about you. That's it, bro. It has literally nothing to do with the fact that he's Jewish.
Making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad.
I think, actually, let me say, I think you're bad people. I think you and Anissa are disgusting, evil, rotten people that have capitalized on a dog pile to add to an insane harassment campaign that's been leveled against me. You guys took the opportunity to jump on top, take an easy dub to try to revitalize your dead fucking career, because you're about to do Creative Clash 3, which is obviously going to be a disaster, and you are preparing for that eventuality, and you're using me as a stepping stone. But guess what? This stepping stone is loose, bitch, and it's like one of those trap stepping stones where you step on it, but it goes in the water and you fall into the swamp. That's what he stepped on.
That doesn't make you look good in that analogy, bro. You just called yourself a fucking stone that's gonna sink into a swamp.
Oh, trapped him.
Behaving poorly, you're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side.
Not the best analogy.
Yeah, to be fair, he's right. It does come off pretty silly. Yeah. It comes off a little dramatic. I don't think my point was that I'm thinking myself as the...
I understand the broader point,
but he's
sure.
right. This is okay. He hit on something. He hit on a point here. You're right. That was hyperbolic. I apologize.
I'm not doing the difficult thing.
I like how like it's an actual good point, and Nathan like just accepts it. He's like, okay, yeah, that was stupid.
You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and
I mean, that was funny. That's the first time. Yeah,
I'm gonna.
The first time the video made me laugh.
Now there's the iDubbbz I remember.
There he is.
There we go. Why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to the song, just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely, harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one.
He keeps trying to characterize talking about people's harassment. It's very bizarre. Yeah. I was doing this great joke, which still is hard hitting as can be. There's a song being like, I'm actually thinking of going to Gaza. Yeah. And then he's like, actually,
that's a great joke, dude. Holy shit. That's it's still as hard hitting as can be. I mean, bro, just once again, making a joke about a guy going to Gaza, a fucking YouTuber who stood up against the genocide in Gaza, making a joke about him going to Gaza, that is genocide denial. Because A, you're making it seem like anyone can just go into Gaza. B, you're making it seem like it's just like any other war zone. Oh, this YouTuber went to Ukraine. Oh, this YouTuber went to, I don't know, Congo or Haiti. Why? Well, I don't think they would go there because it's actually extremely dangerous. Ukraine's dangerous too, but it's a different thing. You're saying, yeah, Hassan should go to Gaza. He's gonna fucking die. Like, Israel is uniquely evil in how many journalists it's killed, in how brutal it's been with the fucking blockade and the bombing campaign they've done on Gaza. Like, it's not a fucking, you can't go to Gaza. You literally can't go to Gaza. And even if Hassan went to Israel, he'd also get fucking murked.
Dangerous. They can't guarantee my security after he like collected all the flowers for being, he's thinking about you guys. That's a great point. That's fair criticism. It's funny. It's hard hitting. It's great. That's why you don't recognize it when you look at it. You're like, you don't recognize it. This is what comedic genius looks like.
Going to Gaza?
You're like a vampire now. You used to see yourself in the mirror, but you don't anymore. You see nothing. When you look in the mirror, you see my face.
All right. Okay. Sorry, guys. We just can't go over every rant that Ethan does.
We're upset, by the way.
All right, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching...
Yeah, and Ethan cancels his trip to Israel because of safety concerns. Well, like, how was that a joke? How was that a joke?
I think he just called me an innovator. Once again, accepting the compliments as they come.
Like, they're literally, like, Hila, like, I think in the last episode, she was literally joking, like, oh yeah, because there's no 5-star hotels for Hassan to sleep at, so now he can't go there. Bitch, the reason there's no 5-star hotels is because Israel has bombed the entire fucking Gaza Strip into smithereens. Why is that something that you can say and smirk and laugh and then like high five your husband over? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? They're actually so disgusting. And also, dude, it's not that there's no 5-star hotels. It's that Israel puts hits out on journalists. They literally send their snipers to kill journalists and political activists. What the fuck?
And giving your unfiltered...
Oh, come on. This girl? The girl. The girl. Again, he doesn't know what's funny. He doesn't know what a joke is. He forgot. That's why
They're investigating you, homie.
Like, you know, it's like you don't have to go all out. Like, were you too much offensive over the top back then? Did you owe people an apology? And should you have grown and changed? Yes. But whatever, I don't know what, you went some other direction after that that's like, not it. Did it backwards? Interesting. Whoa. Okay, stop harassing her, Zach. This is inappropriate. You're discussing harasser right there.
Oh, I hope the kids get taken away from him. Oh, I hope so. They would be so much better off.
Oh, well, that's mean to say. She said that.
Your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said...
If you think I'm being unfair to your friend, I would welcome you to tell me.
Said shit like that to you all the time.
I would have loved to have known that you were actually on Denim's side when it comes to calling the CPS to take my kids away from me. That would have actually saved us a lot of trouble and effort.
Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat...
I love that we've been demoted to independent content creators. We went from buddies to collaborators to friends to light friends to independent
content creators.
You as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
but that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is claimed, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it? That's a good point. That guy's smart.
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever.
That's actually just a straight up lie. Denims would have taken a cross with that. Hassan probably would have taken a cross with that. Bad Empanada would have taken issue with that. A lot of the psychotic snarkers and people on
You mean all the
media,
people in the beginning of his video?
Everyone in the beginning of his video, yeah, basically. Like, that's just a lie, bro. That's just a total fucking lie.
I also want to say, I know you do wipe your ass because we've had extensive conversations.
Right on the show.
You clogged it with fucking paper towels once, bro.
Right.
I didn't wipe with the paper towels.
Well, the issue is that you put it in the bottom to catch everything, and then it becomes a block.
Must I always live in humiliation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is an apology not enough? This is like the launch of the toilets.
Well, have you stopped doing that? Have you stopped doing that?
No, I bet
I don't do it.
This is like the gallant of the toilets? Oh my god. Just once again, the things that this motherfucker chooses to make jokes about is concerning. They're making jokes about a journalist going to Gaza. They're making jokes about Hassan talking about genocide and how he says, yeah, like, you can do pro-Israel propaganda, but in the context of a genocide, you really should shut the fuck up about it like it's bad and you're going to be criticized for it. He's making jokes about saying that, making jokes about Hila saying that Yoav Gallant is a good guy. Oh, this is the Gallant of the toilets. Can I never apologize for it? Ooh, this guy is, he's in deep.
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Content.
There's nobody clogging. There's no clogging.
All right, I got okay, we're going to make a video called Content Clog. That'll be it.
Or a clog cop.
Yeah, clog.
I don't find it funny.
Ethan's employees come out.
Hold on, clip this. There's clearly a lot of tension back there. I wonder what he does to them off camera.
Whatever the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out?
So, yeah, right. He's like, the only one that would be mad about it is me, because you shouldn't be defended by anyone. Proving your point, by the way. You're so dumb. Like, wow.
I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not.
You're right. You're Hassan's lapdog.
Yeah,
I apologize.
You've graduated.
Yeah, I thought you were my lapdog. You were in someone else's lap the whole time. You dang rascal, you.
Oh my God.
By the way, I love the presumption that just saying something like in behalf of your friend is being a lapdog. Like, okay, bud.
I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are?
No, admittedly, I was totally wrong.
That's the thing.
I thought you were saying that calling CPS to take someone's kids away erroneously out of spite was a bad thing to do.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I completely read the situation wrong. I didn't know that you were actually supporting that. So again, you're totally right here. I did not know your principles, and I apologize for making that assumption.
I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with...
This is why I didn't answer your call. I fucking had CPS visit my house. I don't want to talk to you about your principles. I know it's going to be some dumb, fucking pathetic conversation of empty platitudes where he would tell me what a great guy and what a great friend I am, while simultaneously admitting here to believing the exact opposite, being friends with the people, not wanting to defend me because I'm Israeli, you too. And like, you are just a phony bitch. And that is why I stopped being your friend. That's why I called you out. And that is why, and I thank you for proving that all the assumptions I made were correct.
My principles. Now we're going to...
He's literally saying that he's like, he called him a spineless coward off of the assumptions that he made. Does Ethan know what friends are? I don't. He doesn't have friends, guys. He literally doesn't have friends.
Talk about the BDS list.
This is a joke.
We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan,
the BDS
that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. Yep. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Mord Pie, friend of the show.
Mord Pie.
Should we just skip it? It's so dumb.
No, people need to see Lucille. This man doubled down on this segment. He invested quite a lot, which doesn't say a lot because this is very poorly edited, but he invested a lot of effort into this segment where the premise is if I should be angry at them for following someone and not the fact that you're friends with them, support them, agree with them, or yeah, I mean,
it's not like what we care about is their actions.
It's not rocket science. I know that following isn't an endorsement, but being their friend and being their DMs and like is an endorsement. You know what I mean? And talking with like Froggy Tonic, who's a psychopath, on Twitter during the harassment campaign. Yeah, that says something more than just following them, dipshit. Our silence means something. Remember, you admitted, dork.
Okay, so you just said our silence means something. Well, all of those people were also silent, right? Oh my God. Right. Your crew, the people that this motherfucker, like, that iDubbbz is throwing up there saying they follow Frogan, were also silent. And you didn't know anything about any of those DMs until after you attacked them. And then you're like, oh yeah, all of my assumptions were justified.
Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan.
I'm just letting it play.
Jesus, it's fucked up.
It's so dumb.
Etiquette.
I'm just gonna let it play.
Asmongold's in here. Asmongold follows Frogan. No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up.
I can't
We're
believe,
gonna want to avoid these creators at the top.
I can't believe what a poorly conceived point this is. It's truly mind-bending.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if I'm tripping, but did he use photos from hclore.com of us?
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
Shout out
okay.
hclore.com.
Nice.
That website's not for you. Okay. It's for everybody. hclore.com for everybody. It's for everybody.
It's a great plug.
You're right.
For the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You got to be the lowest of the low to be...
What?
Speechless. Give me a minute. So he's claiming that when I started the show with Hassan 2 years ago, I'm a hypocrite. Dude, okay, all right. First of all, he says I didn't criticize Theo Von because I'm scared of like I'll let him finish his point.
Associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on Anissa's and iDubbbz's feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document.
I misspoke. I didn't say feed. I meant that, well, you were appearing in his feed in the messages. You were messaging with them. He wasn't like, I obviously don't know what's on your feed. I'm not clairvoyant, bro.
No, he didn't misspeak. The only way he knows that Anissa and iDubbbz were messaging with people that Ethan's criticizing is because it got leaked by Anthony Sargon of the Do Not Worry podcast. He leaked DMs with Anissa. With Anissa. I guess Anissa was also texting Frogan in her chat on October 7th or October 8th or whatever. And I mean, Ethan knew that for a long time, a lot longer than before he started attacking these people. So it doesn't have to do with the DMs. He literally attacked them for not speaking out about Froggy Tonic because they were following him.
Sam Cedar? Sean DeBlack? Again, I don't know anything about him.
Onto it,
Why does he want to be part of this so badly?
How Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan, but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan.
Who the fuck is this?
It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
By the way, do you actually believe that? I mean, we're friends, right? We've known each other for a long time. Do you actually think I'm a coward, Ian? Is that what I'm representing to you now? Now, let me say this. These are not my friend. Jeff is my friend, and we did speak with him about it on the show and privately, okay?
Okay.
So that happened. Now, you claim that I should be calling out Stavros, who's just a guest on my podcast, who I'm not friends with. I've never chatted with him off the show, nothing. I don't know who the fuck this is. But he shows Theo Von, which, again, not a friend. But I will tell you this. because your content copying research goes so deep. This is what I posted when I saw that Hassan was on Theo Von's podcast. Pretty biting stuff here. Theo Von having Hassan on and not asking about his statement to kill Rick Scott, his love and support for terrorism, his disdain of liberal democracy is truly an embarrassment that I hope Theo Von doesn't soon live down. Absolute shame. Ironically similar to how Hassan interviewed the Houthi terrorist. Wow, what a coward. I mean, bro, you're fucking just wrong. Like, what an idiot. What
Oh my god, I do not remember that. Ironically similar to how Hassan interviewed the Houthi terrorist. Casually calling Hassan a terrorist here. Oh my god, that's so funny. Hassan made this point on his stream. Theo Von, the previous podcast episode had Candace Owens on his show, who is like an open Jew hater. She's an open anti-Semite and criticizes Israel and repeats every single fucking Jewish conspiracy theory that she can get her hands on. Famously said that the only issue with Hitler, like him wanting to make Germany great, that was fine. The real issue with Hitler is when he wanted to expand the borders of Germany and when he became expansionist. But just him wanting to make Germany great again, that was completely fine. So endorsing the like she's literally a Holocaust endorser. And just once again, there is no connection between what Ethan Klein is doing and where he's putting his energy and him actually fighting anti-Semitism, because the conservatives in this country are hailing Hitler, they're repeating anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, they're just like openly being Nazis. Ethan hasn't mentioned them at all. He mentioned Elon Musk sig-hailing one time, and then ever since then, he's been attacking leftists that have made fun of him for sig-hailing on his show. He says in his content nuke that most anti-Semitism is coming from the left. This motherfucker has lost his mind. And then also, this is just, there's no bigger indicator that Ethan truly conflates defending Israel with anti-Semitism. Like, there's a reason he hasn't spoken up about Mahmoud Khalil being detained or any of these other activists that have spoken out against Israel's genocide being detained and deported. There's a reason he hasn't talked about that as a gross violation of freedom of speech. It's because he supports it. It's because he supports it. That's it.
And by the way, there's a whole side convo about how I'm lying because they did talk about Rick Scott. Now, for the record, Theo did not ask him about Rick Scott. He did not come prepared to talk about someone that I consider to be a terrible force in the culture and the country. He didn't come prepared.
Ooh, Rick
right?
Scott?
And
oh
so
no, he's talking about Hassan.
To bring up his threats, or his calls to kill Rick Scott, and to.
Oh yeah, James Emery. I did get to that part already. It was hilarious. Like Hila's like, oh, I didn't even know what he was talking. She's like, I hadn't even seen Rudy's talk about it yet. Just grasping at straws.
Frame it in a way where it's not a big deal.
Why is it that every time Ethan brings up evidence that he thinks supports his point, it just completely undermines him? It's so funny. Okay, gonna skip. I'm just gonna skip a part until they actually get back to the video. Oh, Stavros, play it.
That I'm crazy.
Right. It's a way to like delegitimize anything you're saying because you're just
crazy making. It's just totally insincere, bad faith, mean-spirited shit. Period.
Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore. Oh no. It really kind of shed light on you in a way. Yeah. You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed. Yeah. And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back.
Yeah, I mean, so Stavros isn't my friend. I saw that clip and it made me like, damn, that's kind of annoying, right? Like it made me feel like, yeah, that's kind of sucks. But he's not my friend. I would be totally out of line to message him and say, hey, don't associate with Hassan. That's fucking nuts.
Out of line. And also.
Bro, how do you feel like it sucks and it's annoying when Stavros comes on to Hassan's show and shit? Like, bro, he's on Hassan's show. He's of course gonna bring up the content nuke and shit on it. Did Ethan actually think that Stavros was gonna be like, oh, I saw something and man, like, I don't know, dude. Like, did he think he was gonna be serious about it? It's Stavros.
So he's kind of joking about it, making a joke.
He's super silly guy.
I can't say that I liked it, but he's making a joke. Like,
yeah, he's super silly guy, and like
what are they doing right now? They're downplaying Stavros's shitting of the nuke. They're like, no, you don't understand. Stavros is a comedian. It's not that he actually thinks the nuke was bad or that it was a joke or that like it was completely meaningless. Stavros is just making a little goof. He's making a gaffe about it. Like he doesn't actually mean that it was like completely irrelevant to him. Come on, guys, it's just a little joke.
At the end of the day, I don't even know how serious he's being there.
Yeah.
So, epic own, bro. You fucking got me again.
Like, dude, iDubbbz brings a clip up of Stavros, a famous comedian that is friends with Hassan, making a joke about the content nuke, basically falsely taking seriously the thesis of the nuke, that Hassan's a terrorist. And Stavros is like, oh, I heard you're a terrorist. I don't even know if I'm comfortable here. That was the intent of the nuke, to make people associate Hassan with terrorism and to make people uncomfortable with appearing on Hassan's show, right? Stavros says the point of the nuke facetiously and is like, oh, that really got me. And then Ethan and Hila are like, oh, well, he wasn't actually criticizing us. He was just making a joke. Like, he's a funny guy. He's just joking. Dude, we have to run this back.
It made me like, damn, that's kind of annoying, right? Like,
being here anymore.
Oh no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that. And I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back.
Yeah, I mean, so Stavros isn't my friend. I saw that clip and it made me like, damn, that's kind of annoying, right? Like it made me feel like, yeah, that's kind of sucks. But he's not my friend. I would be totally out of line to message him and say, hey, don't associate with Hassan. That's fucking nuts.
Out of line. And also, he's kind of joking about it and making a joke.
He's a super silly guy.
I can't say that I liked it, but he's making a joke. Like,
yeah, he's super silly guy, and like at the end of the day, I don't even know how serious he's being there.
Yeah.
So. Epic own, bro. You fucking
like what do you, he's not being like, dude, what the fuck, what are they actually saying? He's not being serious, but the joke, I mean, Stavros didn't need to make a joke to show that the nuke was ineffective on him because he was on Hassan's stream. If it was effective, he wouldn't have gone there. So he made a joke like, oh, that was a really effective piece of media that I saw put out about you. Like, that's the joke. Why are they trying to fucking rationalize it in their heads where they're like, oh, Stavros he's just a funny guy. I don't even think he was being serious. Actually, I think the nuke did affect him in some way. The copium right now.
Me again.
Because you're coping. So you're just going to tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream. You're not touching it. Fuck you. You're a coward. It's just his job.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It's hard to argue with people that are this dumb.
Yeah.
Because.
Okay, Stavros, that was mocking by Stavros, Ethan. Okay, that, like, when they facetiously say the intent of your media work, and they say, oh yeah, that really worked on me, that's mocking you.
Bro, it's not the same fucking thing. Stavros saying something on Hassan's podcast. It's not the same thing as you and Anissa being friends with people that called CPS, that helped CPS come to our house. It's not the same. Okay? It's not rocket science.
Let me pull in Ethan. He's whispering, guys. He's so quirky and zany. That's what Ethan would do if he was watching himself.
That's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know,
Who says I'm good friends with him? Why are you inventing?
It's not just me, right?
This has got to be like a snark thing. I don't know why.
Bro, once again, he's like pre-clocking them. He said the exact fucking reaction they had. What the fuck? He actually has like foresight.
Friends with people that called CPS, that helped CPS come to our house. It's not the same. Okay? It's not rocket science.
That's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know,
Who says I'm good friends with him? Why are you inventing?
It's not just me, right?
This has got to be like a.
Bro, that's literally what they did. How is this motherfucker predicting their reactions like 5 weeks ahead of time? He's actually perfectly predicting the reactions down to a T.
Snark thing. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm not friends with Stavros. I'm not good friends with Stavros.
Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this.
So he's saying, I'm trying to get to Rhett and Link. I don't even know what the fuck how he explains that.
Category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with.
Why, dude? Rhett and Link didn't say anything about me. Why would I burn Rhett and Link? That's stupid. That's even logical.
Though he's sniffing around.
Yeah. This guy Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning. You'll notice, no, Ian bravely does not explain my problem with Matt Lieb, although he does show it on screen, that he platforms someone like Bad Empanada. That's my problem. And he does not even explain that. In fact, he pretends like Bad Empanada, who's at the center of a lot of this, doesn't exist, which is very convenient because he's just an evil dude that everybody hates. Acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. Yeah, he's pathetic. And he interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now.
So do you think Bad Empanada is cool? I mean, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully. He can
dumb as fuck. Like, the cry bullying with them is just incredible. These people started this shit. They talk shit about me, and I respond.
Manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video. Oh, brother, he goes after the button. And what's can only be described as...
Now you've gone too far.
It's just confusing. It's just, a poorly conceived, aimless... bro. I think... Obviously, his video, it's doing well view-wise. It has like it has over 50% dislike, so clearly there's a lot of people that don't like it.
Let's just get to the button compilation. Actually, you know what?
Nonsensical this entire...
I might skip this button compilation because I feel like every time it's played, I've lost... My streams have been getting demonetized for including audio. I think the button compilation might have copyrighted audio.
Again, what am I talking about, buddy?
Anyway, basically, I already saw this. They're just like, oh, the button's actually a genius thing. It's like the next level of mankind's progression in the universe. 5 years from now, every streamer is going to have a button.
I'm sorry, you were saying what, Ian?
You have
complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends. You have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad.
Now, do you think it's pertinent to explain why I'm suing them? Or, well, I guess I haven't even explained why I'm suing them, so fair enough. Fair enough.
Good point.
Good point.
Nate, we know why. Yeah, we definitely know why. I'm probably going to sue Noah, depending on what he does in the next 2 days. Okay, fair enough. Your point stands.
Come on, sue him.
But you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit.
So is his point that you're never warranted to make legal threats or to sue anyone ever? Like, surely there's some situations where that's warranted, right? Like, there has to be at least something. But apparently that alone, his criticism is just that I'm doing it. Okay? I mean, I disagree.
I mean, certainly he thinks it's frivolous, right? That's why. Like, he wouldn't say, no, you can never sue anybody.
Which is
in his opinion, he thinks it's frivolous.
Okay. Which kind of, there you go. Again, he doesn't even know what I'm suing the 3 Stooges for.
Who are the 3 Stooges? Bad Empanada, Noah Samson, and who else is he suing? Button is helpful. Well, I mean, it's true. It would be helpful, but it's just funny that Ethan's using it for like slurs. I wonder why Noah didn't talk about it yet. By now, he should have received the letter. No, disbarnism, disbarnism, taking his sweet time. No, that's actually a good point. Like, why aren't they suing him? Like this episode came out like 4 days ago. And Ethan said, I'll be suing him in a few days. Who are the 3 Stooges that he's talking about? Either way, let's just continue.
Creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it?
Reddit
There's nothing
people?
I can do to stop it. I'm powerless.
He said he was going to sue the Redditor in like 3 years.
No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do
filthy rich, bro? What kind of commie shit is this? You're rich, bro.
You are filthy rich.
Okay, but that's derogatory. Like, bro, you're rich too. What is your point? Not filthy rich.
It's derogatory.
Rich. Sure. Classy rich. Filthy rich.
Where'd your watch go? Yeah, there it is.
Something filthy about this, I'll have you know.
Okay.
Okay?
These things.
I never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point? Like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? Right. I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile. Yeah.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and be
pedophile. Dan KK Clancy has a similar view on Hitler. Because Dan Clancy. Let me tell you the difference between Noah Samson titling a video, YouTubers who support genocide. It's he in this video, and the title, and the tone, and the way it's delivered is an assertion of fact. Me calling Dan Clancy and immediately being like, just kidding, is a joke. It is not a serious assertion of fact. I don't actually think or have evidence that Dan Clancy is a pedophile. That's how it works. That's how defamation works. Right? And by the way, nobody says Dan Clancy can't sue me if he thinks I defamed him. Like, he's welcome to try. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then we're going to have to take a look at his hard drive, and that might be an issue.
KKK Clancy.
So yeah, I mean, good. You don't understand the law, so you're just continue to be dumber and dumber. Jesus Christ. Be the Nazi. Fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things.
What happened?
Oh yeah, here.
It was
here
just
is-
jokes, bro.
So once again,
Chatting in about Dan Clan.
he's trying to characterize it like
move the box, Nate.
I'm just calling him a pedophile, like just boom, boom, like oh my god, uncontested, just straight up. Like here's the full clip of it.
Nancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and be
Pedophile. Okay, well maybe not, but maybe like. I don't know if that's true.
Definitely not.
Well, you can't.
Hold on, that wasn't even what the accusation.
You're gonna be the one.
Do you not remember?
No. I'm saying I don't know. But Dan, you can't say in good conscience that you know for sure he's not a pedophile.
I can definitely say that he is. What I can say
I didn't say he is.
Yes, you did.
I said pedophile. All I said is pedophile. I don't know for sure. Can we check the Now, you might think this is a joke in poor taste, and that would be a perfectly fine.
It was, and that's why I immediately jumped at you.
Where's the part where he said he was just joking?
So your criticism might be that's a joke in poor taste, but saying it's defamation is just it's dumb.
Yeah,
it's just rich as fuck. It's pathetic. It's a reach. It's dumb. You're dumb. This is dumb. Everything's dumb. Welcome to dumb world. Things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable,
Also,
which is like,
like,
wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile,
to make
sex
it pause
criminal,
again,
murder,
but-
shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile. By the way, the way I assert it with confidence is the joke,
Right.
and I always immediately be like, I don't actually know if he's a pedophile. By the way, I love this argument.
Ethan, obviously, I was joking about that, and since I didn't say it in a factual, assertive manner, that means that it's not defamation. 3 seconds later, Dan Clancy is definitely a pedophile. I have proof for it. You know what? The way that me asserting it so forcefully and knowingly, that is the joke. Actually, the fact that I asserted it like it is a fact, that's the joke right there. But trust me, I was definitely joking about this.
It's so good when you go, he's not a pedophile. I go, well, how do you know that? You don't know he's not a pedophile. I think that's compelling stuff. What were you gonna say?
Just that the irony of pointing out you making a bad taste joke, and this is iDubbbz.
I didn't make a bad faith joke. It's a bad taste joke.
Bad taste
No, it was a
joke
bad
is what I
taste joke.
said.
It wasn't made in bad faith. I wasn't.
No,
I
I said bad taste.
Oh, bad taste. My bad. My bad. I thought you said bad faith.
Wait, did he just say I was being serious?
Joke is what I said.
It wasn't made in bad faith. I wasn't.
No, I
wasn't
said bad
serious.
taste.
Oh, bad taste. My bad. I thought you said bad faith.
Oh. I'm saying this is iDubbbz.
He's Mr. He changed. He doesn't do that anymore.
Well, he didn't. He's making a content cop, so.
I think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
I don't even know if you can call this a content cop. Like,
True.
Okay.
Fact, which is the legal definition of when you are in earnest explaining something as if it is objectively true.
Do we like content slop or slop cop? Or neither?
I don't like either of them because it sounds like content puke, which I think sounds so stupid when a song says it. It's too obvious.
Yeah.
That's 100% a joke. I have no
It's the
evidence
most
to
Ethan
conclude.
joke Hassan's ever made. And you hate it.
It's the most Ethan joke.
Calling it content puke.
That's not Ethan.
Because you,
Yes, it's way high level. No.
Come on.
I can't believe you, of all people today, would question my comedic prowess.
I think he calls it context puke.
Oh yeah, he adjusted it. It's now context puke.
It's evolved.
I'm not
gonna call it context puke
because
that's worse. Because I'll be honest.
It's a downgrade.
Content puke was better for sure.
Because everything's out of context.
Yeah.
Great joke, Ethan. Again, it's like, okay, you're getting defensive. You think it was in poor taste. That's fine.
Not definitely like content flop.
If you want to be a baby and be a little fucking baby face, say, oh, poor Dan Clancy. Dude lives on a fucking ranch, dude.
A ranch.
He lives in a town he owns.
Why is that? Yeah,
It's just-
you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to defend anyone.
Yeah. Maybe you're asking the wrong question.
I'm not going to do that.
No, but anyway, I'm obviously kidding. It's not as. That wasn't real. Okay.
That's a sound bite.
I just never heard that one before. That's you, right?
No.
Who is that?
Okay.
Pretty cool one. Actually, one of to gain and potentially your money as well. Okay, before I watch this, certainly he'll explain why. It wouldn't make any sense to not explain why I'm threatening to sue Noah Sampson, correct?
Absolutely.
Any reasonable video that is being good faith and just actually not even that, just trying to be like followable, will explain why I'm suing Noah Sampson. So let's see if he does. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast.
That's it. That's it.
Well, he's right. That seems like an extreme reaction to sue him.
Shitty.
Sure, yeah. No, it sounds insane. It sounds crazy. What a crazy guy.
Is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show.
Oh, and now he starts to sweep for Noah, whose ex-lover called in to say that he was hooking up with other girls when they agreed not to, and they were having sex without a condom, and she felt violated that he didn't tell her that he had other sexual partners while he was having sex with her without a condom. Now, that's just objectively a shitty thing to do, okay? He comes out here, and he defends this leftist, the newborn activist. How?
When did iDubbbz ever say he's a leftist? Also, I like how iDubbbz accurately retells why Ethan is suing Noah Sampson, and then Ethan gets pissed off about it.
upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet. No, I know it's from. He ripped these from Snark. Look at the quality.
I was thinking that too.
And he's so fucking lazy. He didn't even chase down the clip.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck? This is the laziest nonsense cop. Content cope. That's not good either. Nonsense cop. Content flop. I think that was one of the obvious ones we vetoed.
Copium cop.
Oh, chat suggestions. Thank you, chat. You guys are. I appreciate your efforts there. We'll keep an eye out.
That chatter is not wrong.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of. So I'm not actually going to say. But
Ethan brought on
okay, good. Yeah, that was fair to say that.
Former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's
that what happened?
Just shit talk.
But how can this guy? I don't understand how his views are compatible. Where he's like this leftist, pure guy who's always doing and saying the right thing, and then also characterize her complaint as just talking shit about him. Like that is fucking insane way to characterize that.
Like, where is he getting the idea that iDubbbz is a leftist?
At least interface with the arguments I'm making. My God, man.
Also, the arguments that he was making is that, yeah, Noah fucked around on a girl. He was saying that's the argument that he was making.
No, Noah is a bad partner for doing that.
Yes, that's my point. It's totally warranted criticism. Now, if you think it was inappropriate for me to have her on the show, or you thought it was a low blow, or whatever you want to say about that, that would be a substantive criticism that I could contend with.
Right.
But just saying that he's a bad guy is insanely dishonest and sweeping, frankly, to the point. It's just wow. It's wow. It's wow.
It's crazy fun. Wow.
That's such an old joke. I don't think anyone knows about that but us.
All that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
You are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. Very responsible to say such.
Yeah.
The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. No.
Wow, sounds horrible, man. So out of line.
Ryan Beard just said, this part made me so mad. How can you be a leftist and frame it like that?
Thank you, Ryan Beard. It's totally inconsistent with the values that they apparently have.
Yeah.
Like, they have no problem calling victims of sexual violence, I don't know if you call this sexual violence, but like whatever, in that realm, liars. I mean, he's calling her a liar, right? He's not acknowledging what she said. She, as a person with agency.
What are you talking about? He never called her a liar. And then you're like, oh, no problems with calling someone a victim of sexual violence. And then, oh, well, maybe it's not sexual violence. He never called her a liar. What are you talking? God, what the fuck are you talking about?
Noah Sampson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Sampson. Oh man, this looks pretty serious. Is this what you call an assertion of fact? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Now let's talk about.
That's it.
You even said the allegedly.
That's it. He says Ethan is doing too much because he had his ex on to say that to gossip about him.
Sexual misconduct, I guess, is what this falls under.
Like, dude, what are we doing, man? You are insane. You're actually insane for saying that, like, in your video right now. And again, this just shows the hystericals of it, that people, leftists, right, are watching this and being like, yeah. It's like, it's not even consistent with their own values.
About the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects, and
this part's gonna make me lose my mind. So the moment he realized that I was unsavable, I was gone, was when I refused to talk to Sam Cedar, who was not in the conversation, who wasn't interested in talking to me about it. It was thrusted into the middle of it by Hassan in bad faith because I only listened to other Jewish people. And like, you'll see, I'll play it. I'm just gonna play it.
Looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen? He's saying Jewishness is irrelevant to me. That's literally, I said, I can have conversations with people that aren't Jewish. I don't need to talk to your approved list of Jews who agree.
Okay, so this part was so crazy. So in the context of Ethan talking to Hassan, Hassan's like, there are anti-Zionist Jews too. And Ethan's like, okay, show me one Jew screaming at the top of their lungs from the river to the sea. And then Hassan pulls up Jewish Voices for Peace, which famously are against Israel's genocide in Gaza. And then Ethan is like, okay, well, why does it matter that they're Jewish? And Hassan's like, it doesn't matter that they're Jewish, but you're the one that asked for it. Like, we can go back and find this clip. It was in the conversation that they had over Zoom, kind of the unofficial last episode of Leftovers. And now Ethan's like, Hassan's racist. He wants me to talk to a Jewish person. Okay, so let's just continue this.
Agree with you. Like, this is literally me telling a black person, like, you need to go talk to Candace Owens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she knows everything about the race and what it's like to be black.
Sam Cedar is not a Candace Owens, though.
No.
So now Ethan goes after someone who is commonly known as someone who like does propaganda against the interests of their own group of people, like a token minority person. Candace Owens does propaganda against the interests of black people in America. And she is a black person. It's the same as the fucking guy, what's his name, like Enrico Taro, who was like the leader of the Proud Boys, and he was Hispanic, and the Proud Boys are a white supremacist group. He's like, how can a Hispanic person be white supremacist? These are token minorities that serve the majority group that they claim that they're a part of. Sam Cedar is not that. He's not using his Jewishness to say that anti-Zionists aren't actually anti-Semitic because look, I'm a Jew and I'm against Israel. He just criticizes Israel. Like, his skin color doesn't matter at all. His religion doesn't matter at all. But when Ethan says, how can you, a non-Jew, tell me, a Jew, that my feelings on Israel are invalid, which Hassan never did before. And then Hassan says, well, I know that you don't think that I can actually talk to you about this issue, but Sam Cedar has experience being a Jew online and being a vocal anti-Zionist. Maybe you could talk to him. Ethan then goes and compares Sam Cedar to a token person like Candace Owens. Okay, so that's what we're doing right now. Ethan will say, you can't tell me, a Jewish person, how I should feel. And then Hassan says, okay, well, Sam Cedar has opinions that are the opposite of yours. He's a Jewish person. Would you listen to him? Would you talk to him? You're someone that, he's someone that you respect. And then Ethan says, well, he's just a token. He's part of your approved list of Jews. The flaws in Ethan's argument here is that Candace Owens isn't someone that Ethan respects. Ben Shapiro, if he was like being tokenized against Israel, that's not someone that Ethan respects. Sam Cedar is someone that Ethan respects, and he should be able to take his opinion on this issue, right? Sam Cedar talks about politics for decades. That's what he does. He is the politics. Like, he is politics. He's not Candace Owens. He doesn't say stupid shit like, oh, the issue with Nazi Germany is when the Nazis tried to go outside of Germany. That's not what he does. And Ethan, trying to make that false comparison, is trying to make it look like Hassan is only talking about Sam Cedar because he's Jewish and not because of all of the other politics that Sam brings to the table that both Hassan and Ethan respect.
Let me say
Sam Cedar didn't do anything wrong.
No, of course not.
I'm saying, like,
I get the example you're making, but I just want to make that
okay, fair.
I don't want people to think that you're saying that
the
he's like
point
a Candace
is that,
Owens.
like, you have approved Jew Sam Cedar, and anyone who's Jewish who agrees needs to go talk to him. It's like,
once again, it's not that he's an approved Jew. It's that he is an approved political commentator that both Ethan and Hassan respect. He's approved by both of them, and he happens to be Jewish. And Ethan is insistent on, you can't tell me how to feel about this issue because you're not Jewish. And then Hassan says, okay, well, Sam Cedar's Jewish. He talks about this issue. We both respect him. Would you want to have a conversation with him? And then Ethan's like, why does it matter if they're Jewish?
you don't fucking get to decide who I can and can't talk to. And also the insinuation that I'm unwilling to listen to someone who's not Jewish is insane, okay? And once again, you would never, ever, ever make this accusation about another minority group. You wouldn't send a fucking... Okay, yeah, good point, because I'm not saying Sam is like them, but you wouldn't send...
How about Jesse Jackson? Go talk to Jesse Jackson about this.
I don't know anything about his politics, but you'd be like,
whatever.
my point is just because you say that this person it's got nothing. It's like me saying, hey, you're trans, go talk to Blair White. She'll tell you everything you need to know.
It's not like Ethan is not capable of talking to Hassan. You know, like, I just don't understand it. It's not like only a Jewish person can talk to a Jewish person. This is just, it's insanity that they're even arguing this.
I find it utterly mad that he's even entering this conversation, that he feels comfortable even entering this dialogue about me being Jewish and needing to talk to Sam Cedar. This, by the way, is when he...
This is also funny because Ethan will say, oh, race doesn't matter. But then whenever a non-Arab coded person speaks up about this genocide, he attacks them and attacks their whiteness for some reason. So Noah Samson, he's like, how does this white boy, fucking pale bread ass bitch, white boy, have the nerve to tell me, a Jewish person, and Mudahar, a Muslim person, how we should feel about this conflict? And then he's doing the same thing with iDubbbz. Why? How does this white guy feel like he can talk to me, a Jewish person, about this conflict? It's really interesting to me how he says, Jewishness doesn't matter to me. I don't tokenize Jews, or, oh, actually, Hassan tokenizes Jews, but I don't tokenize Muslim people, even though he definitely tokenizes Muslim people, and we can get to that. And how can you, a white person, talk to me about this? Like, bro, you just pick up and abandon identity politics whenever it suits your purpose.
He lost faith in me when I decided not to talk to Sam Cedar, which, by the way, was never even like a serious proposal. Like, Sam asked, he specifically said he wanted to be kept out of it. So, like, you guys, it's so fucking pathetic, you guys. I just, how does he feel comfortable doing this? Other Jewish people, you need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish. Again, I don't know what he's trying to say. Jewishness is irrelevant to Ethan, which is like
because
a totally...
it's leading up to the next thing. It's really dumb. Because then in the next one, he's like, Jewishness is so relevant.
Okay. I think most Jews...
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the...
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
Seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what...
So
that doesn't mean...
I'm actually addressing the same point twice, and he's too fucking dumb to realize.
Yeah.
Hassan tokenizes Jews. That's what he does. He uses them as tokens that he spends when he needs to convince his other Jewish friend that, like, oh, you need to just talk to this guy. He'll convince you. He'll set you right. You're insane. You're wrong. Your takes are so out of control. You need to talk to my approved Jew. He does that when he says he's tokenizing Sam, when he brings him up, when he brings up like this fringe group of Jewish activists that represent like maybe 1% of the Jewish diaspora's opinion on things as like the mainstream opinion. I'm speaking for Jewish people when I say that explicitly, which he does not include, that I'm referring to actual polls, actual data that shows that like 80-90% of Jews.
Okay, if you're speaking for Jewish people off of polls, then why does it matter if Hassan speaks for Jewish people if he's also doing it off of polls? You're full of shit. You're not speaking for Jewish people off of polls you read. You're doing it off of your personal experience. Do we have to run that clip back?
But she does not.
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews.
In what position are you to say that? You can't speak for my entire ethnic group. Now watch me as I speak for my entire ethnic group. He's very specifically tokenizing himself in this position. He's saying that, no, as a Jewish person, I have a special view on this matter that only I can speak about. And then Hassan's like, okay, well, if you're that concerned about, like, you're not going to listen to me because I'm not Jewish, maybe you can talk to this Jewish commentator that we both agree with. Ethan is like necessitating the tokenization of Jewishness in this regard. This is what I'm saying, where he picks up and he drops off DEI politics whenever it suits his purposes.
Hassan tokenizes Jews. That's what he does. He uses them as tokens that he spends when he needs to convince his other Jewish friend that, like, oh, you need to just talk to this guy. He'll convince you. He'll set you right. You're insane. You're wrong. Your takes are so out of control. You need to talk to my approved Jew. He does that when he says he's tokenizing Sam, when he brings him up, when he brings up like this fringe group of Jewish activists that represent like maybe 1% of the Jewish diaspora's opinion on things as like the mainstream opinion. I'm speaking for Jewish people when I say that explicitly, which he does not include, that I'm referring to actual polls, actual data that shows that like 80-90% of Jews consider this based on polling, based on data. That's what I'm talking about. You're just a fucking racist piece of shit. You're some white savior loser that thinks that you can...
Yeah, white savior loser. Once again, for some reason, it's really interesting to me. When Hassan criticizes him, when Frogan criticizes him, when Denims criticizes him, when Bad and Panada criticizes him, they're all terrorists or paid for by terrorist states. But when Noah Samson or fucking iDubbbz criticize Ethan Klein, they're white saviors now. And I really think it betrays Ethan's view of this whole drama slash like fucking Israel propaganda campaign that he's been on, where he views it as this is Jews versus Muslims. And if white people show up, they're just being white saviors and they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, how many times has Hila and Ethan said, Hassan doesn't know what he's talking about. He's never been there. It's like an inherently anti-empiricist view where they just say, it's my lived experience. And if you aren't a part of this group, if you can't speak, like you can't speak for my ethnic group, who is Noah to speak for Mudahar's ethnic group? Idubbbz is being a white savior when he's weighing in on this conflict. It's inherently like, it's me versus them. They're the Muslims, I'm the Jews, and we have this conflict. We work it out ourselves. He doesn't give a crap when Hassan talks about it, except for the fact that he hasn't been there. But now Idubbbz is talking about it. He's a white savior. Noah Samson, he's a white savior. Who is he to tell Mudahar how to feel about this, a Muslim person?
Sit here, all woke, all leftists, all so morally pure, and tell me what the fuck I should think and do about Jewishness. Like, where do you get off saying that at all? And by the way, you're so sensitive. You know, imagine saying the same thing to like his wife is Arab. Like, I'm gonna be like, hey, you need to, you know, I have a whole group of Palestinian friends who are pro-Israel. By the way, there's a lot of them. They exist. Imagine me telling this is exactly analogous. Me going to Hassan or Ian. I need you to go talk to my Palestinian friend who's pro-Israeli. Like, you'll listen to him. Mm-hmm. Do you see the problem?
The problem is not that you are not capable of talking to Hassan. Hassan was not willing to hear your points or give you anything in the conversation. Like, he was not willing to budge one tiny bit to understand your perspective. That doesn't mean you need to go talk to another Jewish person. It's like, no, we're trying to get to Hassan. You're trying to talk to him, not to Sam Seder. I just don't understand.
Also, it's just tokenizing minorities, which is just like, it made me uncomfortable. And it's not something I would ever do. I would never be like, yo, you need to go talk to the Palestinian pro-Israelis because you'll listen to them. Like, I would never do that. That feels dirty.
Bro, he does this all the time. He literally does this all the time. He just had like, he hyperfixates on the idea that, oh, Hamas even killed Muslims when they did October 7th. Oh, there was even a Muslim Lebanese person that Hamas had captive. He just brought up that fucking, what was it? He brought up some guy that was like, he was a Muslim guy, or he was an Arab person, and then Ethan's like, oh yeah, even this guy disagrees. You guys should go check him out. He's hyper educated and he's super knowledgeable on this shit. He literally does this shit all the time. I mean, he brought Galia on to talk about the Ukrainian issue. How is that not tokenization?
That feels insane thing to say. But for some reason, it's totally fine to do it to me, to the point where Idubbbz is actually willing to go in public and tell me how to feel about my Jewishness and sit here. What is happening?
This is once again imagine like dementia posting. It stops in mid-rant. What is going on?
This is just racism. It's like he's just actually being racist.
Yeah.
With his whole chest. He's out here just being straight up racist.
I can tell you, this is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
Once again,
that's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Yeah, and by the way, Hassan, when I'm done with that, I want you to talk to what's the guy that named the Green Prince, who's like, he's like a hardcore pro-Israel. Not saying that Sam is like hardcore, like anti-Israel, although I think he is pretty much. But so someone that you disagree with completely philosophically, me being like, hey, I need you to go talk to this guy. He grew up in Gaza and he's super.
Okay, so Ethan does know the famous token Arab who I think was the son of the guy who started Hamas and is now like super Zionist. So Ethan does know this token person that he's talking about. Bro, listen to me, Ethan. The difference between Hassan telling you to talk to Sam Seder and you telling Hassan to talk to a token Zionist, like a token Muslim Zionist, or you telling, I don't know, a black person to talk to Candace Owens, is that you respect Sam Seder. You brought him on because he had good political instincts and is very knowledgeable politically. He isn't a propagandist hack that is just grifting off of being a token Jew and attacking his own minority group that he claims he represents. He isn't that. You respect him. Hassan respects him. You don't respect the guy who is a token Zionist Arab. Hassan doesn't respect that person. You don't respect Candace Owens. Hassan doesn't respect her. So why are you making the comparison between Sam Seder and these people that you know are bad, and you're bringing them up as examples specifically because you know they're bad? Why are you doing that? And the answer is something that a lot of people realize. It's that outspoken anti-Zionist Jews are the biggest threat to Israel's propaganda campaign, because guys like Matt Lieb, Sam Seder, Felix Bitterman, and all of the other Jewish people that are extremely outspoken against Israel and outspoken against Israel using Jewishness and Judaism to justify the ethnic cleansing of Palestine and the West Bank and their expansionist policies in Lebanon and Syria. Those people are a huge threat to Israel's propaganda, because they say, no, it's not an issue of being Jewish. It is simply white supremacy and expansionism. And Ethan probably deep down recognizes the fact that Sam Seder is like, no, I criticize Israel. No, I criticize Israel. And I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't care. And then Ethan doesn't want to talk to him. He doesn't want to acknowledge that. So he just says, oh, you want me to talk to Sam Seder? What are you, some kind of racist piece of shit? It's ridiculous. But if Hassan's like, no, actually, like, a lot of Jewish people are against Israel, Ethan's like, how can you speak for my entire minority group like that? He's like, oh, you're saying I can't talk about Jewish opinions on Israel because I'm not Jewish? Okay, well, if that's the case, talk to a fucking Jewish person that you respect. And Ethan's like, oh, that's so racist of you to say.
For pro-Israel.
And West Bank, yeah.
And when I'm done with Sam,
like, Ethan's basically put himself into a position where he can never get criticized, because if you're not Jewish and you're criticizing him, then you're being anti-Semitic. And if you are Jewish and you're criticizing him, you're actually a token Jew, and you're just being used by the anti-Semitic Muslims that are fighting against Israel. I mean, that's literally what he said in his content nuke, where that one guy on the fucking Arabs podcast, he called him a token. He's like, he picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. Once again, not a good joke, because in no context of that joke was anything about tokens. No context of the clip. It's not like they were in an arcade or something. Like, simultaneously demonstrating his fucking cry bully status. If you criticize me, you're being anti-Semitic. His fucking anti-Semitism by saying that a Jewish person using their Jewishness to fight against Israel's policy is actually just being tokenized. And his lack of comedic skill by doing a stupid fucking joke all in like a 5-second clip.
I need you to go talk to him. You're going to listen to him. It's fucking racism, dude. Straight up. And the fact that they can't see it shows an extraordinary blind spot where they don't think of Jewish people as, they don't think of us as barely anything. Like, there's no consideration to it at all. Don't forget how the video started when Ian's like, I guess you might imagine that anti-Semitism is a real thing.
Musab Hassan Yusuf.
Musab, yeah.
Musab.
Yeah, so at any rate, it's the same fucking thing. I would never say it because I'm not racist.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but
I didn't say tell me how you feel. He's telling me. I hate when they do this. Like, if you look.
Wait, you literally just said that, Ethan.
Look at polls. It says indisputably that 80 to 90% of Jewish diaspora support the state of Israel existing. Okay, which technically would make them all Zionists. Right. That is objective truth. It's available in data and polls everywhere. The way that people...
Wow, Ethan finally admitted he knows there's a difference between Zionists and Jews.
Hassan and now Ian characterize it as like people, the Jews who support Israel are like fringe and not the vast majority, is a way to basically greenlight open anti-Semitism. To be like, no, we don't hate Jews, we just hate anti-Zionists. And by the way, most Jews aren't even Zionists, right? When 80 to 90% are. So it's like a clever little game they play to be openly anti-Semitic. Like, no, we hate Zionists. 90% of Jews, by the way. It's just so fucked, dude. It's just so fucked.
How is one person a representative of?
Once again, that's like, you're like, okay, these people have atrocious ideologies, so how can you criticize Jews like, you're basically saying, oh yeah, well, Jews have bad ideas, but just like don't criticize their ideas at all. That's what Ethan's saying. And once again, if you say that 80% or 7, like I think I looked it up, and I don't know, there's going to be different polls, but it looks like according to which poll was this? In like a 2023 poll, they polled American Jews, and it said 70% of American Jews consider anti-Zionist movements inherently anti-Semitic. So that'd be 30% don't. So just once again, you're writing off 30% of the population, which is against genocide.
Of Jews at large. I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase. Exactly. And this is when he, once again, insanely bad faith, takes out the fact that I'm quoting statistics from a poll. And I'm explaining in general, not even saying that this is how I feel about it, just explaining in general that when you look at a group like Jewish Voices for Peace or whatever, they do not represent Jewish people as a whole. And like, he can't hold it up as like, oh, you need to be a good, he basically is like, you need to be a good Jew like these people. And that's just not how the world works, right? That's just racism. That's it. That's just straight up racism. So they...
Bro, let's just say that like all white people are, let's say like 95% of white people are misogynistic. Criticizing misogyny is not anti-white, right? If you're like, oh, well, I don't think like all white people are misogynistic. I don't think all white people just want like a trad wife that stays at home and they want to marry her when she's like 15 years old. Oh, and then a white person goes on and is talking to us on, and he's like, well, how can you talk about that? That's like actually really racist because you're criticizing misogyny, but 95% of white people are misogynistic. So, I mean, that's like really offensive actually, because you're saying that you're against misogyny because it's bad, but in reality, you're against white people because 95% of white people are misogynistic. It's like, no, I'm against misogyny, and I know that not all white people are misogynistic, and even if 100% of white people are misogynistic, you can still criticize the ideology and not be against them based off of their inherent value of just being white, or like their inherent attributes of just being white. Like it's bro, it's not anti-Semitic to criticize Zionism. Even if what Ethan's saying is true, where 90% of Jews support Zionism, which isn't true, by the way. It's more like 70% of Jews, at least in America, according to the latest poll that I saw. It's not anti-Semitic. And criticizing Zionism isn't saying you need to be a good Jew. That's not, it's saying you need to be a good person, bro. Like, once again, to go back to my analogy, if 90% of white people were misogynistic and wanted to marry a 14-year-old, criticizing that isn't saying you need to be a good white person. It's saying you need to be a good person. That's all that we're saying. Like, dude, can you recognize that Zionism is bad? And can you say, yeah, Zionism is bad, and even though 90% of Jews believe in Zionism, I'm not one of them. But I don't think you should be anti-Semitic to Jews about this. Just criticize the ideology. Can Ethan do that? No, he's incapable of doing it. And he's almost using that statistic that he cites, which is erroneous, by the way, as an excuse to be Zionist. And he's like, okay, well, I'm Zionist, but if you criticize Zionism, then you're being anti-Semitic. And that's the classic, oh, damn it, I missed it, Meowts. That's the classic defense that Israel uses. Oh, well, 90% of Jews are Zionists, and so if you criticize Israel, you're actually being anti-Semitic. That's what Israel says all the time. That's literally like the meme of their defense now. And Ethan does the exact same thing in just a bit of a different wording.
They have this clever game where they hate Zionists, not Jewish people. But
yeah, thank you, Meowts, for the 10 gifted subs.
Easy to look up, easy to verify. People continually always lie about that without ever showing any evidence to support it, and always ignoring the data that says otherwise. It's just sad, man. It's sad. Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk.
He really thinks he cooked.
And like, not to mention the fucking 30% that Ethan's completely writing off. Like, dude, that is anti-Semitic. Saying that all Jewish people support Zionism, that's fucking anti-Semitic. When there's people being like, no, I'm Jewish and my Jewishness should not be used as a cudgel or a shield to defend the actions of Israel, which is a genocidal ethno-state. I don't want my Jewishness being used as an excuse like that. And then you have fucking guys like Ethan Klein going on the air and saying all Jews believe in this. That's way more anti-Semitic than saying, oh, you don't like me talking about Jews' feelings on this? Well, talk to Sam Seder then. He's Jewish. Like, you shouldn't have an issue with that then.
It's here too. It's crazy. I challenge Ian, by the way, to respond to any of these substantive remarks. Like,
substantive remarks, best joke of the entire video.
Actually responding to any of the substantive corrections I've made to any of this bullshit. Like, I don't even see how he can possibly make a reaction to this. Like, I'm so thoroughly destroying everything he set forth in this. How can he even respond? Maybe he'll prove me wrong. I'd love to see him try to justify these insane takes. I'd love it. I love it, love it, love it. I love it.
Talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly
that's really
be
funny,
someone
considering
who
he explicitly said because he's Jewish. What game are we playing, you dumb idiot? You stupid loser.
Once again, it's not because he's Jewish. It's because he has good politics, and the fact that Ethan didn't want to talk to Hassan because Hassan wasn't Jewish, then made Hassan do that. So he's not going to just like pull up any Jew. Like, once again, it's because you guys both respect Sam Seder, and because Ethan was like, you're not Jewish, who are you to tell me how Jews feel about this issue?
You just showed it in your video. This is the Denham School of Self-Owning again.
Yep.
That's crazy, dude.
Is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're right. I call her. See you next Tuesday.
Listen,
I'm curious what do Lena and Sam think about it.
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that. Now, what's super interesting is that this is when I stopped saying it, by the way, for the most part. Like, obviously, I sit here and there, but like, I took it out of like rotation of my regular language. Okay. That's when. What happened was I spoke to people of the gender that I am not. I listened to what they had to say and I took it to heart. The opposite of what you're doing when Jewish people tell you how they feel and how they think about stuff. And your response is actually you're fucking wrong. And let me, the white savior that knows nothing about Judaism, doesn't know of Jewish people, doesn't care about Jewish people, fucking says that Israeli people aren't worth defending in any situation, basically. Let me tell you how you feel. What's the correct way for you to feel?
Yeah.
You are actually doing the fucked up thing here. Please get inspired from me. Please watch this back and be inspired by my maturity, my growth.
Okay, yeah. Tone it down.
My compassion, my empathy, intellect.
Reel it back.
Like, I don't even know what they're talking about here. But he's like, oh yeah, I listen to girls, the gender that I'm not. Doesn't that fly in the face of your entire fucking thesis? Where Ethan said that, like, once again, he's just picking up and dropping identity politics whenever it suits his purpose. So he should understand that he doesn't need to talk to women to know to not be misogynist, right? He should, like, I feel like 90% of the way to becoming a leftist is just having empathy and being able to understand, if I was in that position, how would I feel about it? And he couldn't understand that being called a bitch as a woman could be hurtful, like especially by your boss. He couldn't understand that without talking to the women that he had employed. And just once again, it's not like being a leftist doesn't mean that you need to not talk about issues that minority groups are experiencing, or you have to be a minority, you have to be part of that minority group to talk about it. Like, maybe you should talk to minority groups to get more informed about the issue, but you can empathize with them and try to put yourself in their shoes. And Ethan's just not doing that. He's like, oh, Idubbbz is white savior. Noah Samson is a white piece of shit telling Mudahar how to feel. Hassan's never been to Israel. Hassan can't talk Hassan can't tell me how Jews feel about this shit. It's like, okay. And just once again, it's like, when your defense is you're not Jewish, you can't tell me how to feel about these things, then you're like basically giving a superpower to any anti-Zionist Jews out there, because they're like, I do have the death touch that can touch Ethan Klein. I am a Jewish person and I can talk to Ethan Klein about these things. But Ethan's like, oh, can't touch me. You're not Jewish, can't touch me. You're not Jewish, can't touch me. He keeps dodging Hassan, keeps dodging Denham's Froged. But then Sam Cedar comes out and he's got the death touch. He's got the heat-seeking missile that Ethan just can't avoid. Like, he's just giving the game away as to why he doesn't want to talk to Sam.
Seriously, how is that a bad clip to show? Like, you're having an open conversation and letting women speak, and then you actually listen. Like, sorry, that seems like great.
I genuinely was like, okay, I took the feedback to heart and I stopped saying it.
It's a bitch's etiquette.
And that's me being a hypocrite because I don't want you to tell me how to feel about Judaism. Give me a fucking break, dumbass. You should listen when people tell you.
Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into...
Like, I'm just wondering, would Ethan listen to an anti-Zionist Jew telling him how to feel about Israel and Zionism? I don't think he would.
Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he's...
Again, that's the problem. That's why the show stopped. Because I learned more about his politics. Because I started to interrogate him more and learn more. That's why the show stopped, you imbecile.
Stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with... Cut out the part, one of the most hard-hitting parts, in which Hassan describes in detail how he basically pretends to be moderate in an effort to push people through the radicalization funnel of becoming a radical communist, essentially.
Yeah, really
he cut that part out. What are you doing, bro? With our partnership, I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan?
That's the point that I'm making.
Just one funny thing. On October, when Ethan started attacking Hassan of last year, of October of last year, when Ethan started attacking Hassan, he's like, we're still friends, we're still on good terms, you guys don't need to choose between us. If you want to watch both of us, that's fine. But the reason why Leftovers ended is because you found out he was a radical communist. Fucking bullshit, dude. The reason why your show ended is because you wanted to defend Israel and you didn't like people being pro-Gaza. That's why it ended. All of this shit about Hassan being a radical communist, funneling people into the pipeline, all of that is post hoc rationalization for it. You're justifying it after the fact and finding excuses to justify your fucking Zionist crash out. Like, when you first did the addressing Hassan and his community, you're like, you guys don't need to choose between us. We're still on good terms. I'm just trying to correct his behavior on this shit. So you're just so dumb, dude. Like, stop lying. It's not a good look.
You dumb, you pathetic loser. That's the whole point, dude. That's why I made the video, because I'm trying to atone for what I did, that I've platformed him. I'm apologizing. I literally start the video by apologizing for platforming him and saying I should have known more about him, but I only learned it after like right around like October.
The reason he made the video is to deplatform
That's explicitly
Hassan.
what happened, and you're pretending like
not
I'm just
atone for
around.
platforming him.
It's so pathetic, dude.
Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro,
cut out the part where he says I explicitly try to trick people to Trojan horse into their communities.
Also, we didn't think mega left means supporting terrorists, so...
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I didn't even really know like what it meant that he was like a socialist versus like a social democrat.
Social democrat, right.
Which is what I identify as. And like, yeah, no, I should have known. And that's why I made the whole video, is to kind of like try to correct the record on all the shit he's been up to.
Yeah.
I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until,
actually what happened.
Well, before, it started before. It was leading up to it with the...
We started talking about communism, started talking about like Tibet and China and all this kind of stuff,
It was right
Ukraine.
before, and then this happened.
Yeah, it was very oddly timed. But yes, we never discussed any of this stuff until then. That's literally
and the show survived all of that shit until this happened. Like, it's just, why are they pretending like they have other reasons, dude? This is your only reason. You don't need to pretend.
In this, and you even like take responsibility for not doing enough research on him.
Yeah, I don't understand his point even. That like,
what else do you want?
Oh, he's saying that I'm being disingenuous by like ending the show. But why did I do it then? Why did I end the show?
He says why you ended it. He says why you ended it, because of Israel.
That would hate me, including you.
Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that, like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism.
Do you know what just happened? This man he's defending the 9/11 clip. He's saying America deserved 9/11. I was being more gracious. I said he was kidding. Ian's like, no, he meant that shit. Like, he went on an apology tour. Remember, Ian? Are you sure you know what you're saying? Like, and I love how it's like, oh, when Hassan's...
Yeah, I don't think Hassan went on an apology tour. I think he went on a tour explaining his comments. Pretty different. Pretty different from saying like, oh yeah, and disavow entirely. But I'm honestly not gonna like go in there and try to fact check that.
line, it's because he's passionate and because he cares about important things. But somehow when I do it, it's because I'm fucking unhinged. You know, I'm crashing out. I'm crazy. I'm harassing people.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He really is very dumb. This is a part that I think I'm discovering. I don't know if he was always this dumb, but like his thought process is really operating on a low level. It's crazy.
You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are, but you wouldn't even need to do that. You could...
The whole point, but he's missing the point, is that people do know him for that clip. That's what most people know him for. So I'm literally just showing it as a reference point.
Look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it.
Dude, what happened? Why is Hassan's dick so far down this man's fucking throat? I mean, that's a vulgar joke that he said. What did he say? Okay,
said that about
why is he simping so hard for Hassan all of a sudden? Like, what is happening, dude? Talk about being a lapdog. Holy shit, bro. You have zero integrity. It's kind of insane to see.
But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single state represents all Jews. I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret.
What? Oh my God. Does he think that we're saying that one person represents all Jewish people?
He's not
one person represents all Jewish people?
He's using two like entirely different clips. It's a different conversation. They're not even connected, and it's just...
We want to stay out of the drama.
This part is really upsetting. And again, because he's trying to tell me about Jewishness.
Yeah.
Like, why you even feel comfortable entering this conversation is mind-blowing to me. My criticism of Matt Lieb and other people is...
Once again, what does it matter if someone's Jewish? We can just have a conversation on the basis of the facts. And then Ethan saying, he's not even Jewish. The fact that he's trying to enter this conversation is mind-blowing to me.
Characterizing Israel as if it says it's doing war on behalf of Judaism. That's how another reason how you justify your vitriol, your hatred, your want for violence against Zionists. Because it's Israel's fault that people hate Jewish people. It's not my fault for being anti-Semitic. It's Israel's fault that I'm anti-Semitic because they say they're doing war on behalf of all Jews. Something, by the way, which has never been stated.
Bro, holy fuck. Israel is doing war. War is an integral part of Israel's ethno-state project. You say if you criticize Israel, you're actually being anti-Semitic because 90% of Jews in the diaspora support Israel. So you say this is a very sneaky way of being anti-Semitic by just saying you're Zionist. Once again, if you're criticizing an ideology, according to Ethan, if 90% of Jews believe in that ideology, you're actually being anti-Semitic. But if that ideology is war, then how can you criticize the war without being anti-Semitic if you follow Ethan's logic? So if you follow Ethan's logic, the fucking ethno-state, which causes the war, is representative, like the belief in that ethno-state is a representation of 90% or 80% of Israeli, or not Israelis, 80% of Jews in the diaspora around the world. So yes, you in this very fucking video, you said that Israel represents Jewish people's beliefs. And I said that's anti-Semitic because you are invalidating that 30% of Jews that are like, no, fuck this shit. We don't support Israel at all.
Something I see only Israel's fault that people hate Jewish people. It's not my fault for being anti-Semitic. It's Israel's fault that I'm anti-Semitic because they say they're doing war on behalf of all Jews. Something, by the way, which has never been stated. Something I see only fucking leftist activists saying without any credit. Israel doesn't say I'm doing this war on behalf of all Jews. That's something you imagine to justify.
Like, am I actually like wrong on this shit, guys? Did Ethan not just say like 80% of Jews in the diaspora are Zionist. Zionist means they support the state of Israel. So he offers a distinction there. And then if you criticize Zionism, you're being anti-Semitic. That's what Ethan just said. And now he says, no one is ever stated that Israel is doing war on behalf of Jews. But the Jews support Israel, according to Ethan. And Israel's doing the war to protect itself. So no, Israel is saying that it's representing Jews. Yeah, what, like, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Talk about gaslighting.
Your anti-Semitism.
Yep.
And Matt Lieb is too dumb to understand, or maybe he just doesn't care. I don't know. He says he
just likes the attention, I think. So
Matt Lieb is whatever. The dude hangs out with Bad Empanada. How serious is he going to be about
Dude,
Jewish
he's
issues?
literally dementia brain.
No single person that
Just
represents
tries to start saying a sentence and completely breaks off and just says whatever. He hangs out with Bad Empanada.
Israel doesn't say, I'm doing this war on behalf of all Jews. That's something you imagine to justify your anti-Semitism.
Yep.
And Matt Lieb is too dumb to understand, or maybe he just doesn't care. I don't know. He says he
just likes the attention, I think. So
Matt Lieb is whatever. The dude hangs out with Bad Empanada. How serious is he going to be about Jewish issues? Heard that phrase.
no single person that represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
And again, this is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never. I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's. Is he going to disprove me? I think Israel says it's a place where he's leading up to him having a counterfactual, right? Jews can go.
Israel is just a place Jews can go. With that slogan, we might actually.
That's it.
We have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that.
What is he saying here?
He's saying that American imperialism and colonizing the entire manifest destiny body mass of U.S. is cool. It's fine because enough time has passed. And he doesn't actually have to interface with any hard. What
the actual fuck? So once again, this is Ethan playing the victim here. Oh, Americans never had to deal with any hard decisions, but me as an Israeli, we have to deal with hard decisions every day. Like, shit's fucked up out there. No, you motherfucker. He said, like you said, I think it's a place Jews could go, basically saying that, no, it's like a safe place for Jewish people. And IDUB said, that sounds like America. America is a safe place for Jewish people. Basically invalidating the idea that Jews need an ethno-state to stay safe. He's saying America is a safe place for Jewish people to go. And you take that to mean Americans are excused of the genocide that America did against the natives? Where did you get that shit? And just once again, I love the idea that Ethan's like, oh, you didn't live in Israel. You didn't have to make any hard decisions. It's like, dude, Americans are living in the imperial core. We're living on the graveyards of genocide and active coercion and exploitation of countries around the world, like the entirety of the global south, destabilizing country after country in order to keep America above and like keep their place in the top of the world power secure. Like, dude, yeah, America does some fucked up shit and people are protesting against that, but I guess it's never enough for Ethan because you live in the lap of luxury and you don't have to make any hard decisions.
Hard decisions like, am I living on where a tribe used to live and should I just give them all my properties and money?
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's like this whole argument of colonialism is just so fucking rich.
You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me.
You took like 3 words that I said from a larger conversation and like just left it at that. It's bananas. It's disgusting. It's disgusting is what it is. It's pathetic.
All right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all.
Like, I do think that IDUBs could have gone harder on this and actually provided examples of where IDF spokespeople and Israeli propagandists do claim like anti-Semitism if people are criticizing Israel. But it's also a fair critique of Ethan Klein to say, oh yeah, I think that Israel is a place where Jews can go because that's also a talking point. of pro-Israel propaganda where they say Israel, like without Israel, there's no safe place in the world for Jews to go, which is just factually untrue. Like America's a safe place. Europe, even though it's had a history of pogroms, it's a safe place now. The Middle East was a safe place for Jews until Israel went there, ironically. So, yeah.
All Jewish people. Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like like he's making a semantic argument. Like I don't think
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Have you explained anything in this video?
You're
like,
so wrong.
I doubt you even understand half the things.
You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You shouldn't even be entering this conversation as a leftist. You should be listening and learning, sir. Sit down.
Yeah, he's like, you're white. You shouldn't even be talking about this.
I can't do it. This is so unreal. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I think Israel has said.
I told you this part was gonna get me.
It represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that.
That's what he said.
What does he know about Jews?
Nothing. He doesn't know anything about it.
Look,
Go ahead, Zach.
I usually try not, like, it's hard for me. It's very hard for me to speak up on these issues because I do support the majority what you're saying. I really do. I think he has no validity or foundation to be speaking on this. It's despicable. And to tell you to go, oh, talk to that token Jew Sam Cedar, fuck you, dude. Like, really, fuck yourself.
All right, nice. Just an explicit endorsement of calling Sam Cedar a token Jew. Bro, this guy's so dumb. He should.
Yeah, it's super gross. It's shockingly gross display of just like callous racism. And he's too dumb to realize that he's even doing it. Or maybe he is and he doesn't care. I don't know. They had a sword that looked like a swastika in the video. I know it was an anime thing, but maybe we'll be a little more careful.
I said that this morning too.
Let me pull that up. I know that they the chances that
we're going to skip this part. I really don't give a fuck about the sword from Bleach.
Dude, I think he's just anti-Semitic. After that, and now he's defending this.
Like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
I am not the only one that decided that. That was a huge story before I ever even talked about it, because people noticed it and said, what the fuck is this? It was objectively insane to a vast majority of people, not just Jewish people.
Listen, we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't. And also, we have tiers. We have Arab, Arab-coded. They ask permission.
You got something?
Oh my God!
What happened?
I fucking hate when you're right, bro.
Me?
What?
Open what I just sent.
Holy shit, dude. Everybody listen up. This is big.
S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is.
That's Isaac Bleach.
Oh, I don't watch Bleach.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I'll go back.
Okay, S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is.
That's Isaac Bleach.
Oh, I don't watch Bleach. And I'm not caught up with Naruto.
Oh my God, he's still talking about it? What the fuck? The fuck is wrong with this guy?
Dude, wow. Just wow. I mean, wow.
I just realized. I thought it was
who
weird.
has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a culture.
So I'm just doing a bit about this because this was one of the most interesting parts of my conversation with Matt Lieb. I was asking him about his experience as an anti-Zionist Jew, and he was talking a lot about how there's a big movement to excommunicate anti-Zionist Jews and basically declare if you stand against Israel and you stand in favor of Palestinian freedom, then you are no longer a Jew. So the Jewish community excommunicates Jews who support Palestinian freedom. When you are Jewish and come out as an anti-Zionist, you get excommunicated. I think this is an interview by Philip Weiss. That is how the Jewish community works to support Israel. The Jewish community says directly, you may choose your community or what you call your sense of ethics, and if you persist, forget about your community, because Jewish life as we know it is committed to supporting Israel, the miraculous achievement of the Jewish people in the 20th century in the wake of extermination. As an optimist, I keep declaring that this Haram or ban is softening, that young Jews who believe in justice are slowly taking over the community, and an apartheid state is becoming impossible to defend. But I'm inside the anti-Zionist bubble, not the community. And an interview published last week gives me pause. It is with a friend, Rabbi Alyssa Weiss, who lately stepped down as deputy director of Jewish Force for Peace. Weiss has played a big role in growing that organization into a political force as an openly anti-Zionist organization that supports BDS. In the interview, Weiss says in so many words, I've had enough for now. I've battled my community for 20 years, and now I'm going to be a member of that community and take a less political role for the sake of my children being Jewish. The interview was published in the Jewish Currents newsletter. Editor Ariel Angel reached out to Weiss because of a speech Weiss gave at her Reconstructionist synagogue in West Philadelphia on March 12th to celebrate her departure from JVP. Weiss spoke of the pride of building an anti-Zionist bloc among American Jews. Our numbers have exploded in the past decade, but that achievement came at an excruciating personal cost. Weiss said alienation from her family and community, Weiss's strong family connections to organized Jewry, and her first shock came in 2002 when her efforts to bring a group of Israeli draft resistors to the U.S. was rejected by every liberal Brooklyn synagogue she went to. It was truly painful to see so plainly how the Jewish community I had been raised to trust was in fact so closed. Sure, looking back, I was being totally naive, but I recall just feeling genuinely crushed at the community who taught me Judaism, which led me to understand that I have a responsibility to stand with Palestinians, would refuse to hear the voices of young Jewish Israelis because they were challenging the occupation. Weiss developed a tough skin under the hail of hate mail. She fears the spiritual consequences. The most vitriolic hatred directed towards me comes from the Jewish community. It has come between me and my family. Over the past 10 years, I've regularly received death threats, sexually threatening emails, voicemails, and even letters delivered to my home. I've been barred from traveling to Israel. I almost was kicked out of a rabbinical school. I've been called a capo more times than I can count. I've developed a thick skin. One has to in order to keep doing this work. I always maintained it didn't seep in. But did it? Does it? She concluded that writing over the feeling of being trampled on by the community was actually hurtful. It prevented her from attaining her full power. I think I was negligent when taking care of those feelings for myself, and I think that is a part of how I ended up needing to take a break 10 years in, when in all honesty I had imagined myself at JVP until JVP was not needed anymore. We don't want to let our skin be so tough that we don't recognize the pain that is there. Let's feel our pain and feel our power. Weiss says we're in a closed period of Jewish history, not so different from the insular intolerance of religious Jews in the Eastern European ghettos before the Enlightenment. We've been in a closed period again because of the hegemonic power of Zionism in the Jewish community. The vision I have is one of openness, but she can't bring that openness personally. She's been scarred by the exclusions, notably when she was barred from getting on a plane to Israel and Palestine. That was the beginning of the end for me. I really felt like I'd been trampled on. I reached a point where the thick skin turned from being protected to being corrosive. There's only so much that one can bounce back from. I'm not leaving the Palestinian rights movement, but I am attentive to where I am emotionally and how that affects my ability to lead this organization. So this is like, yes, if you are speaking out against Israel as a Jewish person, then there are movements to completely excommunicate you from Jewish organizations and just like being allowed into Israel and being allowed into the Jewish community. Why is this is in 2018 before October 7th. Why is anti-Israel the only cause for excommunication in American Judaism? As renowned Jewish American rabbi and avowed Zionist Arthur Hertzberg wrote, he is a Zionist. One can no longer be excommunicated in modern America for not believing in God, modern Jewish America, for not believing in God, for living totally outside the tradition, or even for marrying out. Instead, a new heresy has now emerged to mark the boundaries of legitimate Jewish identity, the heresy of opposition to Israel and Zionism. So it's like, when people are defining Jewishness by your support for Israel, dude, that's so fucked up. And Ethan is supporting that. He's doing the exact same thing. He is otherizing Jews like Sam Cedar, saying you're not a real Jew, you're a token Jew. He's otherizing Jews like Felix Bitterman that talk out about this. He's doing the exact same thing to the guy on the Arabs podcast who's Jewish. Like, Ethan is not unique in this. And this is why I say that being an anti-Zionist Jew is one of the most annoying things for Israel, because they do like the worst thing possible to anti-Zionist Jews. They excommunicate them from their entire religious and cultural traditions. And not only Israel, but Jewish communities in America do this exact same thing. And Ethan is just playing his role in this. And it's just so dark and really disheartening to see how easily a fucking moron like Ethan Klein falls into this same exact idea that Zionists like What's this guy? Arthur Hertzberg is writing. He's just happened to fall into the exact same stance where you're not a real Jew if you criticize Israel.
Word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi. It means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi. I'm your.
He's so culturally
It's
literate.
not really
he
my
knows
love,
so much.
though, but sure.
Yeah, again, this characterization of this is so stupid. Everybody knows it's
More
like
like
deeply
Biden.
racist. It's not about the Habibi. It's about the tier list. It's about having Sabra at the top and Arab at the top and Sabra at the bottom. Yeah,
Or
respect
Habibi.
that and reverse it.
So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it.
If that's how you think expressing your Arab culture is, then I don't think you're being very gracious to Arabs. Again, he is too dumb to make this video. He has no idea what he's saying or doing.
Because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
I mean, one of the biggest streamers on the platform is Hassan.
And this is a panel.
He's not Arab, but yeah, you're right. Never mind.
This is a panel on Twitch.
But he does do like representation. He's not like he's not representing. And this is a panel.
We are looking at a representation.
This is the main stage panel. Where's the Jewish one? Where's the Zionist panel?
Yeah.
Where we put let's say Jews on
wherever this is. Okay, I see. I was like, wherever this is going.
It makes you feel uncomfortable even just to say it, right?
I know. That's why I'm just like, just don't even go there. Don't even go
And
there.
then defending it, making a tier list based on race.
I mean, once again, this whole tier list is about how much you identify with the culture. You could easily do a fucking Jew coded. You could easily do that. And once again, the whole fucking like love Sabra shit that has nothing to do with the Jews born in Israel. That has everything to do with this shitty hummus company, which is Sabra Hummus, which is a fucking parody of Arab culture. It's the bastardized version of Arab culture catered to white people. That's what the fucking okay. Plus, it's just a joke.
And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? This guy's so smart. He's so clever.
This guy's spitting, dude.
This guy really knows the shit. Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through.
Now, clearly, if he's trying to make a serious video, he would at least show my explanation for why I think Love Sabra is anti-Semitic. Like that's the least he could do, right, into making a good faith.
Well, actually, I think the least he could do is show that they put you at the bottom.
And with Ben Shapiro, who's not even
because he doesn't even show that.
Well, let's see where he takes this.
Through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
There's no one. First of all, there's no creators' names on this tier list. Okay, so like, just fucking stop being such a moron.
This is so different.
It's so different.
What?
They're actually putting people on the tier list.
Yeah.
And
that are not Arab.
This is like clearly satirical, and the whole point, like,
the point is that there's no slurs against white people that are really offensive.
Yeah, and we were sort of like,
yeah.
You know what? Whatever. It's not even worth explaining. It's just that's crazy that he would say that that's the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really sad.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Paleface, motherfucker.
Paleface. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they're white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you.
Hey, idiot! That's not what they were doing.
Right, all you have to say is there are no people on this tier list. We're not rating people.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We won't.
And the other guys are rating other creators.
By the way, they immediately put me on the bottom, called me a Zionist, asked where's the category for Zionist. Next to, and in the thumbnail, put Ben Shapiro on the bottom with me, who, by the way, is not even in the video.
And they put denims on the bottom with you.
Dude, I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy.
I can't believe how confidently wrong he is about this.
So wrong.
Crazy.
He's talking about it as if they are just rating like Arab stuff. Like,
yeah, I mean,
this Arab is up here and this one is down here. Like, that's not what they're doing.
He's also doing this thing that like somehow he's like almost standing up for against what like saying for white people. He's saying that anti-whiteness is the same as anti-Semitism, like held in the same way. But anti-whiteness, we all kind of joke about it because like whiteness isn't a real thing. There's tons of different classes of.
That was a big part of the discussion that day, and the whole point that
it's just like a total social construct.
Right, and the whole point is that slurs against white people because they have privilege do not hit in nearly the same way as slurs. And we were satirizing that by just showing that it bothers us so little that we can like rank them of which ones we think are funny or whatever. And that was explicitly discussed on the episode too. Just so because at the time Twitch was banning people for saying cracker, which we all agreed was like goofy.
Well, actually during that episode I learned what it meant, and then I thought, oh man, that is actually really, really bad. It means like a slave driver cracking their whip.
I mean, Louis C.K. had a great joke about that. He's like, how can cracker be insulting? Oh, bringing me back to the time I owned lands and people. But according to Ethan, no, that is really bad.
Food flew out. It wasn't on camera. It wasn't on camera. You didn't even need to do it.
Like
food flew out of his mouth like a doofus. Oh, and people didn't hear me rip on you for eating on stream at all because it got butt.
Go ahead, say it again.
Well, let's just reenact the moment. Can you pick the burrito back up? Thank you. Now take a big bite.
Out.
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, I can't believe that Hassan is always eating on a stream, right? And then you spit the food out of your mouth.
One time in 4 hours. That's pretty good.
Why do you get such a big burrito? I'm just a tiny one.
How did
Oh,
you
wait,
get
wait,
one?
You omitted the eggs, didn't you?
Wait, what did you get? Here?
I took no eggs and cheese.
Dude, mine is like 10 times bigger than yours.
I figured they would replace the egg and cheese with yummies.
More shit. I agree. With you.
Wait, what's the yummy?
What's yummy?
Like
know what
meat?
yummies is.
Like meat? Good shit. Yeah. You guys know.
I got you.
Fuck around.
We got a new love sound, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Once again, like Idubbbz is just so unqualified to have this conversation. The confidence with which he discusses Jewish issues, dismisses anti-Semitism, seems to tell Jewish people, I know better than you about this, is stunning. Stunning.
I think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can't have their.
That was like not even close to my point. You're literally, this is like actually just in the territory of straw man fallacy. Like he's just putting forth random arguments that I never even made.
This is like, I feel like this is so dumb that like nobody was even making this point.
Yeah, he's the first. He's the first to defend it like this. It's just Arabs being Arabs, dude. I'm like, that sounds racist too. This is how they express themselves. I'm like, that sounds really bad. Maybe the white dude should shit down and shut the fuck up. Listen and watch and learn.
Yeah, the white
bananas,
dude.
It is. It's just crazy.
I would
So
put him also in
funny.
Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they drop the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi, and then it's like Hassan. Okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
He's not Arabic. Funny about this whole thing is that he's not Arabic. You cut that part out.
Right.
That was my point. Is that he's not Arabic.
Yeah, but okay, but I understand
They
why he's
said
allowed to
he's
be
Arab
raised.
coded.
Like, that was my point, though.
Right.
I wasn't saying
yeah.
Arabs can't say Habibi. That's stupid. It's obviously dumb. Like what? They say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
We say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
What?
How can you miss the point this bad? He thinks that I'm saying Habibi is an anti-Semitic slur. Did he even
Wait,
watch
is he
it?
really saying that?
Well, listen to this. And you tell me what he's saying. How like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
We say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
No, see, I don't think that's
I don't know
the
what
point
he's saying,
making.
though.
But
I never. Okay, so what's his point?
it's still not a good point, but it's not the bad point that you think.
But what help me because he says
the bad point is that he is ignoring that your issue is what is at the bottom of the tier list, not what's at the top.
Yeah.
But he says explicitly in this, Habibi is not anti-Semitic, which is a claim I never came close to making. He says, I think he is saying that. I do. Just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
We say Habibi in Israel.
he says, oh, they use it in Israel. Therefore, why would you say Habibi is anti-Semitic? That's actually what he's saying.
Okay.
Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
Right.
Saying Habibi is
It's just so
anti-Semitic.
stupid that I was.
So stupid.
Jesus.
Did he even watch it?
We want to stay out of the drama.
Can I say something about the tier
It
list?
just baffled me. So
Yes, please.
So
Yes, please.
the tier list comes from things like who's invited to the cookout, or there's even like a Latino one, like who's invited to the carne asada.
Right.
Usually those tier lists when they make them, it's mostly just white people, and usually famous actors, right? It's like Jack Black, he's invited to the carne asada because he speaks a lot of Spanish, he really embraces Mexican culture. And it gets kind of weird if you add different races, because it's like, why are you letting like whites putting an Asian person at the bottom? Why they're not invited specifically, right? Like, and I think with you, with this tier list, putting the Jewish guy on the bottom feels anti-Semitic because it's like, I know, like I said, there's like a lot of tension between Israel and Palestine, so adding you to the bottom just makes it.
The whole point of tier lists like that is to do it with different races. Like the example I always come back to is anime YouTubers, and they're like, oh, how black is this one anime character? Well, the character is not black. The character is based off of Japanese people. The character is Japanese, but they're like, how coded is this character? That's the point. They're not like, how genetically similar is the character? Are they really stuck on that? Like, dude, this tier list shit is so stupid. Who is this? Who's this talking now?
The Shoah, the Holocaust, was the greatest science experiment ever. Evidently.
Was it worth it? I don't know. If people were honest, they might say it was.
All right. I'm just skipping through that whole thing.
Which is a lot of Americans. And Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic. You're just going to eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just.
You literally just didn't show any of my arguments. That's what you're doing. You are so terrible.
Can you believe he doesn't even show that they put you at the bottom? Like, can you believe
that's how can you not? I'm not just saying it because they're Arabs sitting there, which is what he's insinuating.
Yeah.
That I think, and then like he doesn't even explain why I'm upset. It's confusing if you think about it. They're on stage doing Habibi, and I'm saying it's anti-Semitic. Why? Just because they're sitting there saying Habibi? Like, is that the
Did he show that you were placed on?
No,
he doesn't.
Didn't even show I was placed on the tier list.
That's what I'm so shocked about.
He's very bad at making videos. I don't know what to say.
I mean, this whole thing is just like a sacrifice to the altar of like leftist Ethan hate. It's just straight up a snark video. It doesn't even make sense. You can't watch this and think it's a good video. It doesn't even make sense. His point is that I think Habibi is anti-Semitic.
Are you sure when you unpause it's not going to get to that?
I'm pretty sure, but I'll play. I watched. Yeah, I'm almost positive, but maybe I'm wrong.
On this.
It's hard to believe
because it's just hard to believe.
It's really hard to believe.
Yeah, let's see.
Tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American.
Zionist.
They're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra.
That was exactly my point. Is like why put Sabra at the bottom, or like they talk about it like it's just some gross like Israeli hummus, and my point was like it's as good as anything.
They literally didn't talk about it as an Israeli hummus. You're just making that up. It has nothing to do with Israel. It's like a facsimile of good Arab, like homemade hummus. That's what they're talking about. It's a bastardization, watered down version catered to white people. That's the point of putting it down there. It's like, oh, you're so out of tune with Arab culture that you actually think Sabra hummus is good. That's the point.
there. Like you're literally just doing a extremely loud dog whistle, which apparently, when it comes to Jewish people and Israelis, Ian forgets what that means or that it exists at all.
And that sucks. That's the only option, right?
Sabra hummus is literally a meme. It's not a dog whistle for people.
So what are they left with? They're left with a common.
He's also doing like once again like almost a form of Holocaust denialism, which is basically like diaspora apologia, basically saying that hummus is not Jewish food.
Oh,
he says there's no Arab distributors.
I don't think that's Holocaust denial.
No, but I'm correcting myself because I think it's close. When you deny like the Jewish like the way that all 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Yeah, from other countries in the Middle East.
So denying that is, in my opinion, a form of like Holocaust.
But the Holocaust is a specific thing that happened in Europe. Like you can just
it's a way it's historic. It's anti-Semitic historical revisionism. How about
okay.
That?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's more. Yeah. That was a way better explanation. I'm surprised you came up with that.
We're accurate now. I'm sure. I'm going to tell you guys that's going to get clipped.
Of course.
Wait, which part?
Just the part of me saying it's Holocaust denialism. And then
right. Yeah. Well, I jumped in. I tried. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I've clearly expressed my views, so I can't wait to see that on Twitter.
Yeah.
Relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days.
I didn't get them banned. Twitch banned them for a month because they fucking like Jewish activist groups got involved and there was a ton of outrage because it was obviously anti-Semitic. The fact that you're trying to put this solely on my shoulders for the reason of me thinking Habibi is anti-Semitic for some unexplained reason is insane, dude.
He goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think it's almost like it's not about fucking how good the hummus is. How can you miss every single point? Like you're a child. He has a child brain, a dumb child brain. I think some kids would get it. He's a dumb kid.
It's funny because it actually is about the hummus.
Over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weird. That's the same point you were making.
I mean, it's about the meme that the hummus represents.
It is fluffy. Weird. Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion,
I can't believe what I'm saying, man.
2 days.
I cannot believe how dumb this is.
I really think it's about hummus. Like that, you're upset that they're being insulting to hummus.
I'm defensive about Sabra hummus. I'm outraged.
I think that really is.
Disliking Sabra hummus is anti-Semitic, and so is saying Habibi.
Wow.
How can you be this pathetically? I mean, he's either bad faith or he's really dumb. And frankly, at this point, I don't know which it is. I really don't know.
Could it be both?
It could be, but like I think it's one or the other in this case because if he's too dumb, he's not going to think about it. He's not going to think about how he can be bad faith. I'm not going to. Okay, whatever. I'm getting in the weeds.
Whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't. And Arabs.
Yeah. This is racist.
That's actually. So he's brought that to make like I'm commenting on myself.
Bro, I feel like he's lost the plot now.
That is so idiotic that no one would ever honestly put it forth. You might be the dumbest man alive. He might actually be the dumbest man alive.
That was a clear joke on my end to love.
Of course, right? That's all.
Yeah, I didn't even feel the need
the
to
joke
explain.
being that, of course, the premise is absurd. That disliking Sabra hummus makes you anti-Semitic.
So was he trying to convey by showing that there was no joke in there?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
or I mean, at least that it doesn't matter that it was a joke.
Hey, Gavolt.
Oigo, you got hit with the Oigo Volt, dude. You never get
Oigo Volt.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
He's literally talking to a brick wall. Because I know he's not talking to me.
I can't believe this is real.
Yeah. I try to think, but nothing happened. Like even the people that support.
Like, okay. So they think that Sabra hummus is a dog whistle to mean Jews, and they put denims in the Love Sabra category just because, just to cover their tracks. Okay, so Sabra hummus is a dog whistle for Jews, and they're actually doing like a thinly veiled Nazi dog whistle. Oh, Jews fucking suck, and let's rank them. I don't know why you didn't need to rank them. It'd be pretty self-explanatory if it's just literally the genetics of people and not if you culturally identify with Arab culture or not, or if you think they're like Arab coded or not. So then they're making fun of iDubbbz for being like, oh, you guys were joking about Sabra hummus, so they could be joking about Sabra hummus. And then they're sitting there flabbergasted. They're like, well, we joked about Sabra hummus, but like, well, they dog whistled about Sabra hummus. You're actually one of the stupidest people I've ever met. Like, they're just having a fucking meltdown. And iDubbbz is just pointing out that they were joking about Sabra hummus, and you were also joking about Sabra hummus. Like, they're like, we can joke about Sabra hummus. We can do Nazi dog whistles, which Ethan does. He does the stand back and stand by. He does the Sig Heil, and he does the Sabra hummus joke. He does Nazi dog whistles, but it's okay because they're Jewish. Okay, but there were Jewish people on that fucking stage, bro, and you call them tokens. Why can't we say you're a fucking token? Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to try to frame that as anything other than a meme, and then you guys immediately meme about it too, because you know that Sabra hummus is shit.
This, even the people that support this, who think that it's good and funny and whatever that they did it, aren't going to pretend to be this ignorant. It's unbelievable to pretend to be this ignorant. It's like, it's not a well-written character. It's way too like one-dimensional. Bro, it's so unreal, man. It's so unreal. I told you at the end it gets worse and worse. If you can believe that.
We have to make it to the end.
Wait. We're on track to finish by 5:30. He is hard. He's actually doing the fucking evidence that he's doing the Elon Musk Nazi salute, me criticizing him for doing it as compelling evidence that.
Yes.
Hi guys.
Anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his hard.
The Zionism.
That's it?
That's it.
Well, you're obviously a Nazi. That's a joke.
I think Mika's rhetoric video is better than this.
That's what I mean. I
really do.
Yes.
I genuinely think.
I think she made better points.
Better.
Yeah.
Like, once again, the motherfucker is just showing that you guys are dog whistling too. Like, or at least joking about the shit that you're accusing Rogan of dog whistling for.
She's not at least pretending to be like the most ignorant person alive.
Hi, Ron.
Like, I actually am a fan of Mika's rhetoric after this.
I've also vouched for Jewish people.
And I mean, she's heroic for that.
She is.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't even think IDubs can claim such a high bar.
Is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you.
It is. It literally was, dude. He was one of the people on the tier list. They were making fun of him. It quite literally was. That's crazy that you said that.
But why doesn't he show it? Why doesn't he show? How does he not? So we answered. You answer our question, Dan. He doesn't show. He doesn't show that I'm on the tier list at all. He doesn't even show it. It's irrelevant.
Oh my god.
It's irrelevant.
Just jaw on the floor. Yes, speechless.
How do you even like counter this?
I don't know.
And then again, you have to understand something. Looking at the performance of this, there's 300,000 people that liked this and watched it and enjoyed it, including, by the way, everybody in the beginning, Hassan, and well, the other people doesn't surprise me. I mean, Hassan, it doesn't surprise me, but I'm surprised he would co-sign something so stupid. Although it explains why it seems like he's kind of standoffish. Like in a lot of the beginning, he's not in every shot. He's only there briefly.
He's not dancing, only letting the monkeys dance for him.
Yeah, and he's smart, proving that he's smart.
Only letting the monkeys dance for
He's
him.
like, I'm not doing a Fortnite L dance. That's insanely unfunny. At least like he has the presence of mind. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know, man. I don't know.
Incident on the podcast where
I think he's even worse than he used to be. I think he's more racist. Well, it's easy for me to say as a Jewish person. So maybe I shouldn't.
That's true.
Maybe I shouldn't say that.
That's true.
Yeah. Still racist. I can say that.
Yeah.
Nothing changed, baby. Same great flavor. Just same great product. Just a new taste or something.
You put on the right haircut.
Thank you.
Yeah, he did kind of buzz cut right before doing this. And is holding a sword that has the Nazi swastika at it. It's just a lot of coincidences lining up. It's a little bizarre, man.
Is he almost done with this shit, bro?
they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being
Going
pretty
back to the
important.
Cutie Cinderella thing. Oh, so this is when it goes.
So officially, yes, we're done with that segment, and it didn't show it at the bottom of the tier.
Yeah. Right. And so this is when it goes into outer space. This gets so unhinged.
Okay.
I have not watched.
Rating.
In terms of a public apology.
Are you by chance a bit jealous?
All right, I'm gonna skip through a little bit. I really don't care that much about the whole apology thing.
Now hold on. 10 out of 10? Is he calling you out for bragging about it all the time?
Yes.
Yes.
He's finally cooking, folks. He's finally cooking.
I think what we're seeing again is he just genuinely got like internal sunshine of the spotless mind zapped in the brain and forgot what a joke is. Like I think it's funny that you would take something like that and be so unhumble about it. It's very funny.
It is funny.
You're just
a little annoying.
Sorry to have to even explain the joke, IDubs. It's a sad state. Really 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm
right.
best
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. It's my That's funny. I'm sorry. That's funny. Perfect apology in this PowerPoint. Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology. So he's inclined. He's like, oh my god. We made a fake award category with best apology and just wrote me in. That's really serious stuff.
Ethan, I know why this bothers him. He got a B.
He's jealous. He's jealous.
There
He
you
has a
go.
B because
And that's a really good point. That he got a B. Because he's pushing. He's advocating to move it to B minus.
Yeah.
He's jealous.
Below yours, interestingly.
One notch below yours.
Let's see. Maybe he'll issue an apology for this whole entire video that we can analyze.
Yo, thank you for the 50
I was trying
gifted.
really hard to think of
Let's get those gifted. Go with
about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up?
No.
And I don't know if this.
I mean, you could come out dressed as Hitler.
That would be alarming for sure.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, you could like.
I mean, that intro was pretty startling.
It was. Yeah,
I'll
it was
give him
pretty
that.
startling.
Oh, and they're telling you to wake up in that. So he did do that.
Yeah.
We're up. He's up. Hey, it's Easter this weekend. He's gonna be up, dude.
Bro, these people are so fucking boring. They're not funny.
When you came in and said you were having a funeral for a good friend, I thought you were talking about Jesus, by the way.
When
It's Good Friday today.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Who makes it? He knows as a 10 out of 10 apology maker.
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm like so close. All right. You know what, guys? If there's anything else interesting in this episode, we can rewatch it. But he did make a video reacting to this. It's 16 minutes long. We're going to watch this video reacting to it, and then we're going to call this stream. I promise you a marathon stream. We're at 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Chat, if there's anything that I'm missing at the end of that episode, just let me know. But it's too painful to get through. Plus, he made a video that's his actual response. Okay, let's go.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as IDubs, released a content cop about me.
I love how it's always, oh, it's my good friend. It's my good friend Hassan. It's my good friend Ian.
Video's over an hour long, and it's full of a lot of accusations. We watched the entire video.
Literally not that full.
Every frame of it.
Like, it's not full of accusations at all. It's just him pointing out hypocrisies with you. He's not accusing you of anything. I actually can't think of a single accusation in the video.
Responded to every accusation on the podcast in a really long episode. We watched the whole thing. So if you're interested in a more thorough response to everything, I would recommend watching this episode.
Right.
The video that I'm making today, however, I don't need an hour for, because there's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time. In the entire video, he never says CPS. No mention, no explanation, no overview, nothing. Zero mentions of CPS. A few weeks ago, Child Protective Services showed up to our house at 6 a.m. to interrogate us about an anonymous tip they got that our kids were crawling around and eating dog shit at catching diseases. Ian spends the majority of his video characterizing me like a raving lunatic who's lashing out at everyone around me with zero provocation.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. And I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
What he doesn't say is the majority of these clips he's using are taken from this episode. Now, does he ever show the title of this episode? No, he does not ever show the title of this episode. Snark called Child Protective Services on us. Not only does he not show the title, he doesn't explain why I'm upset, who I'm mad at, why I'm mad at them. Zero context. I am just an anonymous, screaming lunatic.
It's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach us to say like, oh yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack.
In this episode, the same day that CPS came to my home, I was understandably irate. This was a provocation that I had not experienced. It went into my real world, was affecting my children and my life in a way that I found extremely disturbing and an escalation that I found very unacceptable. Now, why am I mad at Ian for this? Well, let's start here. Denims is someone he's accusing me of in his video of harassing. Let's see what Denim said about my children 3 days before CPS was called.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he...
Once again, I don't think this is 3 days before the call. I think this is 3 days before the CPS agent went to Ethan's house. Who knows how many days it was before the call. Maybe they told him the date of the call. But I thought he said like this was 3 days before CPS visited. Whatever, it's kind of irrelevant.
He lost his extra housekeeper, so now the house is just like covered in dog shit, and he has kids. And
also, like, guys, this is the actual chat of Denims. Let's just see if they talk about the CPS call. Like, what during the clip that these people are playing, and then the alleged chat that my camera's covering, Denims has a chat running in the background, and it doesn't look like they're calling for CPS. I mean, maybe we'll see a few.
3 days before CPS was called.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit, and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know.
Like, everyone's just posting what the fuck, and like concerned
what
faces.
They do with it. I don't know if they eat it.
And his kids got fucking giardia. Okay, well, that's what Ethan himself said.
Or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something. But they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into
I just saw one. Call CPS.
What Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more
another one, CPS.
Terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting giardia.
We already have mold Mondays. Now we have shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant.
He's a Zionist. He doesn't give a fuck about children.
that has no immune system shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house.
Like, also, why does Ethan make it seem like Denham's made the argument a kid wouldn't get disease because they don't have an immune system? She's just trying to prescriptively say a kid shouldn't be catching disease because they don't have an immune system, which it's kind of like, yeah, that's obvious. You should try to keep them healthy, but kids are going to get sick.
Is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew, playing.
No wonder this motherfucker's always
I've seen like 2 comments for CPS so far.
sick. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is this happening? Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight.
So his evidence that she was encouraging people to call CPS was her reading a chat, which was probably a super chat, which said it makes sense that he doesn't care about Palestinian kids when he can't even take care of his own. That's his evidence. Once again, Ethan said that Denham's was encouraging people to call CPS, and now he's gone on to, oh, and she was making fun of my posture. Bro, you're including the clip where she made fun of your posture? Why? Do you just have a humiliation fetish?
I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making an active decision that like you don't give a fuck about your health or your posture or your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well. Wait, what? Wait, what, Dems? Wait, what? You guys didn't know about this? Yeah.
Oh, he did the zoom in on her face.
Ozempic diet. Oh, God.
Even after CPS was...
Where did she encourage him? I mean, bro, once again, Ethan's like, oh no, she's a mean lady. She's a bitch. She's gonna die childless. And then this is too far, saying that, oh no, watching a video where your kids got giardia, according to you, because they ate your dog's shit, and saying that, oh well, and then reading a chat, that's too far.
Called Denham's attempted to justify it by claiming that it's okay because children can't be traumatized.
I want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit.
Bro, once again, this isn't like attempting to justify CPS going to the house. This is her just criticizing Hila.
So I told him,
create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. Now, yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past.
Like, once again, this isn't justifying it. This is like nitpicking what Hila's saying. That's not just... Give me the clip where she justifies CPS coming to your house.
It's like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
If you're wondering who the guy is she's watching, his name is Bad Empanada. And as far as harassment campaigns go, you'd think that Ian, as someone who cares so deeply about it, would be talking about him and not me. Here's a small taste.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is the slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter. Anyways, are these Israelis? They're just standing there? I mean, is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now.
This is so stupid.
Secretary Dot.
Here's Bad Empanada once again.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that's Bad Empanada role-playing killing This is not a laughing matter, guys. Bad Empanada role-played killing Ethan's wife.
Who posted a story saying, I'm the one who called CPS on Ethan Klein. I want CPS to take his kids away because they are seriously in danger.
Bro, what is this video? This just reeks of like a Facebook grandparent showing you a compilation of different memes they've collected that paint some kind of like a vague conspiracy theory of the government trying to pour like lead or zinc into their water or something. They're like, at the nursing home, they're not letting us come out at night anymore, and they don't let me get my smokes. Here, let me show you all of these conspiracies that I found. You just get like random emails from your grandparents of just like shitty, like half-baked conservative memes that they send you.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, okay, this is funny. So Bad Empanada like posts a video, I guess, trying to scare Ethan Klein, and it scares Ethan so much that he makes a video about it and adds scary music.
It sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? TikTok, though, Ethan. TikTok, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized.
Dude, okay. Either Ethan believes this, like Bad Empanada is actually controlling iDubbbz and making him make a content video on Ethan. And he thinks that there's more to come. A content cop video taking you down, accusing you of being a bad friend, is just a taste of what Bad Empanada has in store. So either Ethan believes this, or he doesn't believe it. And I don't know which one's sadder. Either Ethan believes it and he genuinely thinks Bad Empanada is some kind of like Machiavellian villain controlling all of these YouTubers and masterminding this campaign to take Ethan down and like drive him insane, Jack Nicholson Shining style, or he's just added scary music and this like disconcerting editing to try to make himself look more of a victim. And I genuinely don't know which is sadder. I think the former is funnier. I think that him slowly going insane like Jack Nicholson is a funnier image to me than him just like maliciously pretending to be a victim.
Nice for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day.
Like, this is what I don't understand with Ethan. He's obviously doing this to be funny, right? He's like zooming in on these people doing the L dance. But you can't genuinely and seriously say that these people are doing a campaign against you to ruin your life and get people to be emotionally invested in it while undercutting this fucking ridiculous dance that these people are doing in the background. You're undercutting the seriousness of this threat that you're trying to portray Bad Empanada as by juxtaposing it with this ridiculous dance. So either you don't really believe in either of these as a threat, or you believe that both of these are a threat and you think that them doing a Fortnite L dance on your at the beginning of the content cop video on you is like a serious threat to your career and your livelihood. Which, once again, I don't know which is funnier. Like, does he actually think that these people doing a Fortnite dance is a serious threat against him?
Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store.
Like, he has to think that all of these people are a joke. But once again, if you think Bad Empanada is a joke, if you think Denim's is a joke, if you think Frogan's a joke, if you think Hassan's a joke, then why are you making a serious video about it?
TikTok goes the club.
Maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor.
Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace.
House is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit.
And I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you.
I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
I was particularly angry during this episode entitled Snark Called CPS on Us because I hold Denim's to be one of the primary reasons, in my opinion, why CPS was called. Another one of their friends.
He's just delusional, dude. He's just delusional.
Froggy Tonic had been spreading the same malicious rumor about me on Twitter for days before CPS was called as well.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy.
All right, let's see the posts that Froggy Tonic was making that spread the CPS allegations or whatever.
I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not going to endorse it.
Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty year-old I'm right, you're wrong obsession you cannot get over, is this the right strategy? Okay, that has nothing to do with CPS.
I'm not going to retweet it or like it, but fair enough. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying.
Okay, so calling her out for the Yov Galant comment. Okay. And the 2 years old, Palestinians at 2 years old learn to hate Jews. This is talking about Ethan's dog who died.
Kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
Now let me show you the tweets that Ian conveniently omitted. Me when my 3 kids ask me why they
Yeah, everyone called CPS.
Haven't seen me in the past 4 months. I was in
Me, when my 3 kids asked me why they haven't seen me for the past 4 months, I was in the basement. Okay, this was days before the CPS visit. I guess I don't know when CPS was called, but January 31st. This is not saying that you're like, that CPS should be called on you. It's just making a comment that you're ruining your life trying to hate Hassan.
my basement. How can you shun
How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids? When they can't be bothered to protect their dogs, how can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids? Wait, this was March 4th. This was was this March 4th of 2024 or 2025? If it was 2024, that's like a year before CPS was called. If it was 2025, this was after CPS was called. How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids, when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs? Little homie even ingested pills left on the floor. Okay, this must have been in 2024.
a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids
I don't even
when they
know
can't
what
be
that's
bothered
in
to protect
reference
their
to.
dogs? Ethan was neglected.
Called March 3rd, showed up March 6th or 7th, I think. Okay, so that January 31st one, days is being generous. That's like 35, 36 days.
Neglectful with his dogs. He's already been neglectful with his
Okay, Ethan was neglectful with his dogs, has already been neglectful with his kids, and will continue to be. Do you guys know how to read? As a child with a neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad, that's precisely why I worry for Ethan's kids. You fans are clocked out. Guys, he got 200 hearts on that comment. He's definitely fomenting the CPS call.
kids, and he will continue to be. As a child of a neglectful
4.5K views.
That's precisely why I worry about Ethan's kids. I explained it on the podcast, but the truth of the matter is, it's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent.
He's not talking about your children. He's saying that you're a shitty guy, but he's not like, oh, Ethan's kid sucks.
Child of a neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad. That's precisely why I worry about Ethan's kids.
Like, literally none of these were about Ethan's kids. They're all about Ethan being like a shitty parent.
Kids, and he will continue.
Or like mostly
neglectful. It's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that who's claimed to.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, HK. Like, if these people are contributing to an atmosphere where CPS was called, which is hilarious to say, it was one phone call from someone that apparently knew Ethan in real life, then what the fuck is Ethan doing when it comes to the genocidal rhetoric that he's spewing out there?
Same as being IDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called. Which, by the way,
once again, dude, you can say those are rumors, but nothing in there was like a factual statement that wasn't true. He's just saying that you're neglectful to your children. It's not like, you can say those are rumors, but you kind of reinforce those rumors with your own behavior.
By the way, Ian does not explain one time. Did not mention why I'm angry at Froggy Tonic. He did not mention why I'm
Don't snitch, Dodkill. Don't snitch.
angry at Denims. He did not mention the name of the episode. He did not mention what the episode was about. He actually has a perfect opportunity to explain the CPS call, but watch what he does here instead.
Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit.
What other shit, Ian? Other shit is doing a lot of heavy lifting, man. Now, why?
Bro, saying that this motherfucker incited CPS to come to your house is actually fucking crazy. That's actually crazy. What did you guys say? CPS was called on like March 3rd, apparently. Bro, these tweets inciting the CPS to come to my house to take my children away. Like calling you a neglectful parent or saying that you aren't interacting with your kids because you're down in your basement. You make those jokes. You make those jokes about how, oh yeah, I'm going to be in my basement this entire weekend working on this shit. But no, he's the one that incited CPS. You're the one who told the story of your kids eating your dog's shit on your podcast with millions of subscribers. But no, Froggy Tonic, the guy that had 4.5K people view his tweet, that's scroll past it, 208 likes on his tweet, that's the guy that incited CPS to come to your house.
other shit is doing a lot of heavy lifting, man. Now, why does this matter? Because Anissa was yucking it up with these guys during the period in which they were spreading this rumor and when the CPS call was made. The CPS call is central to understanding this story. You cannot tell this story without that context. And to try to tell
just once again, it's so funny. Like, he was accusing Adam McIntyre of inciting CPS to come to his house too. And then he was like, why are you criticizing Olivia? She's just friends with Adam McIntyre, who's sure he's a shitty guy, but he never incited CPS to come to my house. Literally posted a tweet accusing Adam McIntyre of coming to his house. Yeah, bro, you're being extremely selective with these people. And really, the reason you're attacking them is because they don't support your ideas on Israel and Palestine.
the story without including that detail, it would be the most bad faith, cruel, gaslighting hit piece of all time. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he did. He convinced his audience that the reason that I'm mad, that I'm lashing out, simply because I'm a raving lunatic, I am crashing out, I'm just crazy and harassing his friends for no reason. And by the way, to my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental.
No, he said you had a reason to harass him. He just said that your reasoning is hypocritical.
Health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help.
Someone who I've confided in over the years with my struggles with it, who understands what I've been through, the lengths that I've gone to work on myself and improve my mental condition, for him to throw.
Bro, you do that for podcast content. You're vulnerable on your podcast. What do you mean? It's a guy that you've been personally vulnerable to? You say that you're vulnerable on your podcast all the time. So why is he supposed to be special? Oh, I was vulnerable to you and now you attacked me.
That in my face to characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing. One ridiculous point he keeps hammering on is that I'm hating on him, I'm harassing him, simply because he's following people on Twitter.
We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
I'm not upset, Ian, because you follow people. That is absurd. I'm mad because you are actively engaging with these people on social media, in DMs, while this harassment is happening, seemingly indifferent to it, silent on it. In a sense, I felt like you were more on their side.
Once again, they were criticizing them because they were following them. He found out they were interacting with them after he criticized them. Once again, he's doing post hoc rationalization to justify his attack on them.
Than my side.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Our silence means something. That's exactly what we felt. Wow, it's almost like we were right about you. There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of, that's just what the internet does. Ian had.
Wait, he just moves on from that? Wait. So Anissa and Ian not speaking up publicly and being an activist for Ethan and Ela Klein? Ethan's implying were caused skulls to be sent to him? Wait, does he go on from there? Does he elaborate?
That's exactly what we felt. Wow, it's almost like we were right about you. There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home.
Oh my God, Pika, his and hers skulls. Oh my God.
Which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of, that's just what the internet does. Ian had a recent revelation. He's transcended into a new person. He's achieved nirvana and discovered empathy at age 32.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just can't help myself but feel.
Bro, he really thought he was cooking with that. Oh, I'm gonna zoom in on the sword hilt of one of the most famous anime of all time, the main fucking sword. Oh my God, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
For other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is, my empathy meter's only maybe a quarter of the way filled up, potentially, but it's at least there.
In the spirit of his newfound enlightenment, he had this to say.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really...
Oh, the skulls got sold already? It's something I've never talked about publicly, says the guy who told the world about his dog's diarrhea. Yeah.
Sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons and, you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not.
What happened? Am I so uniquely evil that you're willing to abandon your newfound principles after what?
I mean, he said that he was critiquing people for really like shallow reasons. I guess he thought he had enough of a reason to critique you on it. And he also said he's trying to be more empathetic, and it seemed like he was trying to be more empathetic to you. I mean, the entire second half of the video, or not the second half, but like the ending part of the video was about trying to get through to you and pushing for genuinely good change on your behavior. So, I mean, you can disagree with him and you can say that empathy is fake, but did he display even fake empathy in those other videos? I mean, it seems like there was a pretty significant difference between the tone of this video and the tone of other content cop videos.
Less than a year? What is it that I've done, Ian, that makes me more detestable than any of the other people that you've content copped? And for what did you do this? To revitalize your dying career? This entire video reeks of desperation, of being thrown together, and poorly—
Bro, I fucking hate these videos. Why does he have his wife recording him? Just set the camera down, dude. I hate this like handheld cam view that we're getting. It's just so annoying. It's like she's like rocking back and forth.
Researched. I don't really even understand why they did this, and I can't imagine that it's going to be worth it. Thanks for the 8 years of friendship, buddy. Have fun with your new friends.
Okay, that was pretty bad. I love how he just drops that. And we just got 2 skulls in the mail, which led to a very pleasant interview with the FBI. This has gone way past internet drama. Okay, what do we got? Do we have anything? iDubbbz learned empathy. Whoa, hold up. This video is completely fake news. The Soda Denim's IQ count are way too high. Not an H3 fan, but calling CPS is insane and unforgivable. I don't know how anyone can defend it. Well, yeah. Was anyone defending it? Imagine getting 2 skulls shipped to your door and being told you're crashing out. Okay, that is pretty funny. Bad Empanada needs to be on a government watch list. This man is unhit. What did he do? Like, he literally hasn't done anything. Okay, wait a second. Sam Cedar was on the Ethan Klein situation?
Do the goose and gaffs. Do whatever you want to do. You know, live your life. I want Ethan to— What is this?
I saw some clip before I went on vacation of that when the person called.
Yeah, that chatter doesn't realize you ignore many streamers that try to cause a sizable about the history exclusively about—
Oh yeah.
Something wrong or something.
Oh.
About Asmongold, probably.
That I was pronouncing something wrong or something.
Oh,
yes.
moniker.
And apparently,
oh yes,
I was trying to mock their handle.
That was a good clip.
Referred to it as a moniker,
right,
and then tried to pronounce it in different ways.
Rough word to do that on.
I saw the clip, and it does look bad, but it also is, I think, a rather uncharitable thing. But they seem to be upset at me for something. So
yeah, because you don't think Hassan is a racist, I think, is the problem. If there's anyone who takes a pro-Palestine side that he doesn't think is a racist.
They're talking about Ethan specifically?
Yeah, it's embarrassing stuff over there.
It is a little bit embarrassing.
I need to listen to the fun half more often.
Maybe that works.
I hope
There's a lot of stuff that comes out of that. Like I see it, like I get tagged occasionally, not that often. And to be honest, I'm not on Twitter and certainly not over vacation or Blue Sky as much as I used to be, that I cannot follow for the life of me. There's just another universe of names and characters that I just honestly I cannot follow.
Are they actually talking about Ethan?
I know. Yeah. The only reason I know about this is because of Hassan. And yeah, but I hope he's just Ethan just takes a step back. I don't really know him that well, but I mean, it seems like he's not doing that great and maybe needs intervention, not like saying it in that
That's
way.
what the
but
IDubbbz
just
video was.
from a friend.
Oh, they're
have
talking
been
about the
trying to
content cop.
intervene with him as
After
a
the
friend.
what video is?
There's a new IDubbbz video. A guy he did it's called Content Cop HE. But the truth is,
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know what does any of those things mean.
I don't know. I've never heard of the Content Cop series, but apparently it's pretty big. But I'll just say, like, people have done that for Ethan multiple times as friends, including Hassan. On
Content Cop was not an intervention. It absolutely.
Yeah, like that was an extremely uncharitable take by Ethan, and I don't know. I wish I saw the context of how Sam came across this clip. I really wish I saw that context.
Everyone has been overwhelmingly charitable for them, and he has continued to double down in heinous ways, smearing people being
Dude, literally calling
racist against
Sam
people
Cedar a
because they're
token Jew.
hijabis. Like that whole crew and all the people that online, like whenever I post,
The Content Cop ended with people he severely harassed saying something nice about him and was far more charitable than he deserves. Yeah, but it didn't even work to actually penetrate his narcissistic barrier. But what I was trying
his narcissistic barrier.
to say, what I was trying to say is this. Okay.
All right. If you want to watch what Hassan says, you can watch his video. Just want to finish this.
People who are criticizing Israel's actions, like, that's ridiculous. It's unacceptable.
post those videos, they'll get into my replies defending Ethan. They're all sick. They're all really sick, and I love telling them so.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to how J.K. Rowling claims to be a feminist, but uses feminism to attack women. Yeah, J.K. Rowling is not a feminist at all. She's only using the moniker of.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. It's the exact same fucking thing with Ethan, right? Like, Ethan, I'm defending Jewish people, but if you are a Jew speaking out against Israel, then I'm going to attack you and say you're not Jewish. It's really gross. I fucking hate this shit, man.
Being a feminist as a protective barrier to a select hand-selected few group of people that are still TERFs that actually abide by the feminism, but the narrowly defined feminism of being a TERF, a trans exclusionary radical feminist. That's what Ethan is doing as well. It's just marketing at this point. They just say that you're pro-Palestinian, but all the time that you spend talking about Israel is dedicated to shitting on people who talk.
Come on, Hassan. Pause it, Navi, motherfucker.
I can't speak to what Ethan Klein is up to. I have not paid attention, but I can tell you within the context of like my family members who, you know, a year ago, or even, you know, my family members who stopped following us on Instagram or whatever it was.
Right.
Or, you know, friends of my father's who are contacting my dad and saying, is Sam anti? They have all basically had to shut down.
Oh,
and,
yes.
And have walked away from the entire.
Yeah, except Ethan hasn't. That's the point.
Whatever's going on.
They just stopped talking
in
about
Gaza.
it.
They've stopped talking
Yes.
about it. And I would imagine if they were forced to have to talk about it.
Aren't you falling for his bait by talking about him instead of the actual issues? No, not necessarily, because every time I talk about this, I'm also showcasing Israeli propaganda, pro-Israeli propaganda, and how it works. He just continues being him or any.
I know. I wish I had a parasocial relationship with Kaya too. He looks like such a sweet dog.
Thing like that I have a story. Idea, yeah, his own business.
Like, bro, Ethan's literally getting like hundreds of thousands of views of Zionist propaganda. So covering it's not a drama channel. It's actually like refuting a major propagandist.
Do that, and my community did not do that either.
Because you have a show that follows the news. And I don't know how much, you know, H3.
Bro, this is
follows the
crazy.
news on
Ethan's gonna
regular
have
basis.
a fucking
But if you
cow.
had to talk about.
Yeah, he literally tried to deplatform me for months before the CPS call. And there was no point where I ever said anything about him or his children or ever would have entertained something so ridiculous. So it's odd. This really sums up the whole thing.
Okay, anyway, so let's say, like, bro, this is quite literally why I wanted Ethan, or why it would be valuable for Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar, because Sam Cedar has experience being an anti-Zionist Jew, and he can talk about what it's like to be outspoken against Israel as a Jewish person. That's what Ethan's missing from this equation here. Okay, let's just see what this is, and then we're gonna call it.
Cedar, because this clip here is actually just getting so insane. We do talk to Sam Cedar, because this clip here is actually just getting so insane.
Planta, I know Matt.
I think that the people on his show are.
Oh, Ethan's reacting to it.
But I haven't
too.
seen Sam delve into this type of psychotic, surreal character assassination.
I haven't seen this yet.
DSA Atlanta. I know Matt has kept up with some of the Ethan Klein H3 drama, but man, has he lost it completely. Called Sam a racist, and just
by the way, called Sam a racist. We watched the clip of him doing the moniker thing that sounded like he was saying the N-word and laughed about it.
I don't think that's what they're even.
It is.
Oh,
it is. It is. I remember they were told there was a big post on the Majority Report right after that episode being like Ethan calls Sam racist, and it had like whatever thousands of upvotes.
Guys, just remember, in the fucking content nuke video, Ethan literally like edited out Kaya's face and had her as a headless dog for some fucked up reason. Insanely weird behavior from Ethan there.
lying about so many leftists. His former wife, IOF soldier, has broke his brain into nothing but Hasbro and Zionist talking points.
Are you not going to interface with like the chauvinistic, psychotic, fucking like anti-Semitism that was just exhibited? But you can't say that my Zionist wife is like reprogrammed my brain to be a Zionist and hate leftists. That's fucking insane.
Wait, what?
H3 drama, but man, has he lost it completely. Called Sam a racist, and just
by the way, called Sam a racist. We watched the clip of him doing the moniker thing that sounded like he was saying the N-word and laughed about it.
I don't think that's what they're even.
It is.
Oh,
it is. It is. I remember they were told there was a big post on the Majority Report right after that episode being like Ethan calls Sam racist, and it had like whatever thousands of upvotes.
Lying about so many leftists. His former wife, IOF soldier, has broke his brain into nothing but Hasbro and Zionist talking points. Are you
not going to interface with like the chauvinistic, psychotic, fucking like anti-Semitism that was just exhibited? But you can't say that my Zionist wife is like reprogrammed my brain to be a Zionist and hate leftists. That's fucking insane. You don't get to just skirt past that. That's normalized anti-Semitism. That's what it is, or anti-Israelism maybe. Like because again,
once again, dude, he can't fucking. I mean, he knows that there's a difference between anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism, and anti-Israelism. Zionism is an ideology. Jewishness is an ethno-religion, and Israelism is a nationality. They're three different things, dude. And I love how he like jumps from one to one to one interchangeably, back to back. He'll just like shuffle through them until he comes across one that he's like, okay, this fits the situation.
Israelis are human beings, and they're not all evil. The majority of them aren't evil.
I saw some clip before I went on vacation of that when the person caught I am saying that I was pronouncing something wrong.
Oh,
something.
oh, yes.
And
That's it. That's what they're saying. I said he's racist because of that.
I do like how Ethan will say, because I think there was a poll that came out that said like 80% of Israelis support what the IDF is doing in Gaza. So 80% of Israelis are pro-genocide. And I mean, it's almost a flip. It's almost a complete inverse where you'll say 70% of Jews in America, 70% of American Jews are Zionist. So 70% of American Jews support Israel. So Ethan will say, not all Israelis are genocidal, right? He'll focus on the 20% there, but then he'll say, for American Jews, all American Jews are pro-Israeli. All American Jews are Zionist. So he'll like flip-flop it, and it'll be like, oh, well, the 20% that aren't genocidal, he'll focus on that. But then when it serves his purpose in America, he's going to completely ignore the 30% that aren't Zionist. Like, dude, just if you're going to cite polls, which you claim you're doing, then cite the actual poll and don't generalize it to be all American Jews support Israel, but not all Israelis are genocidal. Because if you're going to say 70% of American Jews represent all American Jews, then by that same logic, all Israelis are genocidal.
Oh, yes.
I was trying to mock their handle on IM, referred to it as a moniker, and then tried to pronounce it in different ways.
Enough word to do that on.
I saw the clip, and it does look bad, but it also
okay. Well, so that's it. It was funny. Like, can we just admit
it was a pretty? I mean, it was
a funny clip. Like, what the fuck, man?
I think a rather uncharitable thing, but they seem to be upset at me for something.
Really? Well, no.
I think he's clearly
being fed a bunch of bullshit.
bullshit. That message from the fan, the way
the crew, all this crew are like everyone on the crew is like psychotic, in my opinion. They're like far leftist, like Hassan Simps, toe the line of everything that people say about me. I'll talk to Sam. I have nothing to hide. People think that I'm hiding from him. Well, guess what? I will speak with your approved Jew, and I will prove to you guys that me and another approved Jew can work it out. You know what's ironic is that I probably have the same exact opinion he has about Israel. We're gonna talk and be like, oh, so why does everyone hate you? Good question. Let's have a conversation. Let's call him right now. I'm ready.
Yeah, because you don't think Hassan is a racist.
You can call into his show.
Yeah, there you go. That's Matt. That's his characterization. According to his enlightened leftist crew member, my problem with Sam is that he doesn't think Hassan is racist. I don't even have a problem with Sam. I don't think I've ever even criticized him. I've shit on you, Matt, because you're a fucking idiot.
And who takes a pro-Palestine side that he doesn't think is racist?
Bro, it's fucking shocking how much more informed Matt, I don't know his last name, is than Ethan Klein. It's like he is so much more informed than Ethan. Oh my god. He calls that guy an idiot.
It's embarrassing stuff.
Oh yeah, Matt
Lech.
Lech.
A little bit embarrassing, but maybe that works. There's a lot of stuff that comes out of that. Like I see, like I get tagged occasionally, not that often, and to be honest, I'm not on Twitter and certainly not over vacation or Blue Sky as much as I used to be. That I cannot follow for the life of me.
Yeah, because it's not worth your time. You're right not to. Yeah. It's just annoying that people around you are drip feeding you this psychobabble, and now well, guess what? They're gonna get what they want. I think we should talk with Sam Cedar. We can both dress up like Hasids. We'll play some Haga Nagila. I don't know about that. We'll eat latkes. And
once again, bro, what the actual fuck is Ethan doing? Like, what you say you're gonna talk to Sam Cedar, and immediately you jump to we'll bond over our Jewishness, as if that's the most important aspect of Sam Cedar. Not that he's a respected member of YouTube political punditry. Not that. No, immediately it's just because he's Jewish. Oh my god. Dude, this is why Hassan was like, well, why are you saying that I can't speak to you when I'm not Jewish, but then you get pissed off when I say, okay, then talk to Sam Cedar. Like, Ethan's just so fixated on, like, if you're a Jew or if you're not a Jew.
And finally, Hassan can finally see that I'm listening to someone for the first time in my life.
You know what he did?
I think interesting. I think a lot of people would be interested.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Timpo. No, Timpo was
I was saying that.
Yeah, he's attacked Emma and Matt
I talked
too.
to Sam. I'll do it. You know what I mean?
We should reach out to him. I think it's.
He's called the show like a bunch of like idiots when Sam's not there.
I think you should reach out to him.
Oh, I'm not on Twitter. I don't know if he's even on Instagram. The show might be able to.
We have the show Twitter.
Yeah, so reach out to him.
Email his show, give them your area code, and then call in, and they're going to give you priority.
I'm on a quest to prove what a coward Hassan is as well, and so this will just be another notch in my belt of me being a brave, a heroic, fearless communicator. And
God, dude, he's so embarrassing. My God, this is a less than 3 minute long clip. It's just so embarrassing when he's like, oh yeah, I can watch a video just raw dogging the video. I don't even need anyone to hold my hand. Pauses every 5 seconds, then only watches 15 minutes of it. Goes home, watches the entire thing, comes back with pre-prepared talking points, and then watches the rest of the video. You're a fucking coward, dude. Like, he's a coward and a fraud. He's like, I don't need anyone to hold my hand and watch this video, and yet you paused it so incessantly that you only lasted 15 minutes while you had your entire crew like rubbing a lotion onto your back to try to calm you down, and then you had to go home, watch it with Hila, and then come back with pre-prepared talking points. But no, you're a big boy. You're a big, brave internet warrior, Ethan.
Hassan being a cowardly, pathetic, small loser. I want to talk to Sam. Sam Cedar is a lying coward.
Okay, guys, I'm done. It's funny. Like, oh yeah, I don't want to talk to iDubbbz. I don't want to talk to Anissa. I won't let Hassan call in unless he watches my content nuke, but he's too much of a coward to watch it. But I'm going to call Sam Cedar. Okay. Okay, well, anyway, guys, I'm going to call it. I hope you had fun, and we made it over 5 hours, so I consider that a marathon stream, and I'll talk to you guys later. Everyone, thank you for chatting. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for super chats, and have a great night. See ya.